Get him.
Hello everyone, welcome to this video where we're going to be learning and saying the prayer one of the most famous important prayer. We say often every morning. I try to pray every morning when I feel like the feeling. It's like a Jewish blessing, ritual. We'll see what it means. I'm going to pronounce it slow.
Get him.
והיו ותגבות בין עיניך. ותתקן על מזוזות ביתך ובשעריך. והיה אם שמוע תשמעו אל מצוותיי אשר אנוכי מצווך היום לאהבה את אדוני אלוהיכם ולעבדו בכל לבבכם ובכל נפשכם. ונתתי מטר ארצכם בעיתו גורר ומלכות ואספת גנך ותירשך ויצערך ונתתי עושר ושרך לבהמתך ואכלת ושבעת ושמרו לכם בין משכב לבבכם
I had a dream I was scoring the NFL, and I'm pissed it didn't come true. It affected the fantasy football scores. I did it for the Rams. It was 100 yards. I was so tired by the end I had to run backwards. It was a pass.
ועבדתם מהרה מעל הארץ הטובה אשר אדוני נתן לכם. ושמתם את דברי אלה על לבבכם ועל נפשכם וקשרתם אותם לאות על ידכם והיו לפתחות בין עיניכם ולימדתם אותם את עיניכם לדבר בם בשבתך בביתך ובלכתך בדרך ובשבתך ובתורתך וכתבתם על מזוזות ביתך ובשעריך למען ירבו שמכם בימי חייכם על האדמה אשר נשבע אדוני לאבותיכם לתת להם מימי השמיים על הארץ. ויאמר אדוני אל משה לאמור דבר אל בני ישראל ואמרת עליהם ועשו לכם ציצית על כנפי עזריהם לדורותם ונתנו על ציצית הקנה ציל סלש והיה לכם לציצית וראיתם אותו וזכרתם את כל מצוות אדוני ועשיתם אותם ולא תפורו אחרי לבבכם ואחרי עיניכם אשר אתם זונים אחריהם למען תזכרו ועשיתם את כל מצוותיי והייתם קדושים לאלוהיכם אני אדוני אלוהיכם Shell, objeto, externo, que era estranho. Lindo, la paz de Elohim. A mí, Adonai, Elohim, amazing. We did it. Might have been a bit long, but we said all of this in Hebrew. You can stop it, pronounce it with me, and we have the translation of it. Gonna break it down word by word later on. So I'm going to make this focus so far. Rabbi, thank you so much for watching, and very excited to our Hebrew community, where we learn Hebrew twice a week, every week, live classes, or watching anything. And you know, you can help us. Check it out. It's a 7-day free trial, and you're all invited. Looking forward to see you there. Rabbi, have a blessed day.
You don't go to class. You don't go to class. Focus on the yellow. Focus on the yellow. It's safe. Now you see it, right?
Shalom everyone, welcome back to another video of YouTube edition. Time we're going to learn 25 essential words of Hebrew. It's going to be easy, simple, good taste, and we can just get started. Are you ready? Let's do it. So the first one is shalom. Of course, the easiest word. Shalom is hello. It also even means goodbye. Okay, so the second is or sometimes people say, Todah Rabba. By the way, very much. So we had Todah, okay, Todah Rabba. Third, you're welcome. Someone says Todah. I say Todah.
How the fuck can Ozzy not understand his goddamn word he says, but he sings like a fucking bird? How the fuck did that ever happen? You can't be fucking bad in the bones, Jack. I'm sorry, I cut you off. I'm just thinking about how he's right there. Especially there was a marked-out cartel. Yeah. I always felt bad.
Shabbos דווקא. למה? We really want to say things they want to do. We're part of the world, tell stories.
Yeah, my friend moved show.
Shabbos דווקא. למה? We really want to say things they want to do. We're part of the world, tell stories. Little stories. I got a family and friends. One of these stories, no matter our background, learning experience, as long as we need content, we are in time. You know, like when you're doing it.
She owns a bunch of country bars. She decided to get manager, and she bought it from Sandy Martin. And Sandy and her husband's the one who started the last time. And then Sandy sold her she wanted to get out to this lady. So it was all people together. $150 million more. She like women's clubs, she owned the biggest country bar. She had the majority of the and this woman had so much fucking money. This was just one of her things.
Tomorrow.
She would come in. And then so she had to leave.
Come on, Wandale. Dude, what is there a fucking obsession with this guy? Wandale. Love this coach. Look at bullshit. This coach sucks.
I always thought that you kicked away the stuff, man. He had too far to call these concepts. He's not bad. This guy had to go to play with him, right? What are you doing? He was a hit, man. You had an NBA team chiefs take over there in 3 seconds after this. For me to believe it.
Yeah, he was editing, he was making pornos. That's right. And the guy went bang. And he fucking whacked it. Yo, dog. Auntie, how old are you?
How old are you? Maybe.
Every time I come here, I gotta tell you this. The other day, I was turning on my TV, and I thought it was Steve T.V.'s like from Xfinity, but you just hold on to what you're saying. And I go, I love Josie Wells. I love Josie Wells. Anytime I fuck the water, for free. Right? Listen, when he's talking to fucking tin bags, when he's talking about, that's the most, okay, go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself, these people today. Alright, you Kevin Costner and all these assholes. Go fuck yourself. You want to take acting schools to it?
But that's also very now make a big deal about it. Watch that.
When he's talking about taking ass with the candles and keys and fucking anybody in the hotel, every single fucking defensive motherfucker talk about that. They want to see how creative defense traps all the time. And a lot of times they keep that break out.
I go for a straight like in 3 months. Where they come it's
Look at this athleticism, folks. It's really unprecedented.
There was two asses.
Come on, you little bitch. All right, come on. Wild roll. What do I have to do to summon you, dog? Wandale fucking Robinson. Did they give it to this Scatterboo dude again? Wandale Robinson. Wandale Robinson.
Church communion over here for the first time. My tour manager been smoking a cigarette, drinking water. You know, feeling about it. Don't wonder. Don't wonder. No one's doing water, okay? Yeah. Just they're always on the first time. They don't know. Find a couch. One light something you motherfucker wants. Yeah. It's like, hey, so what do you want to do? It's a channel factory. You didn't take glasses. Go on the fucking boat and fucking just hear you. Oh, yeah. The bass fucking get your heart going. There's drums kicking and that fucking the horse track will have fucking drums in it. That's what the shit goes, Jack. You gotta be ready. You gotta be on the train and you're left to the station. That's all I'm saying, right?
It's like Shark Week. This is like Shark Week. We gotta go in the fucking. So much ass to stop. You
have ice ass. You gotta point towards me. What are you dropping? Flavor your falafel. Alright, they're gonna give you this shit straight from fucking Hebron. No, Hebron or whatever that is, man. Where'd you pick up from?
Wandale Robinson. He sucks, dude. This guy's awful. Wandale. 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 This guy sucks.
Everybody's fucking looking at me, and I'm like, oh my
Wandale. Come on, motherfucker, give it to him. This play call sucks. Her hair looks amazing.
That's what makes you great. He's trying to make this one. Holy shit. This shit was so fun. Coco with drink all the chips. The best come out go. And the most I swear to God, be watching a movie. Hey, Rob, you want something for the kids? Get a glass of water. Okay, you were see, you were on the
Wandale. Come on, baby. Are you fucking serious? Quit with this asshole. Yo, what up? Wandale. Wandale Robinson, come on, baby.
basket
already
over.
know what card you're going to use.
And this is the stuff it pisses me off when they like the basket goes through the whole system and then you already know the usage of the basket. I don't know what the hell
Therefore, there's no love. Now, what if this basket is upright?
No, man, we're fascinated.
I still don't say love it.
But you know,
It's the walls, because the argument walls are
just know how to come
all I
around,
see
please.
is a flat. All it is, like, take an object and throw 4 ounces of juice around it.
I'm not seeing fucking ghosts or, spirits and shit.
What if I have a little bump in the road?
Mine is fucked.
I don't know.
That's all part of the
For some reason, I can't take a deep breath.
What if it's
I'm off this week.
4, 5, 6?
I always seem to forget that. Like I always,
Don't step on it.
when I go to Nashville, when I go to
But
these
then you're
cities,
above 9 people use,
you know, when you
just
work,
your
you
work.
work, man.
And therefore, it becomes
I'm a grown fucking man. I get tired.
What
Those
if I have a
fucking
hole
early
in
morning
that?
flights
That's
kill me.
exactly
So I'm fucking off. I'm off.
Right.
So to a
You know,
holy
yeah,
ground,
I make jokes, I send my emails, I take care of my business.
holy ground,
But I'm off. I'm not drinking. I'm not drinking or anything. The table, anything. That's the most distinct thing from my fucking
later on,
life. I'm off. I'm
it is
gonna do a
a
podcast on a Wednesday night with 2 fucking sandwiches. That's it.
That's water. That's
Let me get some shout outs before I forget real
It's
quick.
considered something that
Make you some bad
you walk
motherfuckers.
through it. The question is, why is it just going to get so well, the first part I can explain is the part of the concept of the water, because some people use it in the summer. I don't think in the winter it's not considered part of it. That's why it's released itself the second time.
Jericho Jones, Brandy Lynn. I'll see you in Minneapolis in 2 weeks. Travel London, Remedy King,
But why does it say
Benny,
Sorrento?
Moreno, Jay, Juanitos, Spooky, Spooky, What's happening, you bad motherfuckers? There you go.
Well, hey, okay, good. So I gotta tell them about the thing. I love these guys, man. My buddy Enforcer, he's homeboys down in Little Rock, fucking, he's a member of the church. I want to give you a shot and watch you fucking get all fucked up on that, okay? But also great. Also, I heard today, Ricky Cruz out of Florida. This boy's out of the hospital. This boy had a sinus infection, and when he took it to the doctor said, "Oh, it's a virus." The sinus infection got so bad, it was an abscess in the boy's sinuses. This boy's 7 years old, and so the little boy had to go to the ICU for like 9 days. Had to have surgery. Okay. And he does all this, and I'm talking to him, I'm like, look, my God, that needs you, right? I said, everything's okay. And he goes, I'm going to see the room. And he's like, myself or something? I said, that kid ain't got that leg in my head. I said him everything. And he goes, all he wants is a leg up. God damn it. That part, he's still won't die. They're so close to the bones, so close to the brain, and this dumb fucking ER doctors who don't get it to shit. Right? I like to look, take 5 minutes, look at a kid, right? What's the color of the snot, okay? White, red, he's 7, let's give him antibiotics anyway, just to make sure he's okay, alright? It's fucking Miami, just
That's pretty unreal.
alright, he's like that, but he'll still need it. And it's like, that little boy, thinking that we're having it, we're in West Palm. And he left every day, and he was like, and fever, spikes, that's all.
So maybe that's not
And Mike, one thing I just want to double check on here, but he did not have to do long enough for it to be a possession. And because I was thinking it might have been first down for Kansas City there, but it was not. And now the Giants are in tremendous position. Their problem is they couldn't make a field goal, I don't think. And so they're either touchdown or bust at this point.
Wandale. Yeah, that was cool. Wandale. How about Wandale? Fuck Malik Neighbors. Wandale. OJ McDuffie was amazing in Miami. Wandale. Why would you do that? Wandale. Team is awful.
going to need Dexter Lawrence with Brian Burns sitting over there on the sideline. Dexter Lawrence is one of the largest, most athletic human beings I have ever seen. Such a huge guy in there, and the way that you dish up. Yeah, there's a whole team to look for the Super Bowl losses. And that pressure from the middle, run them in to those end pressures on the outside. Run them into run them into Adam Smart and make one of those extra plays where they start right up front with number 97. But the way here, remember you was here. Great play right here.
There's bullshit going. I don't know any place. I'm going to go out of the city. I don't know any place. I don't want to go there. I'm going to jam people up. When I get off, here we go. Guess what? One of the time, and then go right into that place. They go, hello. I got to tell them this is my God. I said hello. And then all I had to wait. Then I get my roast beef sandwich. She made me an extra with me. And then she goes, I heard you love my rice pudding. So here, take a bigger bag. And she gave me an extra rice pudding. One of those fucking rice chips. And then why is this? What the hell, right? That's the one. That's the fucking one.
Yesterday we had That the killer should not walk past
Bullshit. I hope the
just like writers not walking past half an hour for Shabbos. Yeah, Shabbos will walk down the aisle and read in to his friend.
to the 2.5 time.
This is really nice. It says the person should not stand in one way and teach in another direction. He stands so not to bring over and slap your life. Or by skills because you might see how many of all these things you're going to exalt. And then the production is like, you can't be fast and still applies to a wine press. A higher word that a wine press is a term. In other words, it's also what you say up in energies around more than the purposes which is the resist the rabbanon, but the seed, a family, the smallest, that's a farm. Just telling us, based on the requirements, that's all the what is this number? That would consist of 0, 0, and 0. It's a double safeguard. A paradise is a safeguard that you want to carry this around. So that's one safeguard. One thing the person don't carry something you don't carry because you don't carry it around. That's one safeguard. So what if you don't have before I tell you what, I have this thing. That's only if you want to be proud. And there's a contradiction in the Bryces. One Bryce says that a Zohar that has an issue, and he wears a pouch, a kiss, a diaper, to see whether or not he has additional issue. It's possible for him to walk out like on a Shabbos because it's not the way to walk around with a pouch. And if he does, okay, it's awesome. No more than that. The other Bryces says not only is it awesome, it's kind of perhaps we can reconcile the Bryces and say, Bryces says that it's also very important that this particular person, it is his right to wear a pouch. And therefore for him, it's also considered the direct to wear it. The other Bryce says when you're married, it says since most people don't wear pouches, it's public. It says about it, either you're married, that it has to be that no one wears something like this. If some people wear it and some people don't, the professionals do wear it, then no one will see that it's awesome. Or if somebody drills a hole, or a professional usually drills a larger hole, and he drills a smaller hole, I think this guy is probably, of course not. Therefore, what guy says, we're talking about one Bryce, a Zohar, exciting. But in order for you to be a self-governance, so for men, it's necessary to wear the couch. That's why it's fine. The second prize is something that we already had, we rejoice, and it's a bad day. So therefore, the couch doesn't really accomplish anything. That's why it is public. The fact that the couch prevents his clothing from becoming dirty, that's not considered enough of a usage of the term. Therefore, it is pucker and a wonderful difference.
Hit him.
We know how to
Mishnah that a person is not allowed to lash clothing or sinker or a candle. It says that these two halachas are from the 18 halachas that Hananiah ben Tzidkei ben Dora said what happened was Talmidim and Mishami got together and stood up together. More Talmidim and Mishami than one. They made big concerns. Hananiah ben Tzidkei, he wrote a rice of what you do is tiny. If you're Hananiah applied this to serious, the parables, Nixon, the parables, right? You have a control, and then your Nixon is good that happened to apply this to. And so they're also right. I say that there's so many stars and goals that also went through. The more the shot is, the more it says, the shakta, a crazy person trying to get paid, doesn't know that something's wrong. We don't know all the good that the powerful does for us. Or the Gemara says, a person is alive, has dead flesh, in front of night food, he won't feel anything. By the way, the Gemara says, that person feels. Just like the word of those people, I will also sing for us and sing to us. Without him, I don't want to destroy something that's gave him 300 barrels of oil and 7 desires and rectified all the contradictions that are safe for us. The Lord concludes with great detail what the rest of tears are. Wonderful day. Stay safe, stay healthy, stay smart.
Sucker pop to kick that off to Devin Singletary with the return across the 30 to the 32-yard line with Giants take over. All right, let's take a look at our next gen stat power. He has been something in the first half. The first 2 weeks, 3 total missed tackles forced. He was in the NFL. Let's get to hole number 44 out there. 5 in the first half. Into the first half. There's 1 back left to go along with it. We didn't see any of those the first 2 weeks. Maybe he's the secret sauce.
No, it's Rondell Robinson. This guy sucks. Rondell. Rondell.
There just aren't many guards in all of football that can handle this big guy. He is has been their best player on defense for a long time. John Runyon that time. And you know, for the second year, he is almost relieved. Because this is a team that's built for solid defensive games. You know, this accident. It's not going on the edge.
Wandale Robinson, dog. Oh, are you fucking serious?
The Chiefs have to go. Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs have to go on offense like they did on that last drive. It won't matter if it's more the 10 or the 15.
This is the worst. Wandale Robinson, I'm gonna trade that. Thank you. Cut me.
Any large pizza at regular menu price. Get one large one-topping pizza for free. Ingredients, better pizza, Papa John's.
Let's go back to the TikTok.
Oh, this is the worst.
they said that if Denver punches and that you're supposed to any point there at all. You cannot say that this is they said that here is basically this person. He also has but it's funny that later on in time, all the 60 cigarettes that the lady was like, is that what's good? As far as much as it's good, but the explanation is the same. Once he said,
This is the worst fucking game. Wandale.
From 98 till when my father passed was me becoming a man. And the last straw was my father passed. I'll make you a man until you don't know you're a man until your father passes. You're no longer something to regulate. That's a point. Who the fuck peels grapes?
It's only 3 days every 2 years, but it might be the best one in the sport. The Ryder Cup. It starts on Friday at BC USA and kicks off before the Ryder Cup about 45 miles east of here at legendary track, and it will be has announcements and a couple of U.S. Opens. Some scene there, the fans. New York City area, metropolitan area, we see the Ryder Cup here also for Ridgewood. The first festival founded here back in 1935. USA, Europe.
Wandale Robinson.
A lot of conversation here on what happened for Austin. It's really what they've been reduced to here tonight. They're just basically taking away Malik Neighbors, and every time Russell Wilson gets impatient and tries to go there, all of a sudden he ends up with one intercepted. So if the Giants are going to make a comeback here, it's probably Darius Slayton, it's probably Wandale Robinson, it's Theo Johnson, because they just have been unable to get Neighbors even started. By the time that Russell Wilson got that audible out, then you had already seen Nick Miller. They're blitzing, there's no question watching. Now they're going to run back out of there. They're just going to give a little space over to the neighbors. Once you cross the 50, you can expect runs. That's the chase. Wilson taking a shot. He's getting coverage for neighbors. Grabbing his head, Neighbors also shaking up as well as they were both airborne trying to go up and get it. And that is a big issue right there for the New York Giants. Two important players for each team. But the safety Neighbors the receiver here get kicked by Neighbors accidentally. Neighbors went to grab his shoulder. See Neighbors getting up for the Giants. The trade staff for the Chiefs continue to look. This started safety point.
The choices that we make can change lives. You still have
take care of some such as one extra one. Even if it's going rain, you see that there's clouds in the sky.
Healthier women make a healthier world. That doesn't mean taking care of yourself. It means taking care of you.
If there are no clouds in the sky, everybody that's not in the country, you have to I want to capture the water. So where is the situation where the water clouds in the sky? Right, something wrong tonight, so that shall be remain, because therefore this water where they still is not considered completely, and the halacha is like the Shabbat because it's not the still or still that's not one of the things. In fact, that looks like it's still. What is one of the things? The fact that all even one day old, consider me the scope of the girl under the age of the soil is can be considered. So not supposed to be. Therefore, they consider the opposite of the
that house has been taken away in this country. See, that was a house, that was a way of life. Guys like Ralphie, neighbors, guys, they figure out a way how to make a great living and not bust their hump. So what they would do is they would fucking get a job and they worked 8 months of the year, but in June they was guaranteed laid off. They would collect unemployment till October. And the whole summer, they lived, they could cash money.
The person were to take any vessel, they hold it over the dead body. That's when it becomes coming as a money.
You can buy $100 and sell it at the bar in 1 night.
If you want something to do,
So it was $200 for 100.
in other words, anything under the same city,
All you gotta do
the
is
city
take a
must be
piece of this quick, break it
wide
down.
with their
You
the 18
come to my house at
halacha
6
that
thirty.
you do shopping.
You come to my house at 8.
There's a halacha that
This one was my daughter.
if you're
You come to my house at 8:30.
in other words, a
I give you
Maridea,
100 girls. The good news is both players got up and walked off. It's so done. What's the great ideas? Running Cook won the last match game.
Wandale. If you give it to Scalaboo, I'm gonna be so pissed. He was down. Down.
This is another
60 to 70 off of these
you
go
harvest
on
grapes.
your way. Make
I
the
mean,
profit.
McDuffie clearly has been a pretty dominant player in the secondary for this Chiefs team. But right now, for the New York Giants, it's just one of those moments, right? You got plenty of time in this game.
That was a fumble.
Go down and put some points on. At this point, that's how easy it is. Lost his patience a few times, taking early shots and really should not have been taken at their stance. They were
And then my shade is Ralphie, man. You know I can't lie. There was a time I was a credit fucking credit card dude. And I still to this day, out of all the shit I did, there's two things that I sit back and get.
Another one that he can walk
How the fuck?
says
Preseason probably has some rain. The really quick read, like maybe more up on the see if this is as much
Wandale. 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 Wandale.
Oh, Wando did get something.
getting a game is this year when it comes to people not needing the most expensive plan to see anything. That's what you think that would be a good call. So it's not so we try something ordinarily it's Dexter Lawrence who's delivering big hits on the quarterback, but not against the Kansas City Chiefs. They've had him bottled up all night long with double teams and running at him. Just hasn't really had a chance to get jump started at all. In addition to his elbow last year, then you see the two big guys that race for the 3-3. Yes, we've been watching it down here. We're not playing guys for that.
We're not concerned that it's just not good. Every single guy
Giants have been able to send so much pressure after Mahomes as they've been playing a lot of man coverage on the back end. And sometimes you get confused and you see somebody in the secondary giving up a pass that time with Debo. But these guys have been under a ton of pressure because they have no choice. They have to get hits on Patrick Mahomes. And oftentimes he's either the fourth or fifth or sixth player on a
Come on. Dude, they're fucking obsessed with this asshole. Their coach deserves to be fired. No passing game. $5 minutes left. Russell Wilson sucks. Look, Wandale.
And I'm going to try to say this diplomatically, but there is a level of excitement inside that building.
Wandale.
It's not going away either. Teammates, the connection, like one of the guys right away, and he's having fun with the scout team.
Oh, that's what we really about. What you really give a shit is whether this motherfucker's having fun on the scout team. Not why aren't we getting the ball to Wandale Robinson? That's the question that I have for them. That's the fucking question that I have for them. Wandale Robinson, you're the worst. You deserve to be fired. Wandale. He's open. Just throw it to him. Dog, he is so shitty.
And the Kansas City Chiefs defense is fantastic. And their early schedule is really, really tough. So at what point do you want to put in a Jacksonville? Even if you did want to put him in, you don't want to put him in.
Why would you hand the ball off? Under what fucking situation? Wandale. What the fuck was that? Dude, Russell Wilson, he sucks so much dick. Wandale. If they hand the ball off, they deserve to lose. Every game this year. Oh, Wandale. Wandale. What the fuck is that? Wandale. Wandale. This guy is so bad. Wandale. Wandale. Are you fucking serious?
The Giants ran the ball fairly well tonight, but they should have because of the defense that was being played with those deep safeties and takeaway neighbors. And they didn't run it well enough, consistently enough, all the way down the field to be able to make the difference and score the touchdowns they needed. And you know, the Giants defense played pretty well tonight, and they did okay and hung in there with Patrick Mahomes, but in the end, the Giants
just can't put offense and defense together. They just can't do it.
So the Chiefs have won. This was an important game. They get on the board. They don't fall 3 games behind the Chargers. They've already lost to the Ravens next Sunday at Arrowhead. Then they go to Jacksonville. Jacksonville will get there. We'll see them against the Lions coming up on a Sunday night in Week 6.
Olive oil, and now it works. Well, it's close. As much as use the olive oil. Picture reveal set.
The timeout.
Looks at our puzzle.
2:18 to go. Speaking of the Chargers, they are here. Coach Hart says the Chargers do 3-0. They come in, and then the Giants will go to New Orleans. The Saints took a point by Seattle this week. Philly twice in 3 weeks. Broncos close losses. Undefeated Niners, and it's a brutal stretch for the Giants here to start the season.
It is. And also, I think a lot of the Jackson Dart discussion is partially based on that, right? You might pick up that Saints game and go, there's a slump, we go give him a shot there. The Eagles got it 3 weeks, and I know things, right? So at some point he's going to be, he was not panic over it. I know he's going to play. But I do think there's something to, and it'll be, just be Brian Daboll's exactly what's happening. It'll be the general manager. It's the point that will be made this year. And I wait till day that he's right. And then we'll see
Give him. Intercept it. surprised to see that ball coming out of there. Man, that was close. And that would have bounced right in. So who knows what would have happened out of there. Wandale, if you give it to Scatterbill, oh, I'm going to be so pissed.
In other words, if you get it the right good handle, how much work is
The Cowboys trading like a Parsons to keep
I'm saying, start out with 8, and the second game, 7, and 6 games. I still say I'm starting with 1. As far as the more what it says,
Wandale. Russell Wilson sucks in the pocket. Rondale. He is so bad. How many fucking sacks is he? Garbage. Garbage.
Joseph, I'm sure the lady asked, I don't know, it cannot benefit from sugar decoration unless you eat it. You learn this from the menorah. Says Rabbi Yosef, Marida Adram, as we would say in our days, the master of Adram. It's the first rice that you can't use sugar decoration. Hanukkah is not. Rather, the part of this halacha is Kisei Hadam, and we learn Sukkah and Hanukkah from Kisei Hadam. In all of Shas, when Rabbi Shmuel argued, halachas like Rabbi Yisrael, but the following three halachas, Abai is read, Rabbi Rothschild has to like Shmuel, and that is that you are permitted, according to Shmuel, to light one candle, others are permitted to untie your tzitzis and place them in another baguette. And the halachas like Rabbi Shimon, according to Shmuel, big grade, that you're permitted to drag a heavy object on the ground, even though it might create furrow in the ground as long as you're not mechaven to make that furrow. Now, what is the issue with having a nail and nail? Writing one word from the other. One Adonai says, this is the Zion of a mitzvah, should not be using a mitzvah to light a match to light another candle. And the other Adonai says, it's you're taking away from the original mitzvah. What says it? You're using some of the oil of the first candle. What is the difference between the in a case we go directly from wood to wood. In that case, there is no Zion itself. It's go directly from the wood rather than the wood. However, it's still a mitzvah. It looks like as if you're using some of the oil of the first. So you want to ask a question for my teacher. The person has a lot of fruit, which needs to reach Yerushalayim he's permitted to redeem all of his fruit onto a coin. A coin becomes kaddish. Now I want to take that coin that's kaddish and use it as a counterweight to weigh another coin in order for me to use that other coin for my Shane. I want to do a mitzvah with it. And right now I'm doing a mundane cash. I'm weighing with it. The halacha is you're not permitted to do something. We must explain, in order to explain Shmuel, that the reason why it's also because we're worried about the outcome. What if you find out that the weight of the 7 point is not adequate? It's too, it doesn't weigh enough or weighs too much. You're not going to use that coin. Therefore, you're weighing it the first time. You're using a kaddish coin to do a thing that never had a good outcome of a mitzvah. But in our case, when you take a match and you light one candle, perhaps that's okay because the chances that you're not going to use that to light another candle are very
Hi, Miss Aquarius.
Gemara tells us that.
How are you, madam?
Okay. How are you?
I'm well, thank you. Are you ready for me?
Yeah, let's play. Before I go to bed, I gotta get up in the morning.
You have something in the morning? What do you have in the morning?
Hair's done. And then I gotta go to the woman doctor about my mammogram. I gotta go to the mammogram place.
Okay.
But I'll get my hair done.
Alrighty.
Let's go. Let's go. Yay.
That's good. You've got these 3. No doubt.
Oh.
Beautiful spare. Perfectly placed.
Thank you. No, you got this. Thank you.
Oh, for sure. No doubt. They shouldn't even make me do this because they know I'm going to get it. Get it, baby.
Yay.
There we go.
Oh, come on, let's go. No. You got it right out of this one. I got the opportunity now.
Give it to me. I'm going to get these 4. Or they're 5. I'm going to get these 5. No doubt. Are you serious? How does it slide like that?
No.
That's garbage. You got it.
Right, me, I got it.
Oh, no doubt.
You got it.
Did you go? Oh, there you go. This is a tough split, Miss Aquarius. Get 2. The goal is to get 2.
Girl, I'm gonna keep missing it. Okay, you got it, Rabbi.
No doubt. All right, I'm going to get these 2. Then I'm going to celebrate. Get it. Yay.
It did. Okay, here, come on. Yeah.
Now that makes it interesting, Miss Aquarius.
Yeah, I know, right? Come on, come on.
Oh, no. Oh, how hard is this?
Oh, no.
2 strikes in a row. Miss Aquarius is making an amazing comeback. Oh, get it. 3 in a row. That's a turkey. It's over. 4 in a row. That's a record for Miss Aquarius, everybody.
Oh, my God. Yes. All right.
You took the wind out of my sails. You got 4 strikes in a row. That was amazing. 4 strikes in a row. Bravo. Yeah, that was amazing. I'm not going to stop talking about that for a long time. 4 strikes in a row. Get 5 here. Get 5.
Okay. Come on, Rabbi. It's your turn now.
No, it's not. It's your turn.
It's your turn, though. You gotta get it. You gotta win.
I don't know if I'm getting 4 in a row. That's not what
Let's go.
but I'll take it because I'm going to get these 3.
Yeah.
No doubt.
And where did you, I know everyone's going to ask this, like, where do you go to meet people? Now, were you in bars and restaurants, Starbucks, grocery stores?
Actually, I could have already, I have a great story for you. I was thinking of this over the weekend because I meet
Oh, you got it. You got it.
right now is walking down the street and
Get it.
Come on, right.
Okay, I'm going to get these 2 now. No doubt.
Yeah, no doubt.
Got it.
Especially if you happen to be wearing their team. Is it a Yankee hat?
You know, I wear Dodgers hats. Like, and this
Yeah.
is the thing is I wear Dodgers hats in New York, and so either they love the Dodgers and they're stopping me for that reason, or they're stopping me because they have something to say about how upset are the Yankees
Nope.
or the Dodgers.
It's okay. Rabbi, I want Rabbi to leave. Come on, Rabbi. Right, Rabbi. Right.
There we go. That's a big lead.
Yeah, that's good. That's very good. I like that. I like that for you.
Miss Aquarius making the comeback.
Come on, Rabbi. Got it. Do it again.
Oh, what is that?
So let's talk about your book. You have a book coming out soon called Dating Disability, 15 Stories of Dealing with
Get it, girl.
Building Confidence.
Get it, girl.
Oh.
Are they all about your life or did
You got it this time, Rabbi.
Miss Aquarius. Get it.
You got it, Rabbi. You got it.
Oh, no
Yay.
doubt. No doubt.
Come on. Strike again. Strike again. Strike it. Strike it. Oh, it should not. That one in.
I am in agreement. Oh, that's right.
Yay.
You win, I win. I win, you win. Undefeated. Undefeated in bowling, undefeated in friendship. Miss Aquarius, that was amazing. You got 4 in a row. That was a night to remember. Beautiful job.
you know, it sounds like this book
Best wishes with your
has
appointment tomorrow.
Yeah, I know, right?
Absolutely.
I know I do fine. This lady said I was good last year. Mom said I was good last year. So I know I'm a good this year.
God willing.
God's willing. All right, I'll do that. I love you.
I love you
I'll
too.
see you tomorrow, God willing.
God willing. Excellent job.
You too. Thank you.
You're welcome.
So, besides the baseball cap trick, can you share with our listeners another jewel of wisdom that would help anybody in the dating world?
I feel like I could share a lot. I think if I had to pick one, is I talk about this in the book, and this is something I borrowed from my soul cycle instructor, is to focus on getting 1% better. You don't have to get 10% better overnight. You have to get 1% better each day. And that was something I really judged myself harshly. I judged myself very harshly for a number of years, which is not a good thing, and many of us do it. And I remember, when I first started telling men who I was romantically and sexually interested in that, that I felt that way, I was really hard on myself. I'm like, why can't I have this conversation in person? Like, I sent it back, why couldn't I push myself to do this in person? And that wasn't fair. I wasn't being fair on myself, to myself. And I think, you have to remember that particularly when have struggled with self-esteem or have struggled with self-worth, that's a lot to come out the other side of it. We're also for anyone who does that. And if you are just taking small steps, like that's okay. You're going to get to a place, where I get, where you're not afraid to just say it on the phone, to say, like, I wanted you to kiss me, or I want to kiss you, you're going to get there, but you're not going to get there overnight. And so, yes, I really, that 1% better applies to a lot of things.
Yes, I think we can all think about just getting a little bit better every single day. Emily Goodson, you said we have very little time left, but you said you have a quick story about a friend of the show here, Dr. Eva Rinko, who's a psychiatrist in Miami, who we've had on the show a number of times in the past.
I have my portrait has been into her photography, so that's the Bold Beauty Project.
That's right. She runs a charity called the Bold Beauty Project, where she has makeup artists and wardrobe people glam up people with physical disabilities and do a beautiful photography exhibit. I think her most recent one was at UCLA in the spring.
That's right.
Yeah, which is great. Oh, well, I'm going to have to look at your picture there. Emily Goodson, where can people get the book? The book is called Dating Disability, 15 Stories of Dealing with the BS and Building Confidence. Where can people get it?
They can get it right now on my publisher's website.
With the receipts. Exhibit A, the alleged car chase that they were watching. And right there on the banner below, you can see it started in Temple City, and we saw that. Go ahead, Philip.
Well, I wanted to let you know that President Trump has said Charlie Kirk has died. So that is the breaking news that we are likely about to have with ABC News.
Exhibit B, the giant clocks around their office. Exhibit C, don't worry, you won't have to do the math because I've done it for you. Timestamp time. It is 1:07 and 15 seconds in the afternoon, with the timestamp on their video of 3 hours, 42 minutes, and 5 seconds.
For 3 o'clock at Utah time, which is 2 o'clock Pacific.
Exhibit D, we have a cheering starting at exactly 4 hours, 17 minutes, and 15 seconds, which is a difference of 35 minutes and 10 seconds. So if you take the timestamp plus the clock saying it was 1:07 and 15 seconds, add 35 minutes and 15 seconds, what time would you have? 1:43. So they technically were watching a car chase video. What do you think they were cheering for?
In the back.
Australia officially recognized Palestinian state, sparking backlash from Israeli and researchers discover a fish that was thwarted for mating.
So the 40 years that Israel was in the desert, HaKadosh Baruch Hu lit up and created life for Klal Yisrael. Therefore,
Wanda Robinson, you're the worst.
We benefit from his life. He doesn't need our life. The menorah is a testimony to the nations that HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the Shechina is sure on Klal Yisrael. And how does he testify? How does it work? Because we use the Ner Ma'aravi to light all the other candles. The Ma'aravi depends. If the menorah is facing east and west, then the second candle coming into the Heichal, that's the one we light. If the menorah faces north-south, according to one Manoma, then the center one, the Emtsai, that's the Ner Ma'aravi. At any rate, we use that Ner Ma'aravi to light all the other candles, and that's the last one that we clean out. we must explain that the way it worked, it was not that we took a match and went from one to the other, because that would be a problem of using mitzvah. We must explain that the wick was long enough to reach the other cup. Each cup's wick reached the other one. Yet the only issue that remains is if you hold akushim, it looks as if you're taking and diminishing the oil from the first cup. Over here, we still have that problem. Rabbi Rothschild says, if a cheresh shaita b'katan, people that are not able to light Hanukkah candles, if they lit it, are you yotzei if you pick it up and place the menorah after they lit it in its proper resting place? If you hold hadlaka isim so that the mitzvah is when you light it, then you wouldn't be yotzei the mitzvah. But if you hold the hanacha isim mitzvah, then it's fine. Doesn't matter who lit it. The point is, you have to place it in the proper final place, and you are yotzei. So therefore, the Gemara says, I could bring a raya perhaps. If a person lit the menorah but kept on holding the menorah throughout the whole duration, he's not yotzei. Why not? He performed the hadlaka. Shouldn't he be yotzei? You see from here that hanacha is a mitzvah. The Gemara says no. Perhaps the reason why he's not yotzei is because other people don't see the pursuing mitzvah. They're going to think that you lit it for your own good. So the Gemara will have another raya. What about a case where a person lit it indoors and he brought it outdoors? Allah says he's not yotzei. So why not? If hanacha is a mitzvah, I put it in its final resting place, it should be okay. You see from here, hadlaka is a mitzvah. Gemara says the same answer. Perhaps people will say that you did it for yourself. And finally, the Gemara brings a raya. If a person lights a very large glass bowl of oil from Friday all the way to Motzei Shabbos, and he wants to light candles, what does he do? He extinguishes the candle and he relights it. But if hanacha is a mitzvah, he should have to lift it up and put it down again. That's one raya. The second raya is from the fact that we say mitzivanu lahadlik ner Chanukah. You see from here that the mitzvah is in the hadlaka. We don't say mitzivanu lahaniach ner Chanukah, but rather lahadlik. So from here you see that the mitzvah is. Now the Gemara says, since we proved that the hadlaka is a mitzvah, therefore if a cheresh shouldn't have gotten lighted, you are not yotzei even if you place it in its final place. And a woman certainly could be yotzei with the mitzvah, as we're going to see tomorrow. She could also be yotzei to your husband, because afhein hoyu b'sanes. Yehudis was the one who cut off the general's head, and it was a terrible decree against all women, all brides. Therefore, they were in the nace, and they could certainly light Hanukkah candles. Have a wonderful day.
Was it helpful for people to come in when you were with your husband?
Shabbos Avchav Gimel, a guest must light Ner Chanukah. And if he wants, he can participate by giving money to the host and being part of his candle. If he's married, he could be soibach on his wife. Women are mechuyev in Ner Chanukah like men because afhein hayu b'sanes. Yehudis is the one who killed the general, and they had other exeris against them. Therefore, a wife can be moitzi a husband. Shmuel Levi says the best oil is olive oil. It's clear and it's very bright. It's actually better than sesame seed oil, which lasts longer, but it's not as bright and clear. When you make ink, there are two processes in the making of the ink which require oil. Process number one is you burn oil and you capture the smoke in a glass, and that smoke is soup. You peel that smoke off and you mix that smoke with step two with oil. To make the soup, it's best to use olive oil. But to mix the soup, some say it's best to use olive oil, some say it's not necessary. There's another ingredient in ink, which is the sap of trees. The best sap is a blackthorn gum. But the Gemara says you can use any sap you want. As we know, and this comes from Rab, the first night of Hanukkah we make three brachas. Lahadik ner Hanukkah, sha'asa nisim laviseinu, and shechiyanu. On the second night of Hanukkah, we don't say shechiyanu. But on all nights of Hanukkah, you say sha'asa nisim laviseinu because there was a nace on every single one of the 8 nights. If you know for a fact that you are not going to light Neris Hanukkah, You're on a ship, you're on a plane, you see from a distance. You say a bracha just for singing. You don't say lahadlik because you aren't lighting. You say sha'asa nisim laviseinu. And on the first night, you'll also say shachianu, but on the second night, all you say is sha'asa nisim. The question is, why do we say in brachas that are on mitzvahs d'Rabbanan, like Ner Chanukah, why do we say b'tzivanu? You, Hashem, commanded us. Chachamim commanded us. The Gemara explains because it says in Torah, lo yisasu. You cannot deviate from what Chachamim tell us. So therefore, anytime Chachamim give us a mitzvah, it has the power of a d'oraisa. Another pasuk is, Sha'al avicha v'yagetcha, zekinecha v'yaymer lach. The zekin and the Chachamim will tell you, and you must listen. When it comes to the mai, these are fruit that you buy from an Amoritz. You're not sure whether or not he performed Trumas Amaisrus. He separated Trumas Amaisrus. Chachamim are mechayev you be mafresh Truma Amaisrus. Why don't we make a bracha on that? It's the Rabbanon. We should make a bracha just like we make on Ner Chanukah. In fact, the halacha is you can take this mai and make a bracha on it, make zimun on it, use it as an eruv chatzeros, as an eruv tafshilin, as a sheet of mavais. You could also be mafresh the Truma Amaisrus unclothed. That shows us that there's no bracha. And the answer is, says Abaya, because it's a suffix Rabbanan. The Rabbanan are not sure whether or not the Amoritz was mafresh Trumas Amaisrus, whereas by Chanukah is a vada. Rabbi says even more. Not only is it a suffix, it's not even a suffix. It doesn't start at all. Because most Amoritz do perform Trumas Amaisrus. It's a chumrah. And in a chumrah, you don't make a bracha. Ravuna says that a house that has two front doors, we're not concerned that some out-of-towner that's not familiar with your house will think that two separate families live there and will wonder how come one of the families didn't light their Chanukah. Therefore, all you need to do is light one candle. However, if you have doors on two sides of your house, let's say on the front of your house and on the side of your house, you're mechuyev to light two candles. We are concerned for the people that live in the city. They might think that since you didn't light on one of the doors, you didn't light at the other door. Where do we see that you must be concerned with what other people think about it? In the Torah, by pay. The Torah says that you have to leave the corner of your field for the poor. You must leave it all the way at the end when you're finished harvesting. Why is that? Why all the way at the end? Why can't I leave the corner in the middle while I'm harvesting? There are 4 reasons given. Well, the reason that's important for us is that we are concerned that other people might think that you haven't given pay. And they'll curse you. And we don't want other people to think bad about you. The other 3 reasons are because if you can give it whenever you want, you wait until the poor people leave, and then you'll make a phone call to your best friend and have him come down and take it. Or we don't want the poor people to waste their time. They don't know when you're going to give it, so they'll sit around for days. Like this, they know exactly when it's going to happen, and they won't waste their time. And the 4th reason is, Torah says, you have a chiyuv, you take pay. We don't want you to lie and say, yes, I gave it yesterday. We know exactly when you're giving it. You're giving it all the way at the end. Like this, you won't come to lie. A candle, a lantern that has 2 wicks coming out of the 2 sides. The Mishnah Berurah says, even if it's one long wick, but you don't see it, you just see the 2 ends of the wick. 2 people could be yotze the chiyuv of Ner Chanukah. If you have a bowl with many wicks in it, many people could be yotze the chiyuv of Ner Chanukah. However, that's only if there's a cover to it. If there's no cover, then there'll be one large flame, and one large flame is called a medura, a bonfire, and that's possible for Nero's Chanukah. The Gemara teaches us that Shalom Bayis is the most important. If you have a choice whether to buy a candle for Shabbos, which is considered for Shalom Bayis, or a candle for Chanukah, Shalom Bayis comes first. If you have a choice between the candle of Shabbos and to buy a cup of wine rather than making Kiddush on bread, Shalom Bayis comes first. The Gemara just wonders, what about Kiddush, which we do every single week? Does it come before Ner Chanukah? If you only have money for one. Since Tadr V'Shein and Tadr V'Fayda, the one you do more frequently comes first. It says the Gemara, in our case, Ner Chanukah comes first because Pirsumei Misa, to publicize the nace that Pish Baruch did for us, comes before the Diros. The Gemara tells us that a person who's careful with Shabbos candles and Chanukah candles will have children that are Talmidei Chachamim. In fact, Rav Huna walked by Rabbi Oven, the carpenter's house, and he noticed that he's careful with candlelight. And Place points out that it wasn't just him, it was him and his wife. And therefore, he said, you'll have 2 children that are Talmidei Chachamim. In fact, he had Idi Bar Oven and Chiya Bar Oven because him and his wife were careful. The following story is that Rav Chisda saw that Rav Shizvi's wife was careful with candlelighting. And in that story, only one out of the two parents were careful, and therefore Rav Chizda promised her a son of Chacham if she had Rav Shizvi. If you're careful with mezuzah, you'll have a beautiful home. You're careful with tzitzis, you'll have beautiful clothing. If you're careful with kiddush, you'll have many barrels of wine. Gemara tells us a story. Rabbi Yosef's wife wasn't very careful with Shabbos candles. She would light very late, not after Shkia, but at the last moment. So he gave her a hint. He said, "It says in we had the leading cloud and the leading fire at night." Because the Torah doubles its language, the Torah is telling us that the fire came into being during the daytime. So she took the hint and she just tried to light candles way before Shabbos. Came Eliyahu told her, too early is also not good because it's not noticeable that you're lighting the candles for Shabbos. Rose says if a person loves Talmidei Chachamim, he'll have sons Talmidei Chachamim. If he gives honor to the Talmidei Chachamim, he'll have a son-in-law that's a Talmidei Chachamim. And if he fears Talmidei Chachamim, he himself will be a Talmidei Chacham. And if he cannot be a Talmidei Chacham, so at least his words will be listened to like Talmidei Chachamim. Shemen Sreifa, says the Gemara, means truma that's tamei, that you must burn, and we're concerned that you might want to burn it on Shabbos and Shemiyata. Because it says we're not concerned that Shemiyata. The concern is that it might be Erev, Yom Tov will fall out on Erev Shabbos, and you're not allowed to burn Pachim like we'll see tomorrow on Yom Tov. Have a wonderful day.
Because the big feelings of jealousy and anger will be reduced. So we can stop and just look at ourselves and say, you know what? I'm agree with you. I'm trying. I'm getting there. I'm making mistakes along the way. And this is what we need to do. That will benefit our love relationships. So I just encourage you to have really positive self-talk because now we have research to show.
Shabbos Daf of Dalet. Please join us. Our live Zoom share today, we had 110 people that joined the live Daf from all over the world, from New York, from Brooklyn, from Los Angeles, from Melbourne, from South Africa. Please join us. 7:15 a.m. Israel time. The halacha is that we say Ala Nisim in Shemona Esrei because Ala Nisim comes to give praise to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Where do we insert it? In the part of Shemona Esrei that's praising HaKadosh Baruch Hu. But in Birkas Hamazon, it's not necessary to say Ala Nisim. Birkas Hamazon is the Raisa, Ala Nisim. The Chatzim Chanukah is the Rabbanah. If one insists on saying Ala Nisim in Birkas Hamazon, he should insert it by the part of Birkas Hamazon, by Noidel. And not to insert Yalav which is by Bnei Yerushalayim. Bnei Yerushalayim, like Bnei should build Yerushalayim, and we should have to be something that we should be able to bring Karbonos, and that's the tefillah of Yalav. Rav says that on Rosh Chodesh, you say Yalav in Benjamin. That's what we do today. Why is that? Because it's the Erais, Rosh Chodesh is the Erais. Rav Chanina says, no, we don't say Yalav since there's no Isser to do. The Lacham, work on Rosh Chodesh. The halacha is like Rav because the price that Rabbi Rothschild says, and it goes as follows. There's two categories. The category of days, like Rosh Chodesh and Chol Hamoed, that you bring a Karban Musaf, and there are days like fast days that you don't bring a Karban Musaf. The days that you bring a Karban Musaf, says Rabbi Rothschild, the price of, you say Yalav Yava in Birkas Hamazon. That's exactly what Rav says. In addition to that, you say Yalav Yava in Shemona Esrei. I would say, if you forget to say Yalav Yava, you repeat Shemona Esrei. And there's no kiddush. You don't take a kiddush cup and make kiddush on it, but the Karban should work for Plague. That's my mother. Those days, you say our name. When does the Gemara say so? In all Shemona Esrei, Shachar Mincha. Rashi brings the Gehanim that we only say Anenu in Mincha like we do today. And the reason is that we shouldn't look like we are lying in our Shemona Esrei. Perhaps a person will have the Gehanim and they'll eat by mistake. There will be a lie. However, Tosis points out that the Shliach Tzibur should say Anenu. not the cause for Muslim. There is no Muslim for Hanukkah. The other shita is that you do say Allah Nissim because all the other Shemini Esrei have Allah Nissim in them. You don't want to make Muslim different from other Shemini. The Raya for Rab is from a very similar place. Yontif that falls out on Shabbos. Don't mention Yontif in the Haftarah of Mincha. Those days Rashi says they would say Haftarah of Mincha and they did away with that Mincha. But nevertheless, even though it's Yontif, you're not mentioning Yontif because there is no Haftarah because of Yontif. Even though Yontif itself evokes Haftarah, not today. So that's a good ride. What's not a good ride is from the other case that Rosh Chodesh that falls out on Shabbos. You don't mention it. That's what we do today. We don't mention Rosh Chodesh in the Haftarah brachos of Shabbos. And the reason is, the Gemara says it's not a good ride because Rosh Chodesh never invokes Haftarah. There is never a concept of Haftarah or Rosh Chodesh. Rosh Chodesh just happens to be today, which is Shabbos. The Gemara says that also you're true Levi. Another similar case. Yom Kippur that falls out on Shabbos. By Nehila, we mention Shabbos. Even though we never have a Nehila on Shabbos, the whole Nehila is only because of Yom Kippur. Nevertheless, we mention Shabbos. The halacha is that we mention Hanukkah. Now, on Shabbos Rosh Chodesh, according to Rashi, we don't mention Rosh Chodesh. That's place 7 and halacha. And the halacha is that the halacha is not that we don't say Yontif and Haftarah Shabbos. But love Shabbos, Friday night is the Friday night when the Tzibur says Chazar Shal Shabbos, and it's Yontif. We don't mention it. Why? So the whole reason for Chazar Shal Shabbos by Meir from Shabbos is because of something. The shul was always out in the field, and we're concerned about something coming away from the shul, and he's going to leave after everybody left, and he'll be by himself, and the Zika will get it. So they prolong the Meir. On a weekday, people can go to shul those days. So because it's a kind of add olive oil to the mix of diluted fat, of melted fat, it's actually mutter to eat. Says the Mishnah. You don't use shemen tzreifah, as we explained yesterday. Shemen tzreifah is truma oil that became tummy, and you must burn. Halachically, you have to burn. You cannot burn it on Yontif, as we had done. Now, shemen tzreifah, the reason why you can't.
And Chin is in Austin. He's always in Austin, so that's, no big change there, right? Big changes here at the desk. It's just us. I feel very far away from you physically, not emotionally. Things are hard a little bit, but we're going to make it work. I took for granted how easy the high fives were when we're neighbors, but still make it work. How are you, Kevin? What's going on with you? Same old shit, man. Wow. Same old. Just sucking ass, eating grass. Pretty much, yeah. Not much has changed. Yeah, the apartment. So now I have a computer, so I'm going to be distracted, guys. Okay, so I'll just talk. Where's my camera? Which one's my camera? That was my camera? Oh, shit. For the folks at home, if you had to guess how many sandwiches Mark got, how many would you think? I would take one. Yeah, it's just say I'm right. Wrong, you'd be wrong. Sheesh, go ahead and double that number. Whoa, 2. You know, there's some people on the internet that think 1 plus 1 is not 1 times 1 is not 2, like Terrence Howard. Well, he spearheaded that, right? Yeah, so that doesn't count. No, people think it, they're just thinking it because he pitched it, and they're like, oh yeah, I get that. I have friends. Yeah, and they're like, the crazy part about it is they're not dumb people. They're really smart, but they're like, I can't believe anything. Might blow your mind. Well, they are dumb people. They've just been given the opportunity to expose themselves as dumb. No, my friend, he's really smart. Like, I'm not joking. He's really smart. And I was talking to him the other day, and we started talking conspiracy theories. And I know that he will believe pretty much any conspiracy theory, so I just started going off on a tangent about like all of this crazy shit that wasn't true, and he was like, "Yeah, bro, I can see that totally being."
He bought it off.
Yeah, he bought it off. I'm like, bro, I just told you that there were aliens underneath the pyramids. Well, there are, and they're made out of ice. They're in ice. Aliens, and like when it's frost, yeah, we're big trouble. And he's like, bro, that's the plot of a movie. I saw recently. Where the aliens, they were like, we thought that because there was no sign of them landing or anything like this or anything like that. And then, you know, the guy from Parks and Rec was like, it's because they're from, they started here initially, and ice. Yeah.
But how do we know this? We're getting
Paris.
But Truman says, plural.
Alien in ice. Bro, is it tomorrow? That's a real movie. Yeah. What are you doing at home? So here's the deal. Here's my problem. Are you on a call right now, Jim? Jim, turn off your TV. What are you doing?
I didn't destroy it when I was
probably. You can see in the glasses that he doesn't have a source. Oh, he's looking at my screen, I think. Yeah, he is looking at your screen. I'm going to put it in the Google search so you can say, hey, Jim, start the fucking TV off. He did, but he can't see us. This actually is pretty compelling. Watching Shin without him knowing that we're watching him. Oh, well, it's so weird. How about now, Jim? Can you see us now? No, you can see in his glasses. He's looking at more screen still.
Outside of it's a lot of time.
Yeah, but I can still see you in the very corner, and I can hear you finally. Oh, man. We're saying all type of mean stuff. Yeah, we've been going. We're going. I know. Did you say that? Yeah. I like your outfit. I like your style of things. It's very like graham crackery, the colors and stuff. Graham crackers. Yeah, you look like a s'mores. You look like a s'mores. Oh, thank you. And it's just pretty bland. Most recently, I don't eat sweets, but I've been stuck on ice cream these days. And pistachio. Oh my god, pistachio ice cream. That's incredible. What about you? I love a good donut, a cookie, and apple pie, and a milkshake. Those are real ones I like. Every dessert. Cheesecake. Oh, that's a white. Yeah. It's not white yet. It's white. Have you ever had good? Go into any cheesecake factory, you won't see a black guy in there. They don't just have cheesecake in there, they have everything. That's what I feel. There's more black people. That's right. He can say the inverse, and it's not racist, but if you say, I guess.
Give something to the client that he can benefit from. Look, not they should heat it up and use it slightly, but that he actually can consume it. Here the Gemara refers that you could use. You shouldn't give it to the client, but if he already has it, the client use it for his own benefit. Use the light and the heat. Rav says that lighting a Shabbos candle, have light in the house, is a mitzvah. In fact, we say it's a chayvah. He calls it, but it's a mitzvah, and we say bracha. It's one of the hatik marriage. Shabbos. Whereas washing oneself before Shabbos, according to Rav, is only for Rishos. It's not obligatory. Rav Nachman argues and he says that bathing oneself before Shabbos is a chayv. It's a mitzvah. In fact, he proves it from Rabbi Yehuda Bar Eloi, the famous Rabbi Yehuda in our Mishnah usually, that he would wash his face and his hands and his feet, and he would adorn himself with a talus that had thalis in it, and the Gemara says he resembled Malach Hashem's father. Malach. The Gemara adds that his Talmidim were embarrassed from him, and they would cut the corners of their baguette, of their clothing inside, so you wouldn't see that they're missing the tzitzis. And he asked them, why aren't you wearing tzitzis? Are you concerned about shotness? There's no concern because we hold like Basila. You put tzitzis and playlists, which are severed, they're woven together with the baguette of linen. And you hold like Basila, you can't. Minimum review by your lawyer with concern of exus sliding. At night, you cannot wear tzitzis. You can't wear shotness, and you might leave that baguette on, you might wear shotness at night. It says that Yirmiyah Novi says, he was complaining that he lost his hope, he doesn't have hope, he doesn't have the peace of his neshama, of his nefesh. I forgot the goodness that he used to have. What did he forget? What is he missing today? Says Gemara, according to Ravo, he's missing their Shabbos. He doesn't have light. I don't have a bathhouse. Rabbi Rothschild says, I don't have a nice bed with nice linen. Rabbi Abba says, I don't have a mate bed with a woman who's adorned with jewelry for the just thinking, we should be grateful. We have all these things. Yes, we're
and that's all.
we have
That's how it works.
a shower.
I was kidding. It was opposite.
We have light. Their showers.
Ah, shit. Well, I got you. Because it's on my laptop now. Because I'm
considered wealthy, but Mayor says
so I have a laptop.
somebody
I'm
who appreciates his wealth.
Are we recording the
says the person has a
and so I googled this cheesecake white chip, and it said
way too much. That's all.
cheesecake is dessert
Jesus says
with cheese, not feces.
Good white. No, the nice. Says
Well, that's that on that. Yeah, there you go.
someone who has
What's my sweets, you ask? Yeah.
this table.
If we're going ice cream out, I like a good Rocky Road. What is that?
Wonderful.
That's a great question. It's only reason I think it's vanilla and chocolate with like nuts in it, and with marshmallows. My nuts. It's like ice cream with my nuts. Right. What is Rocky Road ice cream? Rocky Road is a sweet X. It exists primarily between two forms of chocolate ice cream and a no-bake candy bar. This sounds big. No, it's not what I eat. Candy bar in there. Well, what do you think makes it Rocky? Marshmallows and nuts. That's what I said. Yeah, nuts. The candy bar is what threw me off. Commonly almonds. Damn, it was invented in 1929. Imagine being at the forefront of the ice cream movement and having an idea for a fun type ice cream and being like, yeah,
You're not
and
permitted
now
to
that
use
type of ice
sorry.
cream exists and it's
That
just
was
like a
oil
benchmark
for
in ice
their
cream.
shops.
I mean, that's cool.
Since it smells so
What about
wonderful,
making ice cream
one
and then
might
you're
come
just like
to remove some of the oil,
realizing you can put something kind of along the lines of what you're saying?
certain
I wonder if you're like,
causing the flame to extinguish earlier.
yeah,
Supposed to.
let's
Another
try
reason is
no
because
pineapple.
that oil is
No
very flammable,
pineapple. Yeah.
and it might burn the
I
house down.
wonder how long after
Lord tells us one of the craziest stories in shops. His mother-in-law hated her daughter-in-law so much so
like a month
that she
after
convinced her to use this balsam oil. It smells really good.
You know what I'm saying?
Spread it on herself. When she tells the daughter-in-law, hey, I need this candle. He's light the candle. And she went up and
What do you think was the first thing
These
that
are
you decided to go well in there?
Lord tells
I
us that he
think
sends all of Klai Yisrael to
I'm
Golos.
just following
Besides
their
the Hermes and the Yoitiv. Harvest of
terminology.
Yoitiv are
I think
those
it was
who
just
know
chocolate chips.
how to harvest a harvest.
Yeah, because they didn't have a ton of shit
And
back
they
then.
were
They
able
didn't
to
sound like
harvest it
Ben and
from
Jerry's
Ain't
that
Getting
fast.
all the way to
Yeah,
the
like
Muslim.
Froyo.
Are those who know how to trap the Lazar, the
How long
snails,
after
and
Ben
its
and
tailors
Ice Cream did they figure out they could put stuff
from
into the
lovely
ice
silver
cream?
filled
Well, it's the first
You cannot
degree
use
mixed in. I
white
want to be like that.
because it's so flammable. It's dangerous. It's certainly not a
Chat
job.
says, hey, chat. Hey,
You
chat.
can't use
13 the
oil
left.
that's tevel. In other
Where's
words,
Nick, by the way?
from fruit
Yeah.
that you didn't remove, fruit was
Hey,
nice.
where are... He's ready.
You can't use it
Oh,
on the weekday.
so-
I don't know.
That's a great question. It turns out we just
Yesterday,
started
moist ice plural.
into ice cream porn predecessors, but historians have put together quite a lot
Hard
of
trauma and
got
humid.
the fucking
And just like in
I'll
hard
walk
trauma,
through with
you can't
no
use
say
the
one
fruit
by
on
the first makes
If
sense.
it's tevel, it's
If
also
you want, I
so
can
the
try
fruit.
to check out the real documented case.
Tevel is
Oh my
also
god,
also
Joe, sometimes I say to
There are some
ChatGPT,
who are
explain
more
it like
machmir
five.
in our
Give
mission.
me the
Reb Shimon
fucking
Elazar says
short
you cannot
answer
use
here.
Sorry?
Update on Nick. He didn't see the
Thousand
Zoom link
Shmuel
because it was
says
sent from
you can't
him.
use
The
any
link is
oil
coming
from
from
that
inside
tree.
the house.
Reb Shimon Elazar says
Well, it comes from
only
Indian China.
that oil that
Comes
comes from
from
fruit. And Carson says you can only use
Alright,
from
that's a
exact.
surprise.
Says Reb Benuri
Why
got
is
up
that
and he was
a surprise?
upset. He said, if so, people in Bavel who only have sesame seed oil How could they like carry
So the first
they know they only
is
have
the vanilla,
enough oil.
right? What
You know,
else
generally
could
they
it
only
be?
have
The factual
rabbit
history,
oil.
the foundation.
You can put
That's
they only have
I
creatine.
don't want to read all of this.
Allah is
It's too much.
everything that it says in the Mishnah. That's the last
If
those
you're
are
jumping
the
into
only ones
what
that are
they
awesome.
mix
The rest
into
are
it
both
before we even figure out what
oil
X-ray
is
really
fish.
was in the
What
first
Rashi
place.
is
Here we go.
the oil from the eye
What
of
do we
the
know about
and
early
each one
stuff
is
in
that is
China and other early
from something that says all oil that comes from
honey, wine,
flesh
for
of
example,
an animal
wow.
is tailored
A
fat.
brain hour in the Yuan
Not like
flavor with fresh honey wine.
oil. Now, what's the
Also,
difference?
no rice
Sometimes
mixed
they
with
say the same things as
fruit.
before.
That's
As
what
we
I
had
think.
earlier. That's the
They'll mix
Hebrew
up,
right, but over here it means
blend
something
it
different.
all up or mush it all together.
In
and
other words,
have
according to one of the
figure out how
you don't know which one. Fat is moving if you add
freezing
olive oil.
Yeah, but imagine you don't have a freezer. You gotta freeze something right now. Not even that long ago, they would have ice delivery guys. If it gets below 30 degrees, you just put something in a bucket of ice.
It's never.
Or if you want it in a moderate temperate climate.
Fish dinners are only with
I don't know what
if
kind
you
of
add
climate,
olive
but I'm
oil.
sure that there's China.
And then I'm sure she says that we're not clear why and how
I'm sure that there is
anything says.
areas of China that get cold enough. Just China. How cold is China get chin?
And then
Kerosene.
kerosene is
Oh,
mutter.
he knows? No, he's
And now the sugya of tuma.
Imagine
back
how
to
little you
sugya
know.
tuma.
And then think about it knowing even less than that, and then you have
When it
to.
comes to
You
tuma,
said you wanted to be nice. You said you weren't mean.
first let's talk about
Yeah,
the
at least I
size of
waited for you to show up to me.
and
And
then
like,
we'll talk about
bashing you.
what it's
You'll
made
see
of.
on bro. The stuff I was saying. Crazy.
Chesed, in other words, a string
And have you found any tattoo
that
artists?
you were about to make
like?
a cloth, and it's this
I
long
haven't even looked at, but
that
I
you
do.
can make
Once I have,
like 3 feet
right now there's like
that's mikabel tuma.
a ton of moving parts going on. So once everything's settled down,
Fucking
I'll go ahead and look for a tattoo artist.
cloth, which is
Oh, there he is.
appropriate
This guy.
for rich people as a
kid.
second,
Young Nick.
as a feather, as mikabel.
Young Nikolai.
Three
He's in
fingers
Nebraska.
of a beggar. Is it?
You're in the Big Apple, huh?
Now,
Omaha.
the Torah says by the guy, the word beggar, and the Torah explains it's made out of seven
Yeah, who knew?
either.
It's like chili. That's
Now we know that anywhere in the Torah that says the word beggar, and it says it many times, by tzitzis, by tumas meis, by
Oh,
sheret,
steaks.
by zera.
Omaha steak.
All these places,
That's what
the
built that.
Torah is referring to seven.
That was Canada. The One World Trade
But what
Center
about other
is in
places?
Omaha.
So we know again, we know that by seven officials,
How do I
no matter what
sound?
size it is,
Like you
even
take
the
the bullet,
string,
finally got
by
anywhere.
3 fingers, it certainly
Sounds
makes
nice and clear and loud.
Look
You
how
got the new
other
AirPods thing?
What
Yeah,
about bio?
fourth generation. Noise canceling is fucking crazy. No, I can't even hear myself.
Any size, anywhere,
There's newer ones coming out Friday. Oh, whatever. I don't need the newest ones. I just want the ones that were shaped like the original
other
ones.
clothing are
And they got rid of
not all
those.
sizes.
And the
However,
fours are the closest thing.
if small
Got it.
holes, that
Copy
means
that.
3 by 3
New
clothing,
York.
then other clothing, not
You
just
would know. Omaha's great.
other colors
Ah!
are mikabel.
Mark Norman and Neil Vaughn are having a show in Omaha tonight, so I'm gonna go see that. I think I love this Omaha bit almost as much as I like the Billy Bass bit. Nice. I really thought I was gonna be the first person to bring back up Billy Bass. He's not wrong. Yeah, just one of the legendary moments in After Hour history. Yeah, I mean the fans. I don't know how you guys started. I don't know how you guys started the show, but shout out to
Shout out
the
to Zion.
we are now up to 4 YouTube members.
Well,
Give me all the extra episodes. 112 paid Patreon subscribers. We're gonna reach my nemesis in no time. Your hair looks thing with your hair or what?
It doesn't matter what size that bag it is. It's mikabel tuma. Whether
No,
it's
it's
a
just we're about 2-3 weeks out of a haircut. That's kind of prime time. I'm really this trade outlook is really good for me until I show my teeth. Like, oh, who's this guy? He's a movie star goes up to that.
But it's not
You ever thought about looking at It's a stark contrast.
Other
No,
people
well, I wanted to ask you if you've ever thought about trying to learn how to talk about showing your
Where'd you get this
Like, have you ever tried, like, just,
Where
like,
gets it from? In the book of Sherrod, it says,
kind of rub your face a little bit every now and then, just kind of do a rub face kind of deal.
even if it's not
I think most of the time they don't really show until I laugh, which is unfortunate because one of my favorite things that I do often.
even 3x3 flights.
It's real catch-22. How was your flight there? That's what I'm kind of mostly concerned about. How are the flights? How's the, did you go into any lounges? There's just a lot of things that are, you know, potentially we're talking about hotels, Uber rides, just kind of fills in.
A lot of moving parts of the travel, and at the airport. That's not really how I like to do it. My flight was at 7, and I left my apartment at 5:40. So it's pretty much no mistakes to be made, but it's real smooth. Got the flight.
On the flip side,
It was like, we flew there. Well, literally flew there, but really fast we flew there. It's like 5 hours and 15 minutes. I'm on an aisle seat. I probably went to the bathroom 6 times. You probably had like a lot of boredom, stretch the legs, hit the vein, a couple knees, a couple poops, you know. Lady next to me, 6 hours in this flight, plus an hour and a half we waited on the tarmac. She did not get up once. Wow, what a freak of nature.
I feel like that.
But perhaps
She probably dehydrated herself, didn't drink water all morning. Is like probably scared of the bathroom, maybe a germaphobe. I don't know.
I look fucking jacked.
Yeah, you look jacked.
it is Mikabel. And then
I definitely would have
that's what Rubber said the other day.
toned it down if I was window, but there would have been at least one. Maybe 2. I thought 6 hours was really impressive. Yeah, so that's kind of been the highlight of my trip. That like iron ladder. I got that Reuben from the Chelsea market. That's kind of my favorite thing to do.
Shmuel wasn't discussing
New York.
Shmuel was just saying, I
Have you
love
ever raw dog a flight? I feel like that would be something you would do.
There's no sharpness on
No, but I have seen this thing that's going around where people try to name us right down in a notepad and 1,000 athletes up the top of their head.
But if
You
you
don't do
put
that
it
on
on,
the
I would think that there's
1,000?
and that's why the 30
That's
says
too many.
I
don't want to do that. I just don't want to do that. It's not that I can't.
The opposite. If we know that when
If we let Martin Utah be, he's going to talk himself into wanting to do it. He's right up Mark's alley.
Nah, I don't want to do it. I definitely don't want to do that. I definitely think I'm going to do that ever. But I could if I had to.
Is there any discussion these days? Like, oh, I've been sick. It's such a really joyful present. And really brings us together as a crew. Is there just any where, you know, I don't even know who MMS, I don't even know who would say that.
I just
I do it all the time because I live in a different state, so I'm always like,
and therefore we were
do you mean pick up this?
Did you mean the guys like Chris and Eric? Or did you mean like Karen and Mark?
Chris and Eric would be nice, but if you guys wanted to play one too, just give everybody a reminder, Kevin or Casey or it sounds like Mark had a couple close to the best, Kevin left it. You know, just want to know your best, you know? So business as usual when you're not there. Well, I'm coming to Austin the beginning of November, Jim.
Let's definitely hang out at least once.
Yeah.
If we could do it after, I'm proud of you there.
Let's all go.
I'll go
What?
I'll go.
I have plans with my dad's. Oh, well, let's all go to the East Coast. Let's go to the East Coast. Guys, I saw people on the internet talking, and the big debate was, does a straw have 1 hole or 2 holes? That's a good question. 1 hole. Mark wants 1 hole. I'll say 2 holes. I say 2 holes.
Came out of the oven.
Because guess how you know. Ready?
I'm like to review the mayor about just
plugging 1 hole.
You see, review that says, oh, because
Liquid can still get in and out.
pedal. Every mayor says it's like
Now I'm plugging the second hole.
also for Scott immediately.
And if I go like this, if I go like this, well, that's fucking gone.
Anything that's
If I go like this,
of a tree cannot make What's the other? Says Rins.
Kind of one hole motherfuckers. All you one hole motherfuckers.
The whole point is the interaction that it doesn't carry the flavor. What better
You know
way
when you
to
fill
have
2
it?
holes, that's called a spit roast. And when you fill 3 holes, that's called airtight. I wish you guys had.
In other words, if there's a dead person in the room,
Yeah, I know. I started taking it here. I want to go back to the regular hole debate. If a straw is 2 holes, then all holes are 2 holes, unless the distance between the hole is infinitesimally approaching 0 small. Yeah, agree. So do you believe all holes are 2 holes? No, I believe all holes are 2 holes, yes. No, even like a walk. No, because here, if there's a hole in this fucking floor, that's 1 hole. I just fucking got you. So easy and good. No, because the tunnel area, I didn't call it a tunnel. I never said it was a tunnel, motherfucker. I said if there's a hole in this floor. It does matter. It's a paper. No, you're talking about an entrance. You're talking about an entrance hole and an exit hole. I'm talking about a hole in this floor right now that's 6 feet deep. That's 1 hole. So beat my ass. Suck my balls. Yes.
On Zoom, on YouTube.
Put a piece of paper in, or put a hole in a piece of paper, like just a 8.5 by 11. That hole is just a really short straw.
Is not mechanical.
Yeah, even like a donut.
So if you have a ceiling at a cement,
still 1 hole with an like you said with a straw.
However, if material is identical,
I understand your argument, but if there's a hole in the floor, that's 3 feet deep, that's 1 hole. The ground argument. If it went all the way to the end of the earth, that's 2 holes.
The Michigan took the flags,
That's what you're saying.
did
Yeah,
6
there's not a second hole. Don't overthink it. I'm talking about a hole. Yeah.
Even though the Michigan was built with Russian wood, wood is not mechanical.
Well, I've had enough of their shit. I got.
Russian
Before we tear each other apart, I just want to get covered around with thoughts. What question? What question?
The essence of the Michigan are the layers on top of the Michigan.
I'm not being friendly. Fucking
These 4 layers, depending on who you hold like, and each one is mechanical tuma because there's a heckish one to the other. The bottom one was made out of semi-repetitive woolen flags. The middle one was you go here, and the upper one is Adam and Tash. Now, the Lazard has softened. What about non-kosher hides? Leather makes non-kosher animals. Are they mechanical tuma to oil? What is it? Something
well,
was.
people would say,
They
according to you guys, you would
much
say
rather
that one hole
use
because my
non-kosher
asshole and
hides
my
to make
mouth
the
was along
What
the
was
same
the
system.
time?
So you
Our religion
just
says
use your
because
own one hole argument by saying that my asshole was one hole.
only something that's hard can be used to build a Michigan.
holes in my life. You know you fucked up, right?
So what is this?
Quiz hot shots.
The Lord tells us, hold on, guys, you must say the Takash.
Go ahead. What's the only thing you can put in a barrel? What's the only thing you can put in a barrel to make it lighter?
Wild cats.
Oh, that shit again.
So it has to be that
You got
like a wild
it's the
cat.
aforementioned
It's
hole.
full
It's one hole. That's
but it wasn't made
that's
from the hide of a wild cat. Which Lucker says that this Takash
aforementioned hole.
is a one-of-a-kind species, only existed in the time of Moshe Rabbeinu.
Write it down, man.
In fact, it had a single horn, like a unicorn. It was kosher, not like a unicorn that we're familiar with.
My sins that only had.
Just like the Marisha,
I go
the
through
Karban, the bull that used had a single horn, because the Torah says,
I learned
meet
that
Aaron.
smoke shop right next to the studio.
It
So
was a one-time thing, it was his stamina of Yeshua. It was necessary for that time. But after that, it was recognized they don't have Takash anymore. The Torah is still a simple whether Takash is a Chaya or a behemoth.
oh, you've been
Even
to
though
that? No, I'm
the
just kidding.
animal with one horn, like other animals that have a bull,
Yeah, aforementioned
it
hole.
is possible that it's a Chaya
Is it hard to find
someone called it
nowadays?
Chaya.
Yeah,
And it
like you sound
perished.
like that's an exciting
Chaya.
thing. It is,
I
yeah.
remember correctly when we were
How do
looking
you know
at
that? Yeah,
there are
because
some
in
chickens that
California
hold
you
that
can't have
perished as a
flavors.
giraffe, because
So
there are
it'll
some
just
giraffes
say,
that have a
they
single
only sell
horn.
the like original, which tastes like a manila folder.
Rava says,
Yeah,
It's like
I've had a
it's on a
tobacco
shelf.
flavored vape before.
tell the shop, take
Vita Light. Yeah, it's not good.
Sheriff,
So you're not
and Saras.
spitting anything out. You just swallow
Both of them
whatever
have
comes out.
flavor
Yeah, that
themselves.
works. Yeah, well, like
Saras has
these
a
are little
funeral chassis.
packets. Yeah,
With
so it's
common
not
in
generating a
red.
ton of
Sheriff has a
saliva, and you're
funeral
not
that's common with a very
like
small
with
amount of
regular
transaction.
Yeah. If you were to
It's not a
swallow
shop.
that,
The
it's like
common
mixed in
denominator
actual
between the two of them is
tobacco. So
that they are
it could make you
common
nauseous if
tuma.
you're not like,
In other words, if you have
you know,
a non-kosher hide,
10 of
say a
Copenhagen an
tiger's
hour.
hide, Shiraz develops on it.
I probably said this on
Robin
the
take those
podcast
two and
before.
have a common denominator and say,
Because
therefore,
I have like 7 stories, but
hi,
in
it's not
7th
much
grade, my buddy passed
random.
because of of his brothers, and he like got so dizzy and nauseous, he laid on the floor, and I thought he was fainting, so fuck you up that
Have
bad.
something in common that
And it
basically
absolutely can. Absolutely can.
are
Have you ever tried?
less
Because
anxiety.
natives
We're
used to
amazed in
blow
order
tobacco at each other's assholes. We should try that. There's a lot of stuff you
It
can
has to be at least
do. Yeah, so.
Therefore, Robin Brothers says,
Like, well, now I'm listening.
one of the layers of the Mishnah
I don't really know where I'm going with that, but I feel goofy and funny, and I'm just kind of letting it fly. Yeah, absolutely. It's a play. Giggle there. Yeah, let's
so
try.
that's the beggar has to
Why don't you, when you get back, the first item on the agenda, below your
at the same time,
2 caps
it's one of the
why
one of the materials from the Mishnah and one of the materials from the Mishnah is the Kabbalah Tumah by the base.
I don't like it. You have to think of this.
The item of animals Tame, which is Mikabel Tumah from Sarat, that's the waste size. Mikabel Tumah certainly should be Mikabel Tumah.
I know. He's a 36.
So now we have to understand this statement from before. It says when it comes to Lech Shemayim, it has to be kosher animal. What is it coming to add?
Yeah, I said it first, damn it.
Must be made from a kosher animal.
I'm
Yes.
a
Mishnah says
third
that
grade.
Ritzus
I'm a
have
third
to
grade.
be black.
Nah,
But what Mishnah says
we give it away. I was just going to go
that's
234, Mark 314,
Notice that the
30.
Harshias of tefillin have to be from a kosher animal.
That's
You don't need to replace it. Yes,
Yeah,
that's
I get it,
the
however.
halal and halal is perfect for everything. But it's not good for all these other things. The Harshias of tefillin says in the third person, shake the FIFA, then I'm moving the FIFA, whatever you can. That's what you can make tefillin. That the box of the tefillin has to be from a kosher animal. That we know from Malachim Shemasinik, you have to make a shin. That's not from a kosher animal. So the height has to be from a
I
kosher
was
animal.
just saying that help if this you find this feature is 33 oftentimes it becomes a 34 because they don't have 33s. Yeah, right. It just becomes like you either wear on a belt or not.
Also,
And some of the 34s I'm fine.
the Mishnah tells us
I can't.
that if you make a
have
whip
belt
out of
loops, I
clothing,
have to put a belt through. I
fold up
can't.
clothing,
Whereas
you got a point
belt.
with leather,
Of course.
plumbing.
Oh yeah.
Why?
I can't. It's all
still
twisted.
remains
It's all.
a beggar.
Because I did that bit where I was.
But when you fold it
Oh,
up,
right. Yeah. Well,
take away
you told me I had this shit. We're taking the piss. I'm like, I'll poop right here. And I buckled everything.
since this week
down.
remains
It's disgusting. You gotta clean
and
this
it says a
shell
fourth
up.
step.
You said do it.
Therefore,
You gotta clean the shell up. Okay.
if this beggar
And that temperature was gonna fall out really fast. Nice.
and it happens to be Yontif that falls on the side, and it will hold like Ula, then you must burn most of the way. In other words, once you light it a little bit, that's not enough. You light the whole thing. Once you light it a little bit, by doing it, cause my light. When you cause my light, review the says.
I dropped my buddy Ryan off. Oh, I had to sleep with him.
Also, people like this.
Wow.
On
I had a fucking I know. I had a
Now,
motherfucking
for
sleep.
your people, when you fold up the split,
Yeah.
it's the
Me
longer
and Ryan played golf,
so
so
you're
he's
just
Ryan.
lighting
Ryan,
wood,
I'm
so you're not laboring.
Country club.
But it says, now I understand. I always heard this halacha about being
And then
exactly
we went back to my house for a couple
I never
beers.
understood what it meant.
Jess had to work
Based on
late.
this halacha,
We ended up
now I
drinking
understand
beers
what
all
you
hours
think.
of the evening. He crashed in the cabin. I slept in the living room. There's a bed in there anyway, so good. It's fucking comfy where you go in my house. And so I dropped him off in the morning, and he's like, yo, I got the golf simulator shit that I'm not using anymore. Take it. So I took it, because I already have the Garmin R10, as you guys know. So all I needed was the mat and the net. And now I got the mat and the net. So I'm just hitting like 1,000 autistic 8 irons in the garage. Why are they autistic? Because I'm just like... So you're going to be like really good at this. Yeah,
Shabbos
I'm
after
really
this,
good now.
I hope you all have a wonderful Shabbos.
Yeah, I can't
Going
wait to
back
see
to the
that.
mission that we had yesterday.
Where's
See
it
us, I
at?
think that you
I have no objection.
But look at it.
What you said,
Fold it up, you make it
and I don't want to get you back.
Yesterday,
Daddy, the theme of the day is not a golf simulator. Oh, no, you're but what you're saying that's a net. What you're saying there is not golf simulator. But what you're not seeing is Garmin R10.
because
It's 6 feet behind the ball.
First, make
And
it
then I
left.
can I
where
have
the
it dialed
fight
in,
matched nicely.
but I can
You don't have issues with it on top.
my
Otherwise,
phone
we're
to the
concerned.
TV
Might
and
fix it
grab
on
some,
there.
hit the shot, and then you look at where
I don't deliver a good system. A lot of times it's converted in one
like
form.
$6,000 golf simulator. It's effectively doing the same. But yes, fair call out. Yeah, not at all mad about that. Fair call out. That was just right when I first said that, I was excited and I had a beer and chance to present. But we will get it dialed in. Trust me.
Like when you're out in the sport, hit a shot. How hard is it to add those ball trackers? Is that like a program or people doing that like manually?
Just sports today.
Awesome. Yeah, because Barstool just put out a thing like we're the best thing or whatever. And one day I envisioned a golf out for the 6 of us. Company ever. And I would like to add the shot racer.
Yeah, we should do that. It's a paid ad, I think, or it's its own program, like a desktop program. You have to, if somebody steps in front of it, that's why like, if you watch a lot of games of golf like we do, they're like, don't step in front of the tracer, or step in front of the camera so they can trace it later. But on like regular broadcast golf, they have the big squares like that are mounted to their cameras behind the golfer. Sometimes you can see it, and those like will automatically track it because they have obviously have better equipment and everything. But we wanted to do it just to test that out, which we can do. It's inexpensive. Did you all watch the Canelo golf? Yeah, I fell asleep during that. Yeah, or I was tired. I was tired, man. I was tired guy.
Rob was eating a steak.
What about you?
I
liked it. It was good. It was better than I thought it would be. Yeah, it was very technical, but I don't really know about it.
Very inferior
I got out of the game.
that day.
But I thought Canelo was going to win. Yeah, I didn't hate him.
Quality day, we
It's
opened
hard
it up.
to against him.
No fruit of it. But this thing was inferior. And since it had fruit,
I did not watch it. I drank a lot of White Claws during the UFC event, and then I went to bed at 7 because I had to get up at 5 to fly, so I didn't see it. I want to like boxing. I
falls off into your oven. How do I use it?
I try, but it sucks.
You add more wood.
Boxing sucks.
Yeah.
And it's like one individual match can be great, but like
or there was a broken.
I think that was a 4-fight card.
I can use that fire to make a.
The main event started 4 hours after the
Going back to the
broadcast
mission of
started.
the case. Holding a wit.
I don't know how anybody can enjoy that thing. From what I heard, they had stupid musical performances that no one gives a shit about. It's like, you want to see fights? Why are there 3,000 people in the ring? Who are you people? Speed this along. Yeah.
Couldn't agree more.
If you compare that, which is one of the biggest, it seems like one of the biggest boxing fights in years, to just a semi-random UFC fight night, like the main event was so much more exciting. Obviously, I'm an MMA fan, but I really feel like even if you just took 2 casual sports fans and you put those together, they didn't know any of the history about the battles. People would be doing
You walk to the car shop, you just copy paste what Brendan says.
I haven't put an episode in a while.
No, I just had some of you because that was Brendan's take. He basically saying the same thing if we showed 2 they'll obviously choose a UFC event over boxing.
Says the Michelin. Brandon Michelin.
But I actually thought it wasn't the main card, not the one before the main card, but the one before that. Billy or whatever. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. Billy versus Lester Martinez. They
full of oil.
They were going hands the whole time. I thought it was a great fight, regardless of boxing versus UFC or MMA. But Nick, let me ask you a question.
Because I removed the oil.
Yeah, but about that fight, I got mad next one. I'm going to start the pod with. We ended up not doing it next week since it's a week off and stuff. But before that card, he was like, do not miss that specific fight again.
Yeah, it was great. I mean, the only thing that sucks is that you want to root for boxing and then it ends in a draw. Like, what? There's no fucking payoff. Yeah. Fucking do one more round or something. I don't know. But some sports end in a draw. Soccer's end in draws. I don't like it. I don't want that. You gotta have a winner.
It's one of the same.
Especially soccer, like, yeah, Yeah, Jen, it
What
was.
else the reviewer was in
So it was that close. Yeah, it was that close.
And he filled it up with oil and
Yeah, they were nonstop punching each other nonstop.
They were
But Nick,
reason
how do you feel about an MMA fight where they're
Gemara says
pretty much boxing the whole time against two boxers against each other? Is that like fine entertainment out of that? Or we're not doing takedown? Yeah, either we're doing any type of, better type of MMA other than boxing.
100%. Like the threat is there.
Yeah.
That's the situation.
Also, there's still, I mean, sometimes it'll be just people throwing hands, but usually there's also other strikes involved.
Removen, who's dragging a bench over a marble floor, it's impossible to make
it is like watching like chess and checkers to me. Like there's just more variables in an MMA fight where I'm like, oh, maybe this guy's better than this, better than this. Where it's boxing, like sometimes I can be watching the fight super intently and not having a great hand of luck is winning because they're just like exchanging blows. Whereas like I can score an MMA fight really well, but that's also just my lack of knowledge of science.
Yeah, I will say my takeaway was like not having watched the boxing match in a while. I was like, damn, they are fucking good at boxing. Yeah, it was like it's UFC where like the stance is different because there's a threat of somebody. You kind of can't box like a boxer, and you're very light object, get kicked out, get taken out, whatever.
It's very heavy.
Damn, that guy was super technical. Yeah, you could tell they were both on a different level than like anybody.
Why does the mission talk about that? Call it a very light. Joseph says no.
Jen, did you watch it?
But I like this is in both cases.
Yeah, I
enjoyed
enjoyed
it. Very
it.
heavy and light, which is supposed to very heavy and light.
Tell you guys,
Whereas
it's way more exciting to watch. Lopez versus Silva. It's more exciting.
If he's just putting it on him,
Which is like,
I'm hopeful for boxing though because of like Dana trying to have an organization to make boxing like more like UFC where you can actually like get to know the fighter instead of being out fragmented and have like 50 belts and you don't understand. That's also been like a big factor of me getting into it. Like since I've been a kid, I've always wanted to watch boxing, but the big fights and pay-per-views didn't have money for that. They didn't show highlights on ESPN. They would only show stills. They wouldn't give up the footage, which I think was really dumb of that sport. If I could find it, I lost my Twitter, still working on getting that back. But in like 2008, I tweeted if I ever got rich, I would like buy up boxing and like try to organize it. Now Dana White is living my dream.
In more ways than one. Guys, let's take a little break, because guess what I'm all about? I'm all about playing on Legends. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? They got a ton of games, a million different games. 100% match on your first purchase up to $100. Nick, you've been playing this. You've been playing silly. There's hundreds of games available. I like Bucket. I like the slots. I like to play big money slots. That's my thing. I'm a big Crash guy. Yeah, I love that game. Let me start with the Crash guy. Well, it's fun. It's just easy to, it's kind of easy to play. Crash is very easy to get. To use and learn how to play and stuff like that, so I like that. But also got stuff like roulette, blackjack, baccarat, like stuff that's like, traditional casino games. I feel like you're at a casino when it comes to your own home. And they have the highest return player, which basically means the best odds, so I like that.
And let's see how for they also have lines on sports games.
They have lines for pretty much any sporting event you need, so like NFL, they have MMA, they've got Premier League, WNBA, esports, whatever you want, they've got it. Free to play, fair to the core, fun from the start. Legends. That's LEGENDZ.com. Legends with a Z.com.
You saw the Kelvin Gastelum this week. I don't know how many times you said that already, but so what I found fascinating is, remember I always ask you about the watch you get filtered or listen to Jim Norton?
And he says, he let tell us okay, yeah, so yeah, exactly. Is better than
right along, no, wasn't that about, it might have been Anakin Florian. Either way, Ray Longo chimed in, and Ray Longo's like, I think he literally, Kelvin, it's not that he's lazy or not disciplined, he literally has an eating disorder where he can't make weight because he has like a serious mental eating disorder.
I believe that because like from all other accounts, like he's like an extremely hard worker in the gym and shit, and like
He's super nice. Calvin Gaston's really funny and engaging on Twitter, and he does YouTube videos and stuff. I'm a huge fan. He's something that everybody's shitting on him, but I believe that. I believe that man can't stop. He's fat because he eats, and he eats because he's fat.
Forever. That's the most powerful. She's on the side. The Christ should know. One thing is a very question.
Yeah, I'm a big Calvin Gaston fan.
Fact. So I bet it's like it's try to be the hard question. It was too wide.
Yeah, 5 pounds.
He missed by 5 pounds.
He missed by 5 pounds at 185. And the guy spotted 170 for a lot of his career. Yeah.
I saw a caveat.
4 weeks, bro.
Even I 4 weeks.
You don't know how big of a fat fucking fatty he was before that. He's probably just wearing 40 pounds. Yeah, he can't stop.
It's a very long puzzle. And the more guys to the puzzle, but you have to play it. You have to watch the 10th day. And then it says, no, discussion. One became pregnant with a boy. And then it says, no, but I'm done. Sparkle for game. Scroll out when it's more. I scroll for game. Some big. I got a warning. I got anything for eating on you. But I'm not. And what day of the week is that?
Casey wanted to be the show to be clean really reminds me of the old school King of the State days. So you don't get mad at Fred and the girls.
I am forgetting every day that you're alive. You said it to
Yeah, I mean, you're Brandon.
better than 1,000 playlists.
What up? Wait.
So every shot that I'm able to learn thoroughly.
You should be out there. Yeah.
No, you said he was being dirty. I don't want to be dirty. So I'm not
No, I'm a nice church boy. I went to Catholic school growing up.
And he fell off from falling. He got scared and stopped learning from home.
You're the one who nearly took your pants off and then talking about airtight. I mean, what the hell, man?
Yeah, but he's also doing an accent, so it's pretty fast. I'm quoting on him. Yeah. All I gotta do is get better at accents. You get a new accent, so you can say whatever you want.
Can you do any accents? I'm thinking speaking of accents, I'm watching this show, Task on HBO.
I started watching it.
And it's in Baltimore. It's the same writer as and that was also in Baltimore. And I like the Baltimore accent.
Oh, yeah.
But I can tell some of the actors aren't like comfortable with it because they were like giving it
Yeah,
it's a weird one. I honestly think I can do accents better than 90% of actors. You're really good at accents.
Well, you're an actor, so that doesn't mean
you're an actor. I think it means a lot. It's a very impressive talent you have, and I wish you would use it more. I was just doing Baltimore, and it's like some of the actors in the beginning, they were like getting in and out of it, and it's like you gotta commit to it. Sounds like a little bit. Sounds a little Philly-like. Yeah, Baltimore's close to Philly. Why do people have accents, bro? Isn't that crazy?
Like, you see the other person has no purpose of working hard and spoiling.
No, I was saying more. I got cut out a little bit, but I'm glad you guys did hear it.
Well,
we heard it. It's going to be the cold open.
Finally, it says, something about conditions will pick you up as Professor Shabbat.
I know everybody's talking about the Myron Jack.
Where's this first
I like Flacco.
world.
That's my multiple accent.
Or he's equal to the whole world. Or the whole world.
Hey, you're back.
There's a contradiction in
go to something I'm gonna
Ignorance is better than laughter. And then it says, laughter is great. Where it says that.
Dating stories.
When he's upset, something is
TV shows. I want to hear Kevin's story too. But in The Wire, there's a couple police officers that were former Boston or Baltimore cops. And like, you can just hear the authentic one compared to the actors. It's awesome. I also love the Baltimore accent. Stavros, I'll him, will often do the Baltimore accent, like a Ravens pop-up video. An example of it. I had, yeah, Kevin, you been fucking anyone? Oh, sorry.
Levity.
Nick's
House Roach.
No, I want to hear Casey. Mine's just quick. I had when I was in high school, I had the Boston guys stay over for like a long weekend of skating and stuff, and I did a Boston accent the whole time. And they didn't even notice. Shut up. After 2 days, I was like, you guys notice anything? What? Bro, I've been doing about accents. That's commitment to a bit right there.
One says the
I respect
Rebbe
you
should
for
be the
that.
simple. Talmidim should be fear. Another question is the Rebbe should start off with simple, and Talmidim should be in fear. Like Rabbi, every year, start off with a Musa, with a funny joke or something to get everybody to. He wanted to bury Mishlei, but he said, look, you wanted to bury Kahel, so you're wrong. Let's look at the Mishlei. It says initially, Al time said, don't answer. And then it says you should answer. When it comes to Torah,
like that
answer. When it comes to Farm, you don't answer. For instance, and the baby's going to give birth every day. The trees are going to bear fruit every day. It's going to be great from the ground.
What's a good LAD?
Chicken lays an egg every day.
There's good things.
Slap.
Yeah, so you have not gone to any dates since last time we
Your
spoke.
wife had an affair. Your mom's a answer. Drink a cup of wine. Drink a cup of wine.
No, I haven't really. No.
Wonderful.
The last day I told you about was I went to employees only. That was like maybe 2 months ago. I haven't really tried to go on any dates though. The dates just like it just feels like a waste of money. Like we go on a date, it goes well, we talk a little bit after, and then it just fizzles out. Like one of us either loses interest or whatever. It's like a waste of time. I don't know. Yeah. Don't force it. Yeah, I'm just like not. Just like whatever. What about you, Jen? You said. What about you, Jen?
You got anybody in your
Lord
space?
tells us one should have humility. Like Hillel,
Dude, I was curious to give shit about
was
that
goodness
person.
like Shammai. There were people.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but I mean, I'll say for Patreon because I don't want her to watch this.
What the Hillel's house on our shop for? And he's screaming out, Pecan Hillel, Pecan Hillel.
Now, it's not that you
comes out.
you already alluded to it.
How can I help you, my son?
Like super
Yes.
excited.
You're just gonna sign up.
Is
Is it along the lines of Kev's flight story where he got a girl fight and then she ghosted?
I would never do that shit. Come on. Peace.
Deliver them in a
You
certain
would never
way
do
where
what?
Chip's like, what do you think I'm supposed to
If I was like super lonely and I just wasn't able to pull shit.
Oh my god.
When I'm doing YouTube, it's not as me. When you continue it.
No, I'm trying to be mean. Like, that's what makes it extremely mean. I've been at low points in my life before where I did, talk to a girl on Instagram and I'm like, hey, because, we're flirting. And there's a low point in my life. I'm like, yeah, come down, hey, I got you. And she was down to go, but I just stopped talking to her. But yeah, so what I'm saying is, if I'm in that zone, if I'm in that moment, then yeah, there's no big deal about it. And this, in regular instances, now I'm not doing that shit.
That was the first time I ever, that's what's crazy about the stories, that was the first time I had ever gotten a fight for a girl that I was just, for any girl. So I don't think it's a low point or a bad thing. I think it's a power. That's what I thought too. I'm like, you know what? Let me call this up. Make this work. It just no. Yeah.
It's a boss move if you like really have the means. But I just don't think it's really going to help Kevin accomplish his goals. He was talking about just a date in LA is expensive. And $600 flight to that. Oh, Kevin, you know what you can do? I just heard about the Frontier Go Wild Pass.
What's that?
$299. You get unlimited flights for a year. The caveat is you only know if you book the flight the day before, and you could reroute it and have like 24 hours of travel. But that's where you can bring your horse in.
I knew something like that was coming. I knew it. Hey man, I'm a
Guys, you have access to 911 on fire. Well, yeah. The delay is so, when I say a joke, there's a delay and I'm so antsy. I want to hear an eruption of laughter. That one didn't work.
Yeah,
I mean,
sucked.
I want to come in there.
Mark's doing a thing over there. What are you doing, Mark? I'm trying to find a thing. Oh, Mark, you use Sam? You use Sam Jerry? You use Sam Jerry? Not once. Did you eat both sandwiches? I was chewing it up. Will you do me a favor? Well, yeah, I know there's going to be already a lot of pictures on this screen. If you could have a picture of you eating the sandwiches, I honestly kind of alright, forget it. Well, it's not here's what you can do. Well, I'll get 2 more sandwiches. I got 1 more right here. Oh, well, eat it. That's too much food, man. What kind of sandwiches for sandwich? They were buy one, get one free, so I got the same one. What is it? They were firehouse subs. They're turkey and ham and a bunch of toppings on it. It was really good. You know what I did? I brought a sandwich like I do from time to time. I made it at home. I brought it in. Some nice brioche bun with turkey, cheese, mayo, and sun chips, cheddar sun chips. And Chris made fun of my sandwich. Yeah, he made fun of your Well, he always makes fun. That was funny. They were both funny because the sandwich making fun of was on his way out very fast. He goes, "Oh, that's a cartoon sandwich," and then just left. And then as soon as he walked in, my feet were up on the table. As soon as he walked in, I'm telling you, didn't even get 1 foot inside the door. He goes, "Oh, I'll throw those for you." I might take them off my feet. So he burned me on the way out so bad, and burned me on the way in so bad. It was funny. We were laughing. We were hilarious. Bro, can you imagine just being that funny? I can't. We're all pretty funny. We're all funny in our own ways, but to be able to make anybody laugh like that would be crazy to have that in your back pocket. Yeah, it's a tool. Use it at disposal, I guess. You're right. Yeah, it's nice. Putting the preservatives. If I could come in there and I was the boss and not worry about losing my job, I roast the shit out of that. So funny. Dude, I roast everybody every single day. I roasted them. I got mine. I got them back. You did, yeah. Something. Yeah, but talent is always a pain in the ass. Yeah, it was good. I respect you for that. Yeah. If you're going to give it, you got to be able to take it in any aspect, no matter the dynamic. It's another much important than somebody built. I agree wholeheartedly. We're all fired anyway. So fine. Are we going to lose our jobs? Nick alluded to that. Mark just alluded to that. We're losing our job. I lost my job. Our headsets are falling off. Your headset did fall off. Yeah, my headset did fall off. Damn. No, you got a brand new cut over right over in there. Beautiful. We should talk about your beautiful new venture. We'll record a pod in there when Nick gets back. Okay. I can't wait. In the meantime, you can go to bearpunch.tv on Instagram. Check out all the hot sizzle smart. It's been making. This is hard. You guys know. Yeah, I respect you. I say hot studio. I'm over that. Mark, pull it up. Mark, pull it up. This is a hot studio. Let's see it right now. That studio looks dope. For these guys, the Zoom guys can see my screen, but you guys can't because of the situation I got going on. Okay, not a bud, the hot studio, baby. Wow, it's a hotness. They're looking for a studio. Look at all that smart clean. Look at all the hot stuff. You don't get it in the studio, just get a dual HDMI. There's someone who wants to see it. That's simple. Yeah, this is all me, dude. I don't have money to hire people. It's all me. You know, I mean, this looks so professional. Damn shite. You like cameras? We got cameras. You got a monitor to look at stuff? We got a monitor to look at stuff. You wouldn't know that you have microphones. You got microphones with white comfy chairs? We got that. Headphones to listen to yourself? We got that. Cameras 6K? We got it. It's an ad. Clip it. It's an ad. I think I said this on the feature after we looked at the studio, but I'll say it again for a wider audience. I've been in a lot of rentable podcast studios and talk to the owners and stuff. No one has put more thought into their studio than Mark. That's a fact. He was slaving away. He's in the studio. You guys are in it right now. Sounds like I'm telling you guys, but tell the audience.
He's there like every single day. We only all come in on Tuesdays. But I mean, we go and come hang out more. But he was been in there every day since we moved in a couple months ago. He's ready to go.
Yeah, there was a part of me. Thank you, Nick. There was a part of me that was like, just hire someone and like build it up, but I didn't have the money to do that, so I had to fucking do everything myself.
Honestly, that could be your job right there. Just going around and building people's.
I don't know if I want to do that again. It was a lot of work.
Just saying,
however,
you did it well. You did it well.
Also, because I was kind of figuring out what my setup was going to be on the fly, so it took a little bit longer than I wanted to. But now that I know what setups I like and all that jazz, it would be a lot faster. But I'm stoked with how it looks. I'm excited to get whoever comes in as the first people. Maybe it's us. But I'm stoked with how it looks. So,
what do you mean first people? Because there's a popular package already. So obviously, have so many people in there.
Well, it is popular. So, it's popular. Have you ever heard of advertising marketing, dude? Yes. Come on now.
I need your help with something.
Okay.
Which piece of art should I purchase between these two that I'm sending to the group?
Oh, whoa!
This is not like fancy art. This is fancy art. This is just like
show of a
art.
person is considered
Art.
What about this art? What about this?
Oh, you got
The market is a
Boy Christmas. Bro,
There's sayings that people say.
or you got
Say when they boom falls to the ground. Go ahead and sharpen your knife quickly. In other words, when a person is in a situation
That sucked. Don't get that one.
Which
more
one?
likely that additional things will occur to that person. So
That I was just joshing.
I like the Dumb and Dumber one. I also just say get both of them.
your slave.
It's just like it's kind of a theme to like even if there's like that idea when you keep adding.
I like that idea more. Honestly, I think
If you also like pepper them in with like
Third saying is
no, I know.
let the drum
That
fall
would
on
be
his own.
the goal would be to have like
Fourth saying is
one wall in my
you have
apartment with just art all over it.
triple
Like
the
kind
that's my
He waits by the doorway.
yeah.
to
I
find
think I
someone.
saw something like a mosaic-y type of just frames everywhere, all different shapes, sizes, or whatever.
Yeah, that would be what I'd be going for.
But I also do like the Simpsons one because I love the beach. I love myself a good beach.
That's kind of
Got a nice sunset. It's very peaceful. I like that one as well.
Then things go.
kind of reminds me of.
That's like New England, isn't it?
That's what I was gonna say. It reminds me of your area of the world.
I mean, both look like New England.
Anything similar.
You know what I mean? And then,
Well, the one is Aspen.
Wouldn't go on a boat.
that's right.
I'm talking about a little place called California.
You're right. So for that reason, I say go Dumb and Dumber.
Well, no, now I like your idea of getting more.
Well, for that reason, go Simpsons.
Because you can get different sizes. So maybe I'll get the Dumb and Dumber one like the biggest size, and I'll get the Simpsons one like a smaller size or something.
40-inch though? Don't get 40 inches.
Let me.
40 inches like this big.
No, I just gotta
Pay for those.
find out what 40 inches.
That's not a good.
Penis size.
Walk.
Oh yeah.
That means you got, first of all, clean it up, Devin. Second of all, that means you have a little penis. That's what you tell me all the time.
No, that doesn't.
Don't wait.
Oh, that's so funny. I don't even know how to do that.
They're celebrating. Kevin's got a little penis.
Give like a thumbs up or
I do
something.
that.
Yeah, that's you. Give like a thumbs up. Hold it. All right, guys. There we go.
Did you do that?
No, that's you. Do something else, like thumbs up again.
In other words,
Do thumbs up again.
Exactly what's going to happen.
Guys, which dick would you
So you
rather
just
have?
have that and I never turn it off.
I don't know how to turn it off. Which dick would you rather have? On skinny? Skinny? Yeah.
Person wants the death of the
Dude, that's not zero.
Yeah, but that
person
button on like can fit.
You still gonna blow.
death
Oh my god.
because he's a believer and instrument. He agrees so business to
So let's see demonstrate.
the person who knows
Look at the
he's
next
going to
trying to do stuff.
If a person goes
Should we go to the Patreon? I want to hear Jim's tea.
Oh yeah, it's the tea.
So it's similar.
Yeah. All right, let's go to the Patreon. Thank you guys for watching.
Welcome to After Hours.
Lawyer. person has 999 malachim that sing bad about him.
I was just doing Baltimore, and it's like some of the actors in the beginning, they were like getting in and out of it, and it's like you gotta commit to it once you're in.
Sounds like a little bit. Sounds a little Philly like.
Yeah, Baltimore's close to it. Why do people have accents?
Reasons that one power.
It is crazy.
One in a million. Moses says the women died when
No, I was saying more got cut out a little bit,
Rafa
but
says
I'm glad you guys didn't hear it. It was bad.
Well, we heard it. It's gonna be called up.
Some say because they are fearful. If she's so
Whenever
to make her die
I'm a
further.
computer guy, my computer's in
Jim Bill says that
Let's all be distracted.
cruise and ice rigs is
What I want to do ultimately is zoom in a boom boom.
bonus. We believe I'm an
Have
artist.
some fun.
Cruise and
I
ice
got the
right? So
feeling. It's not the only
we don't
one.
trust him.
All I
And we
want
trust that
to have
he
some.
this object, therefore,
Yo.
Rabbi Rothschild says that because of
Welcome
that
to the
layer of
after hour. It's me and Kev,
their allegation of stucco,
and Mark is going to get his sando,
versus white will die. Rebbe
and
says this
Nick is in New York. Nick, New York, nice. And Chin is in Austin. He's always in Austin, so that's it. You know, no big change there, right? But big changes here at the desk. It's just us. I feel very far away from physically, not emotionally.
A person's children died because
He's
not careful with
a
his or is
little bit, but we're gonna make it work. I took for granted how easy the high fives were when we were neighbors, you know. But we can still make it work, man. How are you doing, Kev? What's going on with you? Same old shit, man. Wow, same old. Just sucking ass, eating grass. Pretty much, yeah. Not much changed. And enjoyment. Oh, now I have a computer, so I'm a distracted guy. Okay, so I'll just talk. Where's my camera? Where's my camera?
if it's
That one.
Zuzor, this
That
is
one.
what causes
Where's
child to die.
Oh,
Shlomo
shit.
says
For the folks at
that
home,
someone who's careful with
if you had to
the
guess
senses
how
must
many
love
sandwiches
will have
Mark got, how many would you think? I mean, how many would you think, Kevin? I would say one. Yeah, it's just sandwich, right?
10
Wrong, you'd be
per
wrong.
nation, the 70
Sheesh,
nations.
Go ahead and double that number. Whoa, 2.
You know, there's some people on the internet that
Because
think
it's
1 plus 1 is not 1 times 1 is not 2, like Terrence Howard.
Well, he spearheaded that,
Person-
right? Yeah, so it doesn't count.
Follow.
If people think it, they're just thinking it because he pitched
Oil
it.
in
They're
his
like,
wine.
oh, yeah, I get that. I'm like that.
I have friends
Persons that
who are like
nicer.
Yeah.
yeah. And they're like, the crazy part about it is they're not dumb people.
And they
They're
won't have
really
any
smart,
traffic.
but they're like,
It'll run after
I guess
people.
some
anything.
might blow your mind. They are dumb people. They've just been given the opportunity to expose themselves as dumb.
No, my friend, he's really smart. Like, I'm not joking, he's really smart. And I was talking to him the other day, and we started talking conspiracy theories, and I know that he will believe pretty much any conspiracy theory, so I just started going off on a tangent about like all this crazy shit that wasn't true, and he was like, yeah, bro, I can see that totally being.
He bought it all.
Yeah, he bought it all. I'm like, bro, I just told you that there were aliens underneath the pyramids.
Well, there are.
And they're made out of ice. There's ice aliens.
And went into frost.
Yeah.
And we're in big trouble.
Big trouble. And he's like, bro,
That was the plot of a movie I saw recently.
What?
Where the aliens, they were like, we thought that because there was no sign of them landing or anything like this or anything like that. And then, you know, the guy
Shabbos, that's why
Iraq
people
was
don't
like,
give us
because they're
6
from,
categories of different
they
evidence.
started
And what the different
here
punishments for those that
initially.
are
They're
smart.
in the
Starting off
ice.
with Gezel stealing,
Yeah.
looks will come and devour the entire
Look
crowd.
it up.
If
Going
you
around
grab
Paris?
really hungry,
I can have my
they'll end up
South
choking
Paris.
their bones.
Brad.
Plus it says, always have a fat cow. It says, Robert, this is referring to these women who don't have jobs, and all they do all day is shop, shop, shop.
That's a real movie.
Causes
Yeah.
their husbands
What are you doing at home?
So here's my problem.
The labor of you that you
Jen, are you on a call? Are you on a call right now, Jen?
torture
TV on.
or corrupt judgment or killed
Yeah.
like
Should turn off your TV. What are you doing?
case deep enough, perhaps with 5
You can't hear us.
You know, or for the Avera of Middle Torah, all these. There's Torah, the sword,
You can see in the glasses that he doesn't have us on the thing. Oh, he's looking at my screen, I think. Yeah, he is looking at your screen.
By the way,
I'm going to put it in
the Avera of
Google
Shua,
search so you can see.
you swear
Hey,
false, you
Dan,
make something in the
turn
past, or you're going to do something in the
the
future.
fucking
Or
TV
you say
off.
that right now it's
You
night,
did,
and everybody
but he
knows
can't see us.
in the pasuk it says the word so all three are
This actually is pretty compelling. Watching Jin without him knowing that we're watching him.
livestock will be less people.
Oh, I want to do something weird.
How about now, Jim? Can you see us now? Can you hear us?
No, you can see his glasses. He's looking at my screen still.
Was machrit.
Yeah, but I can still see you in the very corner, and I can hear you finally.
Okay.
Oh, man, we were sharing all type of media stuff.
Yeah, we've been going. We're going.
Will be Golish
I know.
world.
You guys always say new stuff about me. I'm used to it.
We weren't being mean. Did you say that, Kev?
Yes.
No, don't listen to Kev.
I like your style today.
Terrible
You
sorrows.
look very like graham
And the
cracker.
young buffer will die. The
Graham
orphans
cracker.
and the widows
Yeah,
will
you look
cry
like a
out Hashem, and you
s'mores. You look
won't
like a
answer them.
s'mores.
Everybody knows
Oh,
why
thank
the
you.
child gets married, but if you talk
Let's just
about
break
it,
the lamb with a
even
little
if
bit
you're
of
supposed to live
a
70
punch of sugar.
years in peace,
Because
and
the s'mores has some
flips
chocolate
it over,
in it.
it's not only the person
And
talking, it's the
mushrooms.
person that hears
Not
what
mushrooms,
they
they're called
also
marshmallows.
gets punished.
With the
They
Look
get headed for both of these people.
Shin, what's your favorite
If a
dessert? Your
person
favorite
sets
sweet?
aside time to do that,
Most recently,
what will happen is he'll have wealth
I
in his
don't
body.
eat sweets,
and
but I've
he'll
been
have
stuck on
this
eating ice cream these days.
disruption.
And pistachio,
comes in 3
oh my
varieties.
god, pistachio
One of
ice
them
cream.
causes the stomach to be puffed up and
I've had
puffed,
that.
Yeah.
and that comes
What about you?
for Arias. That's
I
usually
love
when
a
the word
good
says Avera,
donut,
it's referring to
a
Arias.
cookie, and
When a
apple
person
pie,
is
and a milkshake. Those are like
starvation mode,
those are the
then
ones
it's
I like.
swells, and when it comes from
Every
tissue,
dessert.
from sorcery,
The cheesecake,
then a
to be
person
honest.
gets
Oh,
Shmuel HaKodesh
that's
had
some
one
white
of
shit.
the people before
Is it?
Shmuel
No,
That's
wait.
shit.
HaKodesh,
That's
he
white
was
shit.
the
I
Arias.
want white shit. Have you ever had
Sealed him right away.
Go
Abaya had
to
it very
any,
much.
go to any
I
cheesecake
know
factory, you won't see a black guy in there.
Otherwise known
They
as Abaya.
don't. It's not. They don't just have
Therefore, he
cheesecake
has
in there. They have everything.
Brother himself,
That's
he
why
had
it's there.
a
If anything,
This
there's
is why he
more
got
black
it
people.
because
That's racist. Fine.
Yeah,
He
you can
goes
say
in
yeah,
himself
In person,
and
it's
he
not
had to
racist, but if you
So
say
bring
it,
us
then
the
it's
question of
racist.
that's obvious.
That's how it works.
I was kidding. It was
that if he
opposite
has
day.
jaundice, he has
Ah,
yellow.
shit.
Oh, I
Because
Google
it's
that you.
Because
the
if
person
from
that's
cooking
got
home, I have a
the
laptop
symbol
now
for
because
that
I'm
is
Nick.
it
Okay?
becomes
So
poor.
I have a laptop. I'm
Symbol
going
for
to be
person that falls
distracted.
Shahara is
Are we
asked
recording?
It's the restriction of the esophagus when you can't breathe anymore.
And so I googled this
But
cheesecake
what
white
Rabbi
shit,
says,
and it said
Askara comes because
cheesecake
the
is
person
dessert made from
Teva
cheese,
without
not
giving it to
feces.
somebody. When Chacham went to Rabbi Abba, so Rabbi
Well, that's that on that.
Yeah, there you go.
we're sitting there.
What's
And
my
they
sweet
asked him,
tooth?
why Askara starts from the testes and works its way up to the throat.
If we're going ice cream, I like a good rocky
But
road.
he starts
What
answering
is
every
that?
question that he was going to describe.
It's
Later
that's
on.
a great
And he
question.
said, even though the kidneys,
It's
that it's
I
virus
think
that
it's
hard to understand,
vanilla and chocolate with like nuts
articulates,
and with
but it's
marshmallows.
the mouth
Nuts.
that finishes it
Like
all.
ice cream with my
That's
nuts, right?
why.
What is Rocky Road ice cream? Rocky Road is a sweet.
But he says because
I
of
think it's
the
primarily between two forms of chocolate ice cream.
about the player.
And
Why
I
did
don't
they get asked
make
because
any
they're
this
back to
sounds
their husbands?
No, it's
Why
not
you
even
remember
you
about the
can't
player?
even.
They heard about
Well,
the
what do you think makes
What
it
about
rocky?
children?
Marshmallows and nuts. That's what I said. Yeah, the candy bars.
They come to that's their father
Constantly
for candy. Well, the father
Damn, it
learned
was invented in
that's their Avera.
1929.
That's what
Imagine
they
being at the forefront of the
He
ice
said, I
cream
was learning
movement
in school.
and having an
But
idea for a fucking type of ice cream
Why is it?
and being like
When the door has
and then now that
it's
the
a
type of ice cream exists and it's just like a
of that
benchmark
the
of ice cream.
Also, they give the children.
That's crazy.
Let's
What
take.
about making ice cream and then you're just like
Why was Rabbi Yehuda
realizing you could put stuff in it? Kind of along the lines of
Because
what
he
you're
said
saying.
Rabbi
I wonder
Yossi
if
You're like,
and Rabbi Yehuda said
Yeah.
that we have to give praise to the
pineapple.
Holy because they made us
No
marketplaces
pineapple.
Yeah.
and
I
bridges.
wonder how long after they invented
And
ice cream
bad
they
houses,
invent, like,
Rabbi Yossi was quiet, and Rashi Bar didn't like it.
You
He
think
said,
the same
this is why
week?
they
You
make
think like a month after?
absolutely.
The Machatzais is just for
You know
themselves.
what I'm saying?
And the bridges are to collect tolls.
Banger question.
And I got
There's
a
a person by
follow-up
the name of
question.
Yisuf Gerim.
What do you think was the first?
Say that he's a first person. He's a
Given
Tanakh.
Gilgan,
What do you think was the first thing that they decided to
Mentioned
throw
travel
out
from his
in
friends
there
all
on
the way to
there?
the
I
Romans,
think
and the Romans put Rabbi
I'm just
Yehuda.
following
Rosh
their
Hashanah with
kind
Muhammad
of
was he gave praise to the Romans.
genealogy.
Italy
I
because
think
of
it was just chocolate chips.
Michael LaFleur. They threw him to
Do you think so? Yeah, because they didn't have a ton of shit back then. It's not like Ben and Jerry's back then. So the whole, yeah, it's not a froyo.
Then he said if he butchered his wife,
How long after a gun ice cream did they figure out they could stuff it with the ice cream? And what was the first ingredient mixed in? I wanted to be like, and
just putting water there. She might find a son with lots of children. They went into the mud. They took off their clothes. They put their clothing on for davening only.
He's ready. He was
after
over. That was first ready.
Caesar died.
That's a great question. It turns out we don't know exactly.
Notified them that it's over. They were in the cave for 12 years. He came out of the cave.
But historians put together quite a lot of good. All right, yeah, give me the fucking story answer. I'll walk you through what's known as what's speculated one by all around the first mix-in. If you want, I can try to check on your list documentation. Oh my God,
bro! Sometimes I say to ChatGPT, explain it like I'm 5.
Give me the fucking short answer here, dude.
Update on Nick. He didn't see the Zoom link because it was sent from him. The link is coming from inside the house.
As they're coming out, yes.
It comes from ancient China. Call how I thought.
Wherever Rabbi Shimon destroyed Shimon's fix.
Why is that a surprise?
Shimon told the son of Elazar,
I didn't think information.
"You're so worried that there's not enough fire in the world between me and you."
By the way, so the first time is the vanilla, right? What else could it be? Like actual ice cream, the foundation.
I don't know. I don't want to read all of this.
He saw an older person carrying bundles of Hadassah.
Could you actually jump into what they mixed into it before we even figure out what ice cream really was in the first place?
Well, here we go. What do we know about early stuff in addition? Ancient China and other early civilizations had frozen desserts that include flavorings like fruits, honey, wine, for example, Bing Lao. It was flavored with fruits, honey, wine. Also, dough or ice was mixed with fruit puree. That's what I think. They'll mix it up, blend it all up, or mush it all together, and have it just figure out how to do stuff.
Imagine you don't have a freezer and you got to freeze something right now.
Not even that long ago, they would have ice delivery guys.
If it gets below 32 degrees, then you got to just put something in a bucket and you got ice. Or you put water in a bucket.
Moderate temperate
after he came out of the cave,
I don't know about China's climate, but I'm sure there's areas of China that get cold enough.
Chin. How cold does China get, Chin?
Wait.
Under 32.
There you go.
Oh, he knows?
No, he knows less than you.
Damn.
Imagine how little you know. And then think about knowing even less than that, and then you have Chin.
You said you said you were going to be nice. Or you said you weren't mean.
Yeah, at least I waited for you to show up to be mean. Unlike Cap, he was bashing him. You'll see on the episode.
The stuff I was saying,
crazy.
You'll probably never talk to me.
Crazy.
Jen, have you found any tattoo artists in Texas?
Shop is not funny, Dalit.
I haven't even looked at it, but
right
now there's like
doing everything we can.
There's a ton of moving parts going on, so once everything's settled down, I'll go and look for a tattoo artist.
For tomorrow, we'll try to do
that. There he is.
The Lord tells us that when Yaakov Avinu came to the camp, the Torah says he was shown his meaning. He was healed from his leg. He spent a lot of money, extravagant amount, on a gift for Esau.
The big
He didn't have any monetary loss. And he was traveling, he didn't forget any of his Torah. He said, let me give back.
It looks beautiful, Kanye.
And he gave it to them. He found out there was a certain path that they had something, whether their bodies buried there, but Adam wouldn't walk on that path. It caused a lot of aggravation all the way around.
That's what built that.
But an older person told him the back was there. Ben Zakkai,
the One World Trade Center is in Omaha.
And he made it.
It is. I heard they moved it.
Zakkai was a
How do I sound?
he wasn't concerned about the people there. In other words, that place was not a
finally got me where
it sounds nice and clear and loud.
You got the new AirPods?
No, he never assumed the bodies, but he did the same.
Yeah, fourth generation. Noise canceling is fucking crazy. No, I can't even hear myself.
The bodies
There's newer ones coming out.
The dirt was soft.
Oh, whatever. I don't need the newest ones. I just want the ones that were shaped like the original ones. And they got rid of those. And the fours are the closest thing.
Got Saba.
Copy
The older
that.
person that told him about Zakkai made fun of Shimon Bar Yochai. He said, Shimon Bar
Oh,
Yochai is
great.
higher than graveyard. Shimon Bar Yochai took offense.
Mark Norman and Neil Vaughn are having a show in Omaha tonight, so I'm going to go see that. I think I love this Omaha bit almost as much as I like the
and then he saw Yehuda ben Gerim, the one who caused the whole story, which
I really thought I was going to be the first person to bring back up Billy Bass.
You thought wrong. Do it.
Yeah, just one of the legendary moments in After Our History.
Yeah, I mean, the fans
I
are
don't know how
really
you guys started.
Take Meister.
I don't know how you guys started the show, but just shout out to the weird
you don't yell.
four YouTube members. Give me all the extra episodes. 112 Patreon subscribers. We're going to reach my nemesis in no time.
Place a meal somewhere, and from that place,
your hair looks
it's
good.
as if you put a
You like a thing with your hair
Well,
or what?
you're allowed to walk from that.
No, it's just we're about 2-3 weeks out of a haircut. That's kind of prime time. I'm really straight on this is really good for me until I show my teeth. Like, well, who's this guy? He's really start building up to that.
You ever thought about learning how to talk?
It's a stark contrast.
No, I wanted to ask you. You ever thought about trying to learn how to talk without showing your teeth? Like if you're just like.
Therefore, you don't.
Kind of rub your face a little bit every now and then. Just kind of do a rub face kind of deal.
Because you are fixing.
I think most of the time they don't really show until I laugh, which is unfortunate because one of my favorite things that I do it often.
A candle, because if it's already showers,
real catch-22.
You let it take Meister from.
How's your flight there? That's what I'm kind of mostly concerned about. How are the flights? How's the going into any lounges? There's just a lot of things that are, potential to talk about hotels,
common yard,
Uber rides. This kind of fills that.
A lot of moving parts to travel, and at the airport. No lounge. That's not really how I like to do it. My flight was at 7, and I left my apartment at 5:40. So it's pretty much no mistakes to be made. But it was real smooth on this flight. We flew there, well, literally flew there, but really fast we flew there. It was like 5 hours and 15 minutes. I'm on an aisle seat. I probably went to the bathroom 6 times.
Damn.
It probably had like a lot of boredom, stretched legs, hit the me, a couple knees, a couple boots, you know. The lady next to me, 6 hours to this flight, plus an hour and a half we waited on the tarmac. She did not get up once.
Wow, that's
what a freak of nature.
I feel like that. She probably dehydrated herself, didn't drink water all morning. She's like probably scared of the bathrooms, maybe a germaphobe. I don't know.
Robert says,
I look fucking jacked.
Yeah, you look jacked.
I definitely would have toned it down if I was window, but there would have been at least one. Maybe 2. I thought 6 hours was really impressive. Yeah, so that's kind of been the highlight of my trip. That way, I got that Reuben for the Chelsea market. That's kind of my favorite thing to do in New York.
That looks so good.
Have you ever raw dogged a flight? I feel like that would be something you would do.
Friday, it's also to hide something.
No, but I have seen this thing that's going around where people try to name a right down in a notepad and 1,000 athletes off the top of their head. Maybe they'll do that on the way back.
As we said before,
That's 1,000.
Suffolk Day.
That's too many.
Yeah.
I don't want to. I just don't want to do that. Not that I can. It's just I just don't want to do it.
If we let Mark continue talking, he's going to talk himself into wanting to do it. Right up Mark's alley.
Nah, I don't want to do it. I definitely don't want to do that. I definitely not going to do that ever.
But if
I could if I had to.
Is there any discussion on these days, like, whoa, I miss Nick, such a joyful presence, it really brings us together as a crew? Is there just any,
that's the whole method.
Where, you know, I don't even know who I miss. I don't even know who I miss
it takes a person to walk a half a mile.
I do it all the time.
State. So I'm always like, terrifying.
Did you mean the guys like Chris and Eric, or did you mean
like when it comes to Zov
and Mark? Chris and Eric would be nice, but if you guys want to pipe up too, just give everybody a reminder, Kevin and Casey here. Sounds like Mark had a couple close to that. Kevin left it. But you know, just want to know your best. You know, just business as usual when you're not there. Oh, I'm coming to Austin at the beginning of November, Jim.
No, but hey, just like you hang out on the same day.
Yeah.
We're going to do it after our crowd from there. Or let's all go. But if there's a day in between with no admission, then the three emissions don't combine and
I'll
make
go.
up the zone.
November
Says the
I
Gemara,
have plans
what
for my
happens to a
dad's
zone?
70th birthday. I'm going to the East Coast.
What
Well, let's all go to the East
Maybe
Coast.
that's
Let's go to the East
Sunday
Coast. Guys, I saw
This is
people
another
on the
mission,
internet
Monday
talking,
night finish.
and the big debate was,
It's
does
past the finish
straw have
is
one
only
hole or
Sunday,
two holes?
and finish
That's a good
is
question.
Tuesday.
One hole.
Therefore, he's not a real zone. So
Mark
so
was one hole.
Real
I say
because
two
the
holes.
middle day he didn't see a real.
I say
It's
two
also
holes.
possible. The finish is both
Oh,
Sunday and
there,
Monday,
hole.
and the
Because
second
guess
finish
how
is Monday and
because
Tuesday.
guess how you
And
know.
therefore, it is consecutive, and therefore, it has to be in part. Therefore, this person has to be machmir and bring a carbon, and he's tamei and should wait 7 days. The same will take effect. If a person only
Liquid
saw
gets
one
still
riyah,
getting in and out.
perhaps he saw that one riyah,
Now I'm
which lasted
plugging
from
the
Sunday
second
to
hole.
Monday, and he's also zavi the second.
And if I go like this,
I can give you
if I go like this, well, I'm not fucking done.
Wonderful day.
If I go like this, I'm plugging both holes. That's kind of all you want hole motherfuckers. All you want hole motherfuckers can suck it.
You're not the definitive answer on mine.
You know when you fill 2 holes, that's called a spit roast.
Mm-hmm. You know when you fill 3 holes, that's called airtight. I wish you guys hadn't.
I know. I'm sorry for taking this there. I want to go back to this regular hole debate. If a straw is 2 holes, then all holes are 2 holes, unless the distance between the holes is consistently approaching 0 small.
Yeah, agreed.
So do you believe all holes are 2 holes?
No, I believe all holes are 2 holes, yes.
If it's on purpose,
No, even like a walk.
by accident, you couldn't.
No, because here, if there's a hole in this fucking floor,
there's no
that's
difference
1 hole.
between
I
accident
just fucking got you so easy and good.
What did you
No, because the tunnel area.
I didn't call it a tunnel. I never said it was a tunnel, motherfucker. I said there's a hole in this floor. It does matter.
Piece of paper.
No, you're talking about an entrance. You're talking about an entrance hole and an exit hole. I'm talking about a hole in this floor right now that's 6 feet deep. That's 1 hole.
Leaving on
My
a
ass,
frame,
it's like my balls.
yes.
Yes.
The only issue is that there's a price
Put just a piece of paper in, or put a hole in a piece of paper, which is a 8.5 by 11. That hole is just a really short straw.
True.
Yeah, even like a donut, right? A donut, still 1 hole, but then if you, like you said with a straw, you block off one part you can still put fluid in
I
there.
understand your argument, but if there's a hole in the ground, his ground argument, 3 feet deep, that's 1 hole. Yeah. His ground argument. If it went all the way to the end of the earth, that's 2 holes.
You think one part is blocked, right? That's what you're saying.
Yeah, there's not a second hole. Don't overthink it. I'm talking about a hole. Yeah.
Food that was left on the floor. And the price that says you're allowed to eat
Wow,
food.
things are getting shitty here, guys.
Before that,
Well, I've had enough of their shit.
you understand.
Before we tear each other apart, I just want to give Kevin a round of applause. What a question. What a Kev's question.
Hey, man, I'm here to...
They still
All right, enough being friendly. Fucking answer my 1 hole question.
Only with hot water. Now we're
They
saying
don't have a rebuttal.
it's
Of
either
course
the
they don't.
caption.
Because guess what? We got...
You need to explain.
I think it's
that
1 hole.
We're talking about
Straws
so
are
ask the rabbi, what can I leave? They'll tell only hot water.
But like, you know, you golf,
What ahead and did, so without asking the rabbi,
because the other part's blocked. So it's a
even a
hole.
capsule like on today's
Yeah, you're finally wrapping
What
your
about
mind around the
the
concept of
it
the hole.
says in
I like that. It's good to see.
Your asshole is just
Today we're saying
just 1 hole.
to review the
Well,
whole.
people would say, according to you guys, you would say it's not 1 hole because my asshole and my mouth is 1 long contained system. So you just debunked your own 1 hole argument by saying that my asshole was 1 hole. You fucked yourself. Fuck yourself. But
I'm never going to put these holes in my life.
You know about that, right?
Quiz, hot shots.
Only hot water.
what?
The Gemara has a
What's the only thing you can put in a barrel? What's the only thing you can put in a barrel to make it lighter?
Oh, shit again.
It's the aforementioned hole.
It's the 1 hole. That's the name of the episode.
Somebody
The
had
aforementioned hole.
water that was
The
left on
aforementioned hole.
before Shabbos.
One
Shabbos
hole.
said you're allowed to
Go
eat.
ahead and write that one down.
Whereas
Write it down, man.
somebody had
Well, I
shredded
had a
eggs,
good day
really cooked
because
eggs, and he said you're
when
not
I
allowed.
ride in, I realized
See
I
that
brought
Shia is
my
awesome.
zins that only
Versus
had
perhaps what he meant to say
2
is
left. And I go through about 4
in other words,
during a
don't do
typical
this.
golden hour day.
Since you did it already,
But I learned that the smoke shop right next to the studio sells
where it says
nice
shake
good
his
zins.
holes.
What do those do
According
for
to
you?
Mesillo,
Make me not get mad.
Make them now.
Okay, the hot back on the flame. Let's say you're
I already got
wrapped
3 times in the steps up.
hot back on the flame.
Oh, you've been mad?
On Shabbos morning.
The whole thing.
Where it's
So
not.
Madison,
You can't
Oh,
see from his
the
action.
aforementioned hole.
Is
He
it
wants
hard?
to put it back. Friday
Is it hard to find sins nowadays?
Yeah.
Like you sound like
You
that's
know
an
that you're
exciting
gonna put it back on. You
thing.
need for the
It
next
is, yeah.
day. Shabbos morning is
I didn't know
different.
that.
Yeah,
Perhaps
because
you
in
want to put it back.
California you can't have flavors. So they'll just sell, they only sell the like original, which tastes like
Maybe to know and says, I need to qualify.
Yeah, I meant if I tobacco flavored baby more.
But once you put
You
it
know,
on
like,
the ground,
yeah, it's not good.
it's
So
possible to put it
you're
back on
not
the
spitting
Says
anything
the
out, you
original,
just
I
swallow
disagree.
whatever comes. I don't get how that works.
Yeah,
well, like these are little packets.
Put it back on the
so
flame.
it's not generating a ton of saliva, and you're not.
It's like
It's like
water
with
bags.
regular dip. Yeah. If you were to swallow that, it's like mixed in with actual
You
tobacco,
need
so
two
it
conditions.
could make
You
you
need a
nauseous
whole
if you're
in
not
your
like,
and
you
you need
know,
a thing in your
going
mind,
through
then you're gonna put it back
tin
on
of
the flame.
Copenhagen.
If you're
an
missing
hour.
any one of those two conditions,
But these,
let's say
yeah,
if
you
you
don't
your mind, you're gonna put it back in the flame.
Also, the spit is rough.
I probably said
Let's say
said this on the podcast before,
you want to put it back on the flame.
because I have like 7 stories, but
Another
in
Russian
7th grade, my buddy Max,
The Rabbi said it's
because
one
of different his brothers,
either
and he
you're
like
thinking in your mind.
got
In other words,
so
floor,
dizzy
floor,
and
floor,
nauseous,
floor,
he
floor,
laid
floor,
on the
floor,
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 and I thought he was faking, because I didn't know if it fuck you up that bad.
As long as I'm
And
holding
it
my hand,
absolutely can. It absolutely can.
Have you ever drank?
The mother
You know, the natives used to blow the tobacco in each other's assholes.
We should try that.
There's a lot of stuff you can
Or mentions
do
floor,
with the
or you
asshole.
put it on the table. What if you put it on the stick?
Like what else?
That
You know,
considered
every
as
time-
holding it in his hand.
Now I'm listening.
Another question
Yeah.
what if
I don't really know where I'm going with that one, but I feel goofy and funny, and I'm just kind of letting it fly.
Yeah, absolutely. It's
I'm glad I got the little giggle there.
yeah, that's fine.
back on
Why don't you, when you get back,
take
the first item on the agenda,
the mission talks
blow
about
your
so now we're
vape
talking
smoke
about
into Kev's ass?
Oh,
why me?
is
Why me? I
narrow
thought
the
it was your idea.
and therefore it traps the
I don't like it.
you have to take a step much higher.
Whoa, shit.
Mission says
Guys, guess Kev's waist size.
Oh, like pants on?
Yeah. Oh, I like
And the bottom of the
this.
straw,
I know.
that's not the
36.
pounds you can put on
That's
top of that.
offensive.
When it comes to that counter, you cannot because it has so much heat. It has the same
Hard.
level as 8. As
You'd be right, Nick. Nick's right.
Hey, I said it first, damn it.
Rabbi
Jensen
says
speak up, Jen.
that with the
I'm a 33.
food
I'm
against
a
the wall
33.
of
So. Nah, Mark.
Well, quit giving it away. I was just going to go Jen 34, Mark 34, Casey 30.
heat is so strong that you're not allowed to even cook.
Nick, that's
It's
kind
on the
of
side of the
that's
tire.
kind of gay to
And
know
the fact is a rice
to
of
know
this is
that
exactly what the
one.
Bible says. It's also
To be able to guess
son of-
everybody's waist size, that's gay. You're gay.
Y'all got really nice fingers.
It's not good.
Nick, did you think I was a 33?
Kira,
Do you think I was? Would you think I was a 34? You thought I was a 34?
So it's hotter
Yeah.
than a Kira.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
And
It
honestly,
depends on the
when
brand.
you're 33,
or a 34. Same.
I was just going to say this. Tell me if you find this to be true. If you're a 33, oftentimes you become a 34 because they don't have 33s.
That's right. That's a fact. It just becomes like you're either wearing a belt or you're not.
It's awesome.
And some of the 34s fit fine.
Love is always in
I can't. If pants have belt loops, I have to put a belt through. I can't wear them. Wear a belt.
That's
Of course.
split in half.
Oh yes.
It's
I can't. It's all twisted. It's all twisted because I did that bit where I was. Oh right. What was the bit? You told me I had this shit, and Mark was taking a piss, and I'm like, I'll poop right here, and I literally unbuckled everything and was about to pull him down, but it's disgusting. Guys, you gotta clean this shell up. You said do it.
Regardless of what
You
they're ready
gotta clean the shell up. Okay.
you just
Told me
remove
to
that
do
burger.
it.
And then Kevin was going to pull out a Billy Bass.
Wonderful.
Nice. I'll pull out my Billy Bass. You can talk too, just like the regular Billy Bass.
Yeah, why to picture it?
I got a golf simulator.
Oh, no, I know. Simulator.
I just sent it to the chat. So I dropped my buddy Ryan off. Oh, I had a sleepover. Wow.
Shabbos
I had a
the
fucking
Flemish
beer.
test. Mission tells us
I know. I
that
had
it's
a
also to
motherfucking
cook it
sleepover.
ahead, even though it won't be
What?
cooked.
Yeah.
Like putting
Me and Ryan
by
played
the
golf.
side of a
Who's Ryan?
hot pot.
Ryan, my country club guy. Okay.
One does so on Shabbos.
Country club
so
guy.
they can
We
right
played
side
golf.
chatas. Similarly,
And then we went back to my house for a couple beers.
very
Jess had to work late. We ended up drinking beers till all hours of the evening. He crashed to a cabin. I slept in the living room.
If he rinses
Okay,
it off,
there anyway,
it's
so
considered a
good.
carnal
It's
law.
fucking
Even though
comfy
it's not
where
the
you got my house.
That's the
And
way
so
they cook it so to
I dropped him off in the morning, and he's like, you know, I got the golf simulator shit that I'm not using anymore.
and therefore
Take it.
it's considered that you
So I took it because I already have the Garmin R10, as you guys know.
any
So
salty food,
all I
salty
needed was
fish
a mat and a net.
that you
And now I got
soaked
the
it in
mat and
hot
a net,
water
so I'm
before
sitting like
you're allowed to soak it again on Shabbos because any visual opposition, you cannot cook
because I'm just like
food that's already cooked before Shabbos.
So you're gonna be like,
And to rinse it off is also more.
yeah, I mean I was already really good, but now I'm
Closer.
really good.
Just soak it in hot
Really
water.
gooder?
If you
Yeah,
think
I
it's
can't wait
so,
to see that.
Erev Shabbos, because that would be considered.
Where's it at?
I have an objection though.
Okay.
Mishnah says it's
What you
also
said,
egg,
and I don't want to get you mad.
a very hot.
That's just
That
the theme of the day.
is not a golf simulator.
Oh no, you're right. But what you're seeing there,
What you're saying, that's a net.
what you're seeing there is not golf simulator, but what you're not
But
seeing
that's not the dirt.
is the Garmin R10 placed 6 feet behind the ball, and then I haven't dialed it in,
If you
but I
cook it
can
on
then
the hold the
sling my phone to a TV in the garage, so you hit the shot, and then you look at where it went
by the
on
fire,
the
you
screen.
heat it up at
So
a fire,
it's
and
not
you
like
put
a
it in that
$6,000 golf simulator,
everybody
but
that's
it's
awesome.
effectively the
Plus,
same
there
thing.
is
But yes,
hold the
fair call out.
Yeah.
Not at all mad about
is
that. It's a fair call out. It's, that was just right when I first set it up. I was excited.
Hold
I had
it
a
and
beer.
warm it up in the sun.
But we will get it dialed in.
Because
Trust me.
perhaps people will be confused and say, if that was the day that was warmed up in the
If you
sun,
have a
you're allowed to
video,
cook.
like when you're out on the porch,
Holy, it was warmed up by the fire.
or hit a shot,
So
how
the
hard
Chacham
is it
say,
to add those
make it
ball
zero,
trackers?
because
Is that like a
it
program
says,
or are people doing that?
Yossi
Like
agrees
manually.
that it's usher
It's a program.
very
Shot
food
tracer.
in hot sandwich.
Awesome. Yeah, because Barstool just put out, they
Why
like put the best
different-
ring or whatever.
There's one like
And
point
like one day
Rabbi,
I envisioned a
Yossi's
golf outing
concern.
for the
You might cook.
6 of
Buried
us,
in remnants,
5 of us, how many
ashes
ever.
of coals. And Rabbi Yosef says we're concerned that buried in sand, you might think
And I would like to add the shot tracer.
digging on
Yeah,
shots.
we should do that. It's a paid ad,
What's
I
the
think.
difference between the two?
Or it's its own program, like a desktop program.
Very soft
You have
sand.
to,
Like
if somebody steps in front of it,
there's no
that's
digging
why, like,
really.
if you watch a lot of
According
YouTube
to
golf like we
the shit
do,
about digging, you
you're
don't
like,
have to
don't step in front of the tracer, or step in front of the camera so they can trace it later.
Ashes. You put the egg
But
down,
on,
and it
like
buries
regular
itself. That's how soft it is.
broadcast golf, they have the
Bryce
big
says
squares
light up
like that are mounted to their cameras
boil
behind
an egg on a
the
rooftop.
golfer. Sometimes you can see it,
because most rooftops
and those
don't
like
have
will
sand.
automatically
But
track
if
it
they have sand,
because they have obviously have better equipment, it's
the big
live and
problem
everything.
of
But
perhaps
if we wanted to do it, it's just a desktop
a
app,
hole on Shabbos.
Which we can do. Let's do it.
Mishnah tells us
It's
this
Did you
story
all watch the
Very
Canelo Crawford fight?
where people
Yeah, I fell asleep during
a
it.
pipe of
Yeah.
cold
Or
water.
just tired?
I was tired, man. I was late. I was
Cold water
tired.
by
Guy.
putting the cold water
Fair
into the
What
hot
about you?
springs of
How
Tver.
was it?
And
I liked it. It was good.
And
That
the
was
Chacham said
better than
that's
I thought it
awesome.
would be, to be honest.
yeah, it was very technical. But
L'chara,
I
that's a riot of a
don't really know boxing
Let's say
anymore.
that a
I kind of
cold
got out
of
of
the
the
sun.
game.
You
I
understand
thought
that
Canelo
how
was
did the
gonna
hot
win.
springs
Yeah,
become
I didn't hit
cold?
him.
The
And
sun.
It's hard to bet against him.
Hold of the
Yeah.
sun is awesome. Says Rabbi Rothschild, no. The water of
I did
Tver,
not watch
hot
it.
springs of Tver are hold of
I
fire.
drank a lot of
Because
White
the water
Bloods
heats up by
during
going right past the
UFC
opening
event,
of your head.
and
It's
then
a
I went
real
to bed
fire
at 7
and no riot for
because I had to get up at
Chizah says.
5
Same as Chacham said in the Mishnah.
to fly, so I didn't see it. I want to like boxing. I tried, but it sucks.
In an
Boxing
object,
sucks.
yeah.
And it, like,
It's more heat.
one individual match could be great,
The
but like,
springs, the hot springs of Tver.
I think that was a 4-fight
There's
card.
also, even if you put it in there before
The main
Shabbos,
event started 4 hours after the broadcast
Google
started.
says that hot springs of Tver are
I don't know how anybody thinks to enjoy that. They just, from what I heard, they have stupid musical performances that no one gives a shit about. It's like, we want to see fights. Why are there 3,000 people in the ring? Who are you people?
If you
Speed
are
this
washing
along.
your face, hands, and feet,
Couldn't agree more.
If you compare that, which is one of the biggest, it seems like one of the biggest boxing fights in years,
to
just
the water.
a semi-random UFC fight, like the main event was so much more exciting. Obviously, I'm an MMA fan, but I really feel like even if you just took 2 casual sports fans and you put those together, if they didn't know any of the history about the combatants,
Even if the water
people would think UFC
Did
over.
you watch Shop Show on Monday? I just copy pasted what Brendan said. It says.
if you're allowed to shower,
I that's Monday, I haven't thought an episode in a while.
No, I'm just messing with you because that was Brendan's take. He was basically saying the same thing. If you show 2 random people
the obviously choose the UFC event over boxing, but I actually thought it wasn't the main card, not the one before the main card, but the one before that. It was
Billy or whatever.
Yeah, Christian and Bill. I'm looking at it right now.
Yeah,
Billy versus Lester Martinez.
They were throwing hands.
They were throwing hands the whole time. I thought it was a great fight, regardless of boxing versus UFC or MMA.
But Nick, can I ask you a question?
Yeah, but about that fight, my guy Magic, who I'm going to start the pod with, he ended up not doing it next week, so took the week off. So, but before that card, he was like, do not miss that specific fight again.
Yeah, it was great. The only thing that sucks is it ends in a draw. Like, you want to root for boxing and then it ends in a draw. Like, what? There's no fucking payoff. Just fucking do one more round or something. I don't know.
But some sports end in draws.
Soccer's in a draws. I don't like it. I don't want that. You gotta have a winner. Especially soccer. Like,
yeah, and it was. They were. Yeah,
nevertheless,
it was that close. Yeah, it was that close.
Yeah, they were nonstop punching each other. It was great.
But Nick, how do you feel about an MMA fight where they're both pretty much boxing the whole time against two boxers against each other? Is that like, do you find entertainment out of that, or
not doing takedown?
Yeah, either we're doing any type of other type of MMA, boxing.
100%, because like the threat is there.
Yeah.
Later on in life, he also
there's still, I mean, sometimes it'll be just people throwing hands, but usually there's also other strikes involved, and
sometimes,
I don't know. It is like watching like chess and checkers to me. Like, there's just more variables in an MMA fight where I'm like, oh, maybe this guy's better at this, better at this. Where it's boxing, like sometimes I can be watching the fight super intently and not have even a great hand of who's winning because they're just like exchanging blows. Whereas like I can score an MMA fight really well.
Versions in route,
but that's also just my lack of knowledge of the sweet science.
Yeah, I will say my takeaway was
like I said,
not having watched a boxing match in a while. I was like, damn, they are fucking good at boxing. Yeah, it was like used to the UFC where like even the stance is different because there's so many different things. Like you kind of can't box like a boxer.
Yeah, the rest of us had to do it, just like you watch.
Get kicked
face
down,
by itself. Your head by itself. So each limb must be watched individually.
It was super technical. Yeah, you could tell they were both on a different level. Like anybody
how water that
I've
is
seen
heated
in a long
before
time.
shot. It's the big, your entire body. The sides one limb. You must leave one limb out.
Yeah, I enjoyed it, but I mean,
those two Bryces seem to
Sam's pretty much all you guys.
Bryces say the only
It was way more exciting to watch. Lopez versus Silva.
Hands and feet. Not your entire body minus one limb.
Which is like
I hope.
UFC fight.
Yeah.
Rabbi Yosef
I'm hopeful for boxing though because of like Dana is trying to have an organization to it, make Silva boxing like more like UFC where you can actually like, get to know the fighters instead of being fragmented and they have like 50 belts. And you don't understand that's also been like a big detractor of me getting into it.
Yeah.
Like
it's obvious that
since I've been a kid, I've always wanted to watch boxing, but the big fights for pay-per-views didn't have money for that. They didn't show highlights on ESPN. They don't show skills.
Yeah.
They went to look up the footage, which I think was really dumb of that sport. If I could find it, but I lost my Twitter, so we're gonna get that back. But in like 2008, I tweeted if I ever got rich, I would like buy up boxing and like try to organize it. Now being a white is like my dream.
Guys, let's take a little break because guess what I'm all about? I'm all about playing on Legends. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? They got a ton of games, a million different games. 100% match on your phone play unless you're playing silly. There's hundreds of games available. I like Pluck It. I like the slots. I like to play big money slots. That's my thing.
I'm a big Crash guy. Yeah, I love that game. It's super fun.
Crash guy.
Well, it's just fun. It's just easy to. It's kind of easy to play.
Yeah.
Crash is very easy to get to use and learn how to play and stuff like that. So I like that.
But they also got stuff like roulette, blackjack, baccarat, like stuff that's like, traditional casino games. So you feel like you're at a casino in the comfort of your own home.
And then they have the highest return player, which basically means best odds. So I like that.
And let's not forget, they also have live sports games.
They have lines for pretty much any sporting event you need. So like NFL, they have MMA, they've got Premier League, WNBA, esports, whatever you want, they've got it.
Free to play.
fair to
He
the core,
sat in the
fought
steam
from the start.
house on
Legends.
and
That's
they even took a shower with hot water from the mountain. And they made sure that that hot water was covered with water. So you don't need to cover water with
You saw that Calvin Gastelum missed weight.
Laura
I
tells
don't
us
know
there are
how many
actually
times
4
it's said already,
steps
but
in the Xero that says that you're not allowed
what
to
I
break yourself
found fascinating is, remember I always ask you about if you watch UFC Unfiltered or listen to Jim Norton?
Before Shabbos.
Yeah, yeah.
But then the Balonim,
He was
in
just at
charge
the-
of the fights, they started
Oh,
lying.
yeah, so
They
yeah,
started
exactly. It was at the
doing shtick.
Randy Long, no, was it that one? It might have been Anakin Florian. But either way, Ray Longo chimed in, and Ray Longo was like,
They said, you know
I
what?
think he literally,
No more
Kelvin,
eating
it's not
hot
like he's
water.
lazy or not disciplined. He
But
literally
you're
has an
letting-
eating disorder where he can't fucking,
That
he can't
Balonim
make
came
weight
along.
because he has
People that
like a
play that
serious
race, they
mental
started lying.
eating
They said, we're
disorder.
using the steam. But in
I
fact, we're
believe
waiting.
that because
So
like
they said,
for
you know
all
what?
other
You're not allowed
cows,
to use
like
steam. But
he's like an
you're letting
extremely
these
hard
times
worker in the
any
gym and
natural
shit,
hot
and
spring
like
you're allowed to use.
he's super.
They
I
came
think
along
Calvin
with
Gastelum's
Zero.
really funny and
People lying. They
engaging
said,
on
hey,
Twitter, and he does
from the
YouTube videos and stuff. I'm a huge fan.
from the bathhouse.
It sucked that everybody's
So he said-
shitting on him, but I believe
Commentary is
that.
also
I
awesome.
believe that man
Let him
can't
use
stop.
cold
He's
water.
fat because
So
he
they
eats, and
realized
he eats because
that people cannot be oimed. They can't stand
because he
Xero. They weren't able to accept Xero.
it's a vicious society.
Tommy and Ferry is well, let's take it back a step. You're allowed to go to the natural hot spring.
But yeah, I'm
You're not
a
allowed to
big
use
Calvin
steam. You're not
Gastelum
allowed
fan.
to use
Cool as hell, man. Yeah, I like him.
And you see from
But
here,
there is like, it's
that a
enough is
person
enough.
who's labor
I
on
don't
the
know what's going
Durabana
on with that.
on this Xero is considered
Yeah,
an
5
environment.
pounds
You're
fucking
allowed to
crazy.
control and have a public home
He missed by
environment.
5
Well,
pounds.
especially when he
The word tells us you're
was
allowed to
like
walk
5 pounds
through
at
the bathhouse.
185, and the guy fought at 170 for a lot of his career.
Yeah,
You're not gonna benefit from
not a
it.
good
It's
look.
He was only 4 weeks notice, I will say that. But
far-
One thing, that's all caveat, yeah.
It's
4
inevitable
weeks,
that if
bro.
you walk through it, that you
I
won't
know.
benefit from
Even
the
I
steam,
can
therefore
recommend
it's
lunch in 4 weeks.
What would you do to lose 4
You're
pounds?
allowed
you don't know how big of a big fat fucking fatty he was before that. He's probably like
do the
240
reverse.
pounds.
Hold water in your body,
Fatty,
put
he's
yourself
that
in front
fucking
of the
fat.
fire. That's also because now you're bathing yourself with hot water. Similarly, you're allowed to take a hot
Being
towel
silly.
and put it on your stomach to relieve pain in the stomach.
I wish Casey's
Now that
face
take
was bigger on my
small
screen.
towels out
He's
water.
smiling.
Number one,
He's
it
smirking.
spills out. It's
He's still
very
gonna smirk.
big danger, and that's also to do with the
I'm gonna
weakness.
take his
There's an
computer.
additional problem.
Oh, never
If water spills out onto your body, now you're bathing in
Computer
hot
guy
water.
is weak. I don't like it.
The Tanakama
I want to take
says
it and throw it.
that you're
I'm gonna
permitted
take
to
it
take
and
cold
shove it.
water on Shabbos
Clean it
and
up.
warm it
We're
up
a
with
highbrow
the water.
podcast now. Oh yeah.
It's also
about
Clean it up.
the
What
point
does it
where
mean?
it's got to that's where your hand
He's
takes
just a
back.
fucking
Or
I know.
better yet, the Gemara describes it
Let's
as
give us your
Casey,
example
Casey,
of hot water or the heat that could burn. a
Casey
baby's
wanted it to be the show to be clean. It really reminds me of the old school King of the State days when
Four.
you
Very high
working in
temperatures.
a
I've heard of
girl.
this 6 degrees Celsius.
Well,
About
I forget. What would he say?
Yeah, but you're
that you're
Brendan.
not allowed to do.
Yeah.
What about oil? How does it mention oil?
Whoa,
Looks like a right.
whoa.
Rabbi Rothschild is saying
You
that
should be so. You should be
it's
honored.
100% water. There's no
No,
such
you
thing as
said
cooking
he was
oil.
being
Therefore,
dirty. I don't wanna be dirty.
Let us
Clean it up then.
You're not basically mix it to the other
No,
shit.
I'm a nice
It's 100%
church boy.
awesome. Even
I went to
if you warm
Catholic
up
school
oil,
growing up.
that's the way you mabash. That's how you use it. They like to warm it up, and therefore that's also. Or it brings another
You don't want to
tonight.
nearly take your pants off and talk about airtight. I mean, what the hell, man?
Yeah, but he's also
So
doing an
warm it up to
accent,
a
so
point
it's
that's got to let
pretty
us
fast.
also
Yeah,
warm
I'm
up to a
quoting
point.
on him.
Quoting a feature film.
Yeah.
Warm, that's
All you
that's
gotta do
not
is
how
get better at accents.
You
You
gotta
gotta do accents, so you can say whatever you want.
That is a way
man.
to
Can
make
you do
it
any
warm.
accents?
Therefore, you can only put it on your hand.
Oh, speaking of accents, I'm
Put your
watching
hand
this
in front of
show.
the fire. But
Not
what
a
is
task
the
on
difference?
HBO.
Not very. It's all the same
I started
thing,
watching.
basically.
And it's
Now
in
they're warm up oil,
Baltimore.
even
It's the same writer
that's also the point of
as
that way.
Mayor of
It's
Easton.
also to warm it up, warm, even with a sheet of
And I like the
give it to laugh
Baltimore
out
accent.
inside your
Oh
head.
yeah.
But I can tell some of the actors
is
aren't like
what-
comfortable with it because they were like going in and out of it.
Yeah.
I love
It's a
it.
weird
There's
one.
no difference
I
between
honestly
oil
think
and water. Both of them, if
I
it's
can
got
do
to let
accents
it's
better than
also
90% of
warm up,
actors.
and it's not got to let it's
You're
I get a really good accent.
But you're an actor,
He's
so
found
that
Rebbe.
doesn't mean anything.
And he said, I wanted
Yeah,
to,
you're
I
an
want to
actor.
take a flask of oil
Why
and
it
put it in the
means a lot. It's
I'm
very
very
impressive talent you have, and I wish you'd use it more on the program.
cake.
Well,
Bro, shady.
I was just doing Baltimore, and it's like 7
actors in the beginning, they were like,
Someone says, first of all, you learn three
it's like you gotta commit to
You learn
Sounds like a little bit. It sounds
you could
a
cook
little
oil.
Philly
Like
like.
the sheet
yeah,
that says
Baltimore's close
oil
to
is
Philly.
cookable.
Why do people have
Second of all,
accents?
you see that if you
Not
take
crazy.
water out of the
Tomorrow's the
shady, that does not. And second of all, you see that warming up oil, that's also considered.
No, I was saying more got cut out a little bit, but
ready.
I'm glad you guys did hear it. It was bad.
It's in a bad
Well,
house.
we heard
Reality,
it.
it's
It's gonna be
painted
cold.
clear in the bad house. That's what it is. To prevent prevent somebody from doing it is you're allowed to, like,
I know everybody's talking about the Myron Jackson,
and he
I
wanted
like
to block the floor
Zacko.
for him or remain
That's
aside.
my
That is
most
also that's a sweet voice. That's considered vital. So he wanted to prevent him from doing it. This is
Hey, back.
wonderful.
He's like, go to something I'm good at.
Your dating stories?
Real quick, more exits, TV shows. I want to hear Kevin's stories too. But in The Wire, there's a couple police officers that were former Boston or Baltimore cops, and like you can just hear the authentic one compared to the actors.
Yeah.
It's awesome. I also
Shabbos
love
got from
Baltimore
Mount
actors.
tells us 3 stories of
Stavros, I'll give
Zera or
love to
Rebel.
do
First one is
Baltimore accent, like a Ravens pump-up video. Just an example of a yeah, Chucky, the fucking anyone.
I'm not sure about that. On the ground, but he's floating.
On one,
Floating the river.
No, I want to hear
Mine's
Casey's.
just quick. I had, when I was in high school, I had a Boston guy stay over
Your
for like a
backyard.
long weekend of skating and
Where it
stuff.
says it has
And I
it
did a
has
Boston
straight
accent the
walls.
whole time, and they didn't even notice.
They're different than a
Yeah.
river, which goes in a gradual.
So I was like, you guys
incline.
notice anything?
So it's obvious
And they're like, what?
that's
I've been doing a Boston accent.
or another China Rashi today has a lip.
That's
It's a
commitment to a bit right
It's
there.
not- It doesn't
I
resemble
respect you for that.
a ring stop. The different time, Rebzera sort of Bavo.
Do we want to get that case?
I'm not
Tough
sure
to
if
get
it's
it from
touching something or not.
Baltimore and Philly.
Or it says
right to Boston.
touching is awesome.
Think about it.
That is the Beira of the Dora Mabo explains.
No, I don't feel like
What's
it.
the other
Are
one?
you even fucking anybody?
However, Abai explains that
Ouch.
the circumstances are enough to malicious.
Nick like that one.
Malicious is if a person has his mind on something else.
Yeah, I fucked up.
For instance, like soldiers, relations and soldiers that come in, if they're friendly soldiers,
I haven't even
and
done
in the
that.
time of war,
Actually,
let's be
what's
concerned
an
that they
LAD?
make the wine Yainesa if the barrel is open.
Good thing to do on me.
And if they are enemy soldiers,
Yeah, so you have not
they
done
have
any
on their
dates
mind
since the last
is to
time
save their own lives.
we spoke.
They don't think about making someone else
They
see
don't want
Yainesa. There's no concern.
No,
So
I haven't really.
was walking on the bank of the river.
No,
He was concerned
the last day I told you about was I went to
Therefore,
Boys
his
Home.
mind
That
was
was like
somewhere else.
maybe 2 months
He
ago.
didn't have a concern that he might come to
I haven't really tried to go on any dates though.
The
dates
third
just
story
like
about Rebzera
it
is
just feels like a waste of
Rebzera
money.
tried
Like
to
you
avoid
go on a
writing
date, it
because
goes well,
also
we talk a
taking
little bit
out
after, and then it
Florida
just fizzles
Florida
out. Like one of us either loses
well,
interest or whatever.
I
It's
didn't pump the ice on.
like a waste
He's
of time. I
remaining
don't know.
Florida to try everything you.
Don't force it.
Zera says
Yeah,
no.
I'm
That
just
was
like
spoken
not.
about to play
It's
sharks.
like whatever.
He was worried that if he bumps into
What about you, Chin?
he would stare on him and say, "You must stay here and put line."
What about you,
Let me
Chin?
hear one last part player from him.
You got anybody in your crawl space?
Americans, you know, like fucking words.
That dude, I was worried he didn't shit about
A
that
speech
person.
in
Why?
medicine.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but I mean, I'll say for Patreon.
And he
Because
started
I
talking
don't want her
about
to watch
this
this.
to show that when you're trying to say, they need to lie talking while she played this, even the base on
Right,
her.
because now
tells
it's
us
not
now
that
by
you
give me
like
my
you're,
give me my shampoo.
you already alluded to it.
And then he tells the guy,
He's like super irritated.
You just
open
gotta
up your
sign up.
mouth.
Is it along the lines of Kev's flight story where he got the girl fighting and she ghosted?
I would never do that shit.
This is
Come
the
on,
halacha.
give me some.
That's what
You would never
I
do
love,
what?
but it's nice. He said, I can't just
She's
say this.
like,
It's
what do
worth
you
it.
think I'm pathetic?
Fucking dirty. That's dirty. But drink from the water of the American.
If I was like super lonely and I just wasn't able to pull shit.
Instead of
Oh,
inside as well.
God.
You want the benefits.
When I do a U-chin, it's not as me.
Inside and
When you
so by drinking
you
out
can
water,
continue
out water,
Yeah.
drink from
No,
the
it's gotta be me. Like,
That's what makes it very.
Other
That's
things
what
that
makes
the
it
Bryson says,
interesting.
that if
I've been at local
Wash
salon
yourself
before
with
where I did,
hot water,
you know, talk to girls in Spain, and I'm like, hey, you want, because, you know, we're flirting. And there's a low point in my life. I'm like, yeah, come to LA. You know, I got
harden
you.
it in cold
And she was down to
water.
go, but I just stopped talking to her.
Bathe
But yeah, so
yourself
what
in
I'm saying is,
cold
if
water,
I'm in that
oil,
zone, if I'm in that moment, then yeah, there's no big deal about it. But
water can
this is in regular instances, no, I'm not doing that shit.
That was the first time I ever. That's what's crazy about the story. That was the first time I had ever bought a flight for a girl that I was just, you know,
and
branding
that's
girl.
where
So
the test
I don't think it's a low point or a bad thing. I think it's a power move.
for Amos,
That's what I thought too. I'm like, you know what? Let me boss up and make this work, and then
and that's where the person needs to go to relieve himself.
It's a
to go
boss
to
move if you like
something like that. It's similar to trying to
really have the
start a fire
needs.
in an oven.
But I just don't think it's really
that already did
going to
it
help
purpose.
Kevin
Don't put
accomplish
food on
his
top of the
goals. He was talking about just a day in LA is expensive. And $600 flight to that.
Says the machine.
Oh,
There's a vessel called
you know what you can do? I just heard about the Frontier Go Wild Pass. $299. You get unlimited flights for a year. The caveat is you only know if you book the flight the day before, and you can be rerouted and have like 24 hours of travel. But that's where your works in.
I knew something like that was coming. I knew it. I knew it.
That we discussed, but it has compartments for water.
Hey man, I'm
Guys, you have access to 911. I'm on fire.
I get it.
That water.
Yeah. The delay is so. When I say a joke, there's a delay, and I'm so antsy. I want to hear an eruption of laughter. That one didn't work.
Yeah.
And therefore, it's not a dreaming shop. Another shot is it's a double layer, double decker.
Mark's doing a thing over there. What are you doing, Mark?
Just one layer is the cold, the upper layer is the water, and therefore it adds better to the water.
Did you eat both
Says the
sandwiches?
Mishnah, that if you have
I know there's going to be already a lot of pictures
that you remove all the water
on
from
this
it,
screen,
it's
but if you
still
could have a
hot.
picture of you eating
Put a
sandwiches.
small amount of water into it. Is that what you want? Put a large amount of water. That just makes the water warm.
I'm only
That's
going to get
okay.
2 more sandwiches.
According to
I got one more right here.
say that those
Too much food,
establishments
man.
for their
What kind of
water
sandwiches for
causes
sandwiches?
the
They were
pot
buy one, get one free, so I
to
got
harden.
one.
It's so
What is it?
intense.
They were
warm with the water.
subs.
We don't like Rip shit that it's
turkey
welcome.
and ham
As long as it's
and
not
a
a situation, in other words, it's definitely going to happen.
Oh,
We don't know it's definitely going to happen.
what I
That's
did
what's
today.
We're talking about item
I
shop.
brought a sandwich
remove the
like I
water.
do from time to time. I
Remove
made it
this
at home. I
kettle
got it in.
from the
It's a
stove.
nice brioche bun.
And now, to add a small amount of water is also because you want to the water.
Cheddar
So, to add a larger amount of water is mostly because it's just going to create warm water. However, if there's no water left in the pot, any amount of water,
that was
add that
funny.
would be
It was
awesome.
so funny because
Like a review food,
the
though.
sandwich making fun of was on its way out very fast. He goes, "Oh, that's a cartoon sandwich."
Rap
And then
says,
just
that's
laughed.
all I love, though.
And then
I love
as
this.
soon as he walked
water
in,
needed,
my feet were
not
up
being
on the
sound. In
table.
other words,
And he
in
goes, as
order
soon as he
to
walked in,
hardly
like not, I'm
you have
telling
to
you,
fill up the
it's
piece all the way
like
to the top. Says
didn't
Rap.
even get
So,
one
this
foot
would be
inside
what
the
we put
door.
less
He
than
goes,
that.
"Oh, I'll throw those out for you."
Or
I went
just
to take them off
even
my
if you
feet.
all the way to the top, it's
So
still
he
water.
burned me on the way out
The
so
big
bad.
shmuel
It burned me on the
doesn't
way in
shit.
so bad.
In another
Same
element,
day. Same day.
in a malacha
It
shem
was
shmuel
funny.
gufo,
We
as we
were
discussed,
laughing.
if you have
It's hilarious.
a piece of
Bro,
wood,
can you imagine just being
full
that
low
funny?
red,
I can.
you
Like,
consider that
we're
somebody
all
might step
pretty
on it.
funny. Like, we're all funny in our
It's
own ways,
also
but like to be able to make anybody
It's
laugh like that
Even
is
though
would be crazy.
Yeah,
That's
it's nice. You don't
yeah,
need
it is pretty.
that
It's
piece
such
of
a
wood as a cold. You just
use
don't want
my
the fire.
disposal, I guess. You're right.
It's
Yeah,
not a
nice.
creative act.
Where am I?
If I could come in there and I was the boss and not worry about losing my
That is
job,
awesome.
I
So you see,
roast the shit out of them. So
Someone
funny.
says
Yeah,
yes.
I roast everybody every single day.
Malacha shem shmuel gufo, he doesn't hold
I roasted them. I got them
He
back.
does hold the encryption.
You did. You did. Yeah, I remember.
We're
Good
talking
job.
about
And therefore, the
You
word
said
is
that.
wrong.
Yeah, but talent
I
is
say
always a
that
pain in the ass.
it's
I like the way it
let's say
blended
it
down.
really
Yeah,
is.
it was
Relax.
good. I
In
respect
interest
you
of
for that. Yeah.
With the Rabbi
If you're gonna give it, you gotta be able to
less
take
than 4
it in any
hours.
aspect,
Stop.
no matter
Don't
the
walk again less
dynamic.
than 4 hours. That's his the Rabbi. But
I
since
agree.
this is a danger, you're allowed to
I
do
agree
so.
wholeheartedly.
And in the caramelist, with the
We're all
whole
fired
history,
anyway.
the whole
That's
idea
fine.
is only
Are we
Rabbi.
gonna
All the
lose
way
our jobs?
to garbage.
Nick alluded to
What
that.
happened
Mark
to
just
those
alluded to that. We're losing our jobs. I lost my job. My
Wonderful
pet's head
day.
did fall off. Your pet's head did fall off? Yeah, my pet's head did fall off. Oh, damn. No, you got a brand new pet right over in there. Beautiful pet. We should talk about your beautiful new venture. We should. Yeah. We'll record a pod.
Yeah.
We'll record a pod in there when Nick gets back. Okay. How about that?
I can't wait.
In the meantime, you can go to bearpunch.tv on Instagram. Check out all the hot sizzles Mark has been making. This was hard. I know.
Hot stuff.
You got it out. Yeah, I respect
You want to say a hot studio?
Oh, Mark, over there.
Shabbos daf
Mark,
base.
pull it up. Mark,
You shall say
Where there's a hot
that the
studio.
bottom
Let's
water
see it right here.
always
My
wins.
studio looks dope.
So therefore,
The
it's
studio
also
looks for
before
these guys.
Shabbos,
The Zoom
cold
guys can
water
see my
into
screen, but
hot
you guys
water,
can't
because that would be
because of the
cooking
situation I
cold
got
water.
going on.
Okay.
So,
But
hot water.
the hot
Cold water, that's
studio,
smoother because you're not
baby.
cooking
Wow,
with the cold
the
water.
hotness.
They still say it doesn't make a difference. Even
Look
cold
at all that
water,
experts.
hot water
Look at all the
is
hot
smoother.
stuff. Yeah, this is my studio. Mark, just get dual HDMI.
It's here directly from
someone.
And therefore,
Simple. Yeah, this is all me, dude. I don't have money to hire people. It's all me.
hot water into cold water.
I mean, just listen for some stuff. I was like, hey, man.
Jim Renassi said,
shite.
and
You
I was
like
like,
cameras? We got cameras. You got a monitor to look at stuff? We got a monitor to look at stuff. You got microphones. You got microphones with white
and what he's saying is that
comfy chairs. We got that.
No, my
headphones to listen to yourself. We got that. Cameras, 6K. We got it.
Even hot water in the cold.
It's an ad. Clip it. It's an ad.
Says
I think I said this on the Patreon when we looked at the studio, but I'll say it again for a wider audience. I've been in a lot of rentable podcast studios, and you talk to the owners and stuff. No one has put more thought into their studio than Mark. That's a fact. You slave it away. He's at the studio you guys are in right now.
Therefore,
Sounds like telling you guys, but tell the audience. He's there like every single day. We only all come in on Tuesdays. By the vehicle coming out more. But he's been in there every day since we moved in a couple months ago, and it's ready to go.
Yeah, there was a part of me, thank you, Nick. There was a part of me that was like, just hire someone and like build it up, but I didn't have money to do that, so I had to fucking do everything myself. Honestly, that could be your job right there. Just going around and building people's. I don't know if I want to do that again. It was a lot of work. And however, you did it well. Also because I was kind of figuring out what my setup was going to be on the fly, so it took a little bit longer than I wanted to. But now that I know what setups I like and all that jazz, it's going to be a lot faster. But I'm stoked with how it looks. I'm excited to get whoever comes in as the first people. Maybe it's us. But I'm stoked with how it looks. So,
what do you mean first people? Because there's a popular package already, so you obviously had so many people in there.
Well, it is popular.
Salt is much more sensitive than spices.
So,
even in a
cliche, have you ever heard of advertising and marketing, dude? Come on, now.
It's a very long time to
I need your help.
So we're not going to argue.
Okay. Which piece of art should I purchase between these two sending to the group?
That's what it is like the second lush.
This is not like
that salt is very tough.
This is fancy
art.
It
won't even
just like art.
It takes a long time for it to cook. Like
what about this art? What about this? Oh, you got
says
nice Lloyd Christmas.
The one is not allowed.
Or you got a Simpsons.
On Shabbos.
Yeah, Lloyd Christmas.
Catch oil that's dripping out of a candle.
That's
because that oil is booked to finish. And by falling into a vessel on Shabbos, that vessel will
joshing.
And now you're
I like the number one. I also just say get both of them.
Out of service for that Shabbos,
it's kind of a theme.
You're allowed to put
like
that thing there under the candle.
If you like that fourth one, you can keep
As
adding.
long as you don't use the oil on Shabbos.
Honestly, I didn't even think about it. If you also
Or is there something similar when it comes to
no, I know. That's that. Would be, the goal would be to have like one wall in my apartment with like just art all over it. Like that's my living room.
However,
I think I saw something like a mosaic type of just frames everywhere, all different shapes, sizes, or whatever. Yeah, that would be what I would be going for. But I also do like the Simpsons one.
If it's
because I love the beach. I love myself a good beach.
It's a common way to save that.
It's got a nice sunset. It's very peaceful. I like that one as well.
So you let us save it on a
kind of reminds me of.
That's like England, isn't it?
You want to make sure it's going down the incline. That's not how I told him to. You know how to save it.
Both look like New
England. It brings a lot of questions from different machines.
Well, this one is asking
on these questions.
That's right.
I'm talking about a little place called California.
You're right.
I love this. Barrel breaks.
So for that reason, I say go Dumb and Dumber.
You let us save it on
I like your idea of getting one for that reason. Because you can get different sizes. So maybe I'll get the number one, like the biggest size, and I'll get the smaller size. 40-inch though, don't get 40.
Random barrels are 40
inches like this big. No,
another mission that we have later on in the set.
Find out what 40 inches is.
Penis size. That means you got. First of all, clean it up, Kevin. Second of all, that means you have a little penis. That's what you tell me all the time.
No, that doesn't. That's so funny. I don't even know how to do that.
They're celebrating. Kevin's got a little penis.
Give like a thumbs up or something. See, yeah, that's you. Give like a thumbs up. Hold it. All right, guys. There we go. Whoa.
Did you do that?
No, that's you. Do something else, like thumbs up again. Do thumbs up again. Yeah. Guys, which dick would you rather have?
They just have that, and I never turned that off.
Shabbos not to turn it off.
Which dick would you rather have?
And
Long
make up
skinny?
the law stuff that we had over
Skinny?
Pesach. This is from 4 days ago.
Because
That's
that,
what
they can't,
we had
you can't know any
to
entering. Dude, that's not
zero.
zero.
Yeah, but that button one like can't even fit.
A cleat
You still
under
get a
the
throw.
head to catch it.
Oh my
What's
god.
the difference from this? It says because you're about to
That's who.
You're
Let's see
canceling
demonstrate.
it. You no longer
Look at
use
Nick's trying to
this
do stuff.
once the X touches it, it's multi. But when you cover it,
Should we go to the Patreon? I want to hear Jen's tea.
Mark
Oh, yeah.
all the
Let's
prices
get to the
nice that we had them.
Yeah. All right, let's go.
Starting
Yeah.
with-
Thank you guys
We
for
have a
watching.
barrel full of so wine and it breaks. Like with another vessel, the oil in the water. But that vessel is hooked to because wine that's out there, the oil is where it's at. Somebody was waiting. What about the fact that it says in the Mishnah that from Zayin that you're allowed to put a vessel underneath a candle to catch the sparks?
I was just doing Baltimore, and it's like some of the actors in the beginning, they were like getting in the head of it, and it's like you gotta make it what you're in. Sounds like a little bit of, it sounds a little Philly like. Yeah, Baltimore is close to Philly.
To support a broken beam in the ceiling.
Isn't that crazy?
It
is
like
crazy.
Galen was saying that the bench is not in there. But the fact that you let it take a bucket.
No, I was saying more got cut out a little bit, but
Rain,
I'm
that
glad you
is
guys
not
did
booked
hear it.
to
It was
drink.
that.
Well, we heard it. It's going to be the cold open.
Because I love that you're allowed to take a basket in order to put young chickens go back to the chicken. You're allowed to do that unless those chicks were on the basket during dinner. Then we say, yes, the plate. What is the plate? Rabbi Rothschild, he says, not only is it also contaminated, but it's also also to cover and protect the negative chance. Why? Because he holds that you're not only on Shabbos, if it's for the tzorah, for the use of a item that's booked.
Oh, man.
What about all these prices and
Guys,
Chinese
all right,
prices?
so get my
You're
computer.
allowed to move a bench that's not
You guys-
booked. Hold up a beam that's
Let's
broken.
all be
It's
distracted.
broken, it's booked. You're allowed to take a basket
Yeah.
that's not booked for
Zoom
chickens
my
that are
balls
booked.
up here.
All I
Let's say
want to
those
do
pieces
ultimately is
that
zoom,
we
zoom,
started
zoom,
out
and
carrying the
boom, boom.
bench and the basket and the bowl
Have
and all those
some
other
fun.
things.
I
With the
got
header.
the
Was the
feeling,
servant like,
because not
yeah,
the
you
only
the bench,
one. All
was
I
he
want
doing
to
it
do
for the
is
place.
have
He needed the
some
spot that
fun.
the bench was fitting.
Yo,
Once he was holding it in his
yo,
hand,
yo,
we
yo,
allowed him
yo,
to
yo,
continue
yo, yo,
and support
yo,
the beam.
yo,
We allowed him to
yo,
continue
yo.
and put the basket down.
Welcome
for
to the after hour.
No, wait.
So
Well, that's the
it's
question.
me and Kev,
An egg that was
and
born on
Mark is
Shabbos
going to get his
says
sandwich,
you're allowed to cover a vessel
and
with it.
Nick
Very
is
interesting.
in New
You're allowed to
York.
support
Unique
the
New York. Unique New
people
York.
that support
And
Bezalel.
Chin is in Austin.
Carry a
He's
lot
always
of
in Austin. So
force, a lot of
no big change there, right?
You know how to do
So
something.
big changes
However,
here at the desk. It's just us that feel very far
Again, we
away
must say,
physically, not emotionally.
They started carrying it with a header of the Tsar's
Well, handshakes are harder.
Says
Just a little
you gotta
bit,
think
but
about
we gotta make it work.
I
or
took for granted how easy the high fives were when we were neighbors.
We're talking about stones that are not books, so stones that they use.
How are you
instead
doing,
of
Kev?
pillars.
What's going on with you?
What about the fact that
Same old shit, man.
Wow.
bricks?
Same old, same old.
Just sucking ass, eating grass.
We're talking
Pretty
about
much,
building
yeah.
that
Not much has changed.
structures over, and now he's using those
Now I
bricks
have a computer,
for a
so I'm
header.
going to be
Not mostly
distracted.
using
Yeah.
a
Okay, so I'll just talk.
What about the fact
Where's
that
my
it says
camera? Which one's my
you let it
camera?
cover a beehive with a
That one's my camera?
You let it cover a beehive
Oh,
with
shit.
a make
For
sure
the folks at home,
that you're
if you
covering
had to
it
guess
one
how many
from the
sandwiches
rain
Mark got,
and from the
how
sun.
many would you
Or on
think?
the
I mean, how many
stove.
would
It's
you
probably
think?
talking about the wood
I
and
would
the
say
sun.
one.
Yeah, it's a sandwich, right?
Provided
Well, you'd be wrong.
space for the
Sheesh.
bees
Go
to stay. You don't want to
Go
travel.
ahead
You don't
and double
want to
that
be
number. Whoa, 2.
You know, there's
If
some people on the internet that
honey
think
in the
1
beehive,
plus
the
1
beehive
is
is not
not 1 times
for
1
the
is not 2, like Terrence
it's
Howard.
the winter.
Well, he spearheaded that, right?
Yeah.
So it doesn't count.
No?
If people think it's they're just thinking it because he pitched it, and they're
And
like,
he thought
oh,
that somebody's
yeah,
gonna eat from
I
that
get
honey.
that, I get that.
I have
Or
friends.
another child that we're not talking about the
Yeah.
winter or
Yeah.
summer.
And they're
We're
like,
talking
the crazy
they
part
need
about
sun,
it is they're
especially
not
when there's
dumb people.
rain
They're
and
really
sun
smart, but
and
they're like,
honey.
I
Therefore,
don't
the
believe
beehive is not
anything might blow your mind.
what?
They are
All
dumb
this is
people.
going according to
They
the
have just been given the opportunity to expose themselves
according
as
to
dumb.
the beehive.
No,
What
my
it
friend, he's really smart. Like, I'm not joking, he's really smart. And I was talking to him the other day, and he started talking conspiracy theories, and
we must say
I know that
nice
he
gap
will
in there.
believe pretty much any conspiracy theory, so I just started going off on a tangent about like
Rabbino
all
also
this crazy
uses the
shit that
concept
wasn't
of the
true,
race
and he was like,
that
"Yeah, bro,
if you're not allowed to
bro, I can
carry
see
a
that totally being."
He bought it all.
Yeah, he bought it all. I'm like, bro, I just told you that there were aliens underneath the pyramids, and they're made out of ice, and ice aliens.
So when they
covering
defrost,
because
yeah, they were in big trouble.
people that are alive.
And he's like, bro,
people sit on either side of the base,
yeah, I saw
and they
recently.
become really hot.
Where the aliens, they were like,
benches.
we thought that because there was no sign of them landing or anything like this or anything like
And
that.
they hold it over the
And
base,
then,
and they lift
you
up
know,
the benches to make it a little higher.
the guy from
And then
Parks and
they
Rec
walk
was
away,
like, it's
and the
because
base
they're
remains
from,
protected from the
they
sun.
started here initially. They're in the
If
ice.
a dead person
Yeah.
laying in the sun, what do you do?
Look it up.
It's gonna
You
be
know,
design
in
of
Paris. God dang, I have my computer. South
The
of
first
Paris.
pizza is to use Kikaratina. Any item that's not hooked to baby, a loaf of bread, a carrot, whatever it is that's not hooked to, you put it on the dead person or on the bed of the dead person.
That's a
and
real
then you
movie.
move
Yeah.
the baby
What are you
and the
doing at
loaf of
home?
bread.
So here's
And
the
then
deal.
they're
Here's my problem.
moving the dead person. If you don't have any of those items, according to Shmuel, you flip over the dead
Are
person.
you on a call right now? Are you on a call right now, Jen?
That's
TV on.
That's not that's not considered carrying.
Jen, turn off your TV. What are you doing?
That is also. What if there's a fire?
You can't hear us.
If you have a
Jen.
it's not a problem. If you don't have those items, well, there's a man
You can see in the glasses that he doesn't have us on the thing. Oh, he's looking at my screen, I think. Yeah, he is looking at your screen. I'm going to put it in the Google search so you can say, hey, Jen, darn the fucking
and now
TV
what
off.
is like
He did, but he can't see us.
Reb Shimon says, leftover oil. Let me see this later on. Leftover
This
oil.
actually is pretty compelling. Watching Shin without him knowing that we're watching him.
Doesn't hold the beats that's taking a short
Oh, well, there's something weird. How about now, Jen? Can you see us now? No, you can see in his glasses. He's looking at Mark's screen still.
Yeah, but I can still see you in the very corner, and I can hear you finally.
Okay. Oh, man. We were saying all type of mean stuff. Yeah, we've been going. We're going.
I know. You guys always say mean stuff about me. I'm used to it.
We weren't being mean. Did you say that, Kev? Yes. No, we're not listening, Kev. I like your style today, Jen. You're looking very like graham crackery with your colors and stuff.
Graham crackery?
Shabbos
you
Dr.
look like a
Gonzalez
s'more.
tells
You
us
look like a
that
s'more.
both the comment review the whole.
Oh, thank you.
That's
just very bland.
Some of that's disgusting. For instance,
A punch of sugar.
that has oil
The
residue
s'mores has some
and ashes.
chocolate
It's
in it.
disgusting.
Yeah.
And
And
therefore, you
mushrooms.
don't touch it. You're not
Not
allowed to
mushrooms, raw marshmallows.
Bread
I with them.
It's not disgusting. You're allowed to move it on Shabbos.
Shin, what's your
But she
favorite
doesn't
dessert? Your
subscribe
favorite
to the
sweet?
folder. You want some
Most recently,
and therefore,
I don't eat sweets, but I've been just stuck on eating ice cream these days.
Slam.
And pistachio,
Existing flame right
oh
now.
my god,
Then
pistachio
he
ice
says
cream.
that it's
That's
supposed to be
incredible.
Rashi explains the Havamina more later on because I'm concerned
What
that
about
he
you?
might come to extinguish the flame.
I
But
love a good
more later on
donut,
is
a
when it
cookie,
comes to buses
and
and lower house
apple pie,
or boards,
and a milkshake.
flame.
Those are like
The flame is hooked up.
those
So
are the
the
ones
bottom
I
part,
like.
the lamp is also
Every dessert.
The mayor doesn't eat
Cheesecake,
a
yeah.
pizza but he holds to the
That's
concept
some
called
white
pizza
shit.
masas.
It's
Not
white
white
shit.
shit.
It's white shit.
Not
white shit.
Therefore,
Have you ever had going to any cheesecake factory? You won't see a black guy in there.
Dude,
They don't just have cheesecake in there. They have everything. That's what they sell.
That
If anything, there's more black.
throughout the whole Shabbos,
That's racist.
since it was booked
Yeah,
for
you
that
can say
moment of
inverse, and it's not racist. But if you say that's
what about the very large
that's how that works. I was kidding. It was
hinder that
opposite day. Oh, you were
there's a
kidding.
lot of oil that collects in the
Shit.
entire shop.
Well, I Googled because for folks at home, I have a laptop now because I'm in
It's
today.
booked to
So I have a laptop. I'm going to be distracted. Are we recording?
It's not.
And so I
The issue
Googled
is the wording
cheesecake
doesn't
white
fit so
chip.
well. It says
It
avo.
said
A small candle is
cheesecake is
also
dessert,
avo. Even a big
cheese,
one is
not
a say small, large, so different depending on what you why does it avo?
well,
Versus
that's that on
the first
that.
to say that goes according to Shimon. A small
What's
candle.
my sweets you asked?
Avo, but a larger candle contains
If we're
oil.
going
Our
ice cream,
shops
I like a
is
good
what
Rocky Road.
typically Reb Shimon
What is
doesn't
that?
hold of the concept.
It's
That's
that's a great question.
but in this case, since there's enough,
It's
Oil,
I think
Shabbos.
it's vanilla and
It's
chocolate
mine.
with
he
like
forgot about it.
nuts.
He doesn't want to use it.
With
He thinks that's gonna last all Shabbos. So he set it aside. So even Reb Shimon agrees
What
with
is
his
Rocky
days.
Road ice cream?
Being discussed over
Rocky
the
Road
discussion,
is sweet.
it remains.
Rocky
Hooked
Road
up,
is
even
sweet.
if there's no flame
Chocolate
right now.
ice cream
According to Reb Shimon.
and a no bake.
Reb Elazar, the son of Shimon by Fud,
No, it's not what I
like
eat.
his
Candy
father,
bar.
Shimon.
Well, what do you think makes
There's
it
no
Rocky?
hooks about it.
Marshmallows
There's no
and nuts.
hooks
That's
about
what I
it.
said. Yeah. The candy bars would throw me off. Commonly
Argues
almonds.
on his father for one thing.
Damn, it was
Father
invented in
holds that
1929.
while
Imagine being at the
candle is lit,
forefront of the ice
not
cream
benefit
movement
from the
and
oil.
having an idea
He
for a
holds
fucking
the
type of ice
benefit from
cream
the oil that drips out, and
and
it's
being
not
like, yeah,
in
and
a way
then now that type of
cause
ice
the
cream
flame
exists and it's
to
just like a
diminish.
benchmark
It
in ice
doesn't
cream.
cause any
Yeah, that's
chemical.
great. That's
Then
great.
he says,
What
you
about
gotta
making
use
ice
oil.
cream and then you're just like,
Sarah says,
realizing you can put stuff in it,
metal
kind of along the
candelabra.
lines of what you're saying. I
Which
wonder
doesn't
if you're
absorb
like,
oil and ashes. So it's not moist, it's not disgusting.
yeah. Look at those strawberries.
According to everybody,
Pineapple, and they got the
if you let it
no
get
pineapple.
mushes,
Yeah.
Mayor Envy, both agree.
I wonder how long
It's
after
considered
they invented
mushes,
ice cream
so
did they invent like
But if
putting
it's
stuff
not
in
lit
it?
during Venice mushes, then
You
according
think
to
the
that,
same week? You think
it's
like a month after? It's
about
absolutely fucking phenomenal.
Lord
You
knows
know what I'm
about
saying?
it.
That's an
So with the
absolutely banger question. I got a
one is to
follow
put
up
money in
question.
the
What do you think was the
Smart
first?
says as follows.
No.
If a person
What do you think was the first thing that they decided to throw out in there or on there? I think
all in his head. But in
I'm just
addition to having
following
it in his
their
head,
kind of
he had condition number 2, but he has to
genealogy.
put the money
I think
physically
it
on
was
the
just
bed.
chocolate chips.
Even though
You
he
think so?
removed it
Yeah,
before
because they didn't have a ton of shit back then. They didn't. It's not like Ben and Jerry's back then. It's got a whole like froyo.
and
Freak my question here.
it's even
How long after inventing ice cream did they figure out they could put stuff into the ice cream? And what was the
you can move it,
first
you need to
ingredient
sit
mixed
down
in?
and
I
stop.
wanted to be like,
Hammer, open up, crack open up, a coconut or whatever.
Let's see what chat says. Hey, chat.
Doesn't have any other use
They're
other
doing
than
the web.
use it in the store.
Where's Nick?
Therefore, even if you need
Yeah.
space or you want to use
Where
actual
he's
money,
ready. He
it's
was
books on
he was first ready. Yeah, he was. That's a
Yeah.
greit
If a
question. It
person-
turns out we don't know exactly when people started
either.
first mixing things into ice cream
Designated
or its predecessors,
bed.
but historians have put together
For money,
quite a
but
large
they
list.
put the
All
money on
right,
it.
God, give me the
Or you
fucking
put the money
story.
on it, and the
A lot of it was
designated
known as what's
that it's
speculated one might be counted the first mix-in.
However,
If you want, I can try to track down the really
had money on the bed during
Oh
Danish
my
mushes,
God, bro! So I
the bed
bro. Sometimes I say to ChatGPT, explain it like I'm five. Give me the fucking short answer here, dude. Update on Nick. See the Zoom link. The link is coming from inside the house.
a candle on
It's from ancient China.
It's not designated, and they light the candle in order for.
Alright,
That's a surprise.
Smartest question
why is that a
is,
surprise, Jen?
both needs a wheel
I didn't think
and
any
a wagon.
information.
Both of all that love.
I didn't either, to be honest.
The question from that
Wait, so the first
you
ice
see that if
is the
there's
vanilla,
money in the
right?
wheel,
What else could it be? The actual ice cream, the foundation.
That's
base.
I don't know. I don't want to read all of
Why do we
this.
say that if the money was on the bed and you removed the money,
Because you had to jump into what the
and the answer is
mix
because
into it
Buffalo
before we
goes,
even figured out what ice cream really was in the first place.
we're talking about
Here we go. Here we go.
What
What do we know about early stuff
Buffalo is a wheel
in
that's
addition?
attached to
Ancient
a wagon.
China and other early civilizations had frozen desserts that included
Detaches
flavors
from
like
the wagon.
fruits, honey, wine, for example,
As a
Big Lao.
independent vessel.
A frozen hour
And it
in
has
the
no
wine
connection to
dynasty
the
was
wagon.
flavored with fruits, honey, wine.
If Tuma, let's say, goes under the wheel,
Also, snow or
it
ice
doesn't transfer
is
to the
mixed with
wagon. If Tuma goes under the wagon,
Right,
it
that's
doesn't
what I
transfer to
think.
the wheel. Although they're
They'll
touching,
mix stuff,
Tuma doesn't transfer.
blend it all up, or
One to the
mush it
other,
all
one
together
to
and
one.
have it.
It's just
Figure
independent
out
of each
how
other.
to
It doesn't transfer.
I
Another
don't
element.
know.
If a
Ice
wagon or any
freezing
cube is
stuff.
larger than 40
Yeah, you
cells,
can't.
it's not
Imagine you don't
how do I
have a
measure
freezer
this?
and you got to
According
freeze
to
them
the
right
silo,
now. Not even that long ago, they would have
from the
ice
outside
delivery guys. If it gets
This
below
place,
32
40
degrees, then
water.
you just put something in a bucket. You got ice. What if you want it in a moderate temperate climate?
cannot
Well,
count
I don't know
wheels
what
as part
China's
of the
climate,
40
but I'm sure there's areas in
Clearly,
China.
are not part
Clearly it doesn't. I'm sure there's areas of China that get cold enough. Chin.
Another
Does
element is that if
how
you have
cold does China get?
on the wagon.
Wait.
It's mild. It creates a test over the city's
He knows less than you.
If there's a wheel there,
Imagine how
the
little
wheel's not
you know,
part of.
and then think about you knowing even less than that. Imagine how Chin.
And if there's money, that's I love it. Question: money in the wheel.
Yeah, at least I waited for you to show up to be mean. I'm like, yeah, he was bashing you. You'll see on the episode. The stuff I was saying.
If
Crazy.
the money's still there,
Crazy.
and the wheel is not part of the wagon, you cannot move the wheel on Shabbos.
I haven't even looked at it, but
part of the wagon.
once
Part of the wheel.
right now there's like
the wagon, and the wheel is bundled to the wagon.
a ton of moving parts going on. So once everything's settled down,
See, as we
I'll go
mentioned
and look
before,
for
the
a tattoo
five goes across
artist.
review though.
Oh,
Another
there he
element
is.
that
This
goes
guy.
across review though,
There's
which
the
is
kid.
actually the cooler.
Young
Because
Nick.
that's how
Where
you
is he?
finish motions.
Young
So
Nikolai.
that is-
I think he's in
If you
Nebraska.
have a lamp, Erev Shabbos,
You're in the
you
Big,
can get on
Big
the tree.
Apple, huh?
And we're not concerned that you might
Omaha.
climb up the tree on Shabbos, because know that this lamp is muktzah for the entire
that's
Shabbos.
beautiful behind you.
But
Yeah,
throughout,
no, funny.
because
Yeah,
it's
who knew?
finish motions. So
It's like Chin.
However,
That's what needle hit you.
because a lamp is not muktzah, or
Well,
you
that's
check
what
to go up the tree to retrieve your lamp.
Oh, our steaks.
Wonderful.
Oh, our
that is.
steaks.
Oh, my thing, man.
That's what built that.
Yeah. That was a
And the One World Trade Center is in Omaha.
It is.
I would never
I heard they moved it.
How do I sound? I just bit the bullet and finally got new AirPods.
Sounds nice and clear and loud. You got the new AirPods, Nick?
Yeah, 4th generation. Noise canceling is fucking crazy.
No.
I can't even hear myself.
Nick, there's newer ones coming out on Friday.
Oh, whatever. I don't need the newest ones. I just want the ones that were shaped like the original ones. And they got rid of those. And the 4s are the closest thing.
Copy that.
How about when people that didn't allow candles lit?
You wouldn't know.
Therefore,
Oh,
want to
great.
light the menorah. Marvel tantrum. After Banish
Well,
Russians,
Norman and Neil Bond are having a show in Omaha tonight.
The
I'm going to go see that.
It's a special halacha. The famous saying
I
goes,
think I love this Omaha bit almost as much as I like the
when it
Billy
comes
Bass
to the
bit.
emergency, like the Chabari,
Nice.
you rely on the
I really thought I was going to be the first person to bring back up Billy Bass. You thought
only foods that come
just one of the legendary moments in Avatar history.
Yeah,
I mean, I don't know how you guys started.
They have two
I don't
conditions.
know how you guys started the show, but shout out to the here now to 4 YouTube members.
Putting something aside with your
Give
hands,
me all the
I don't
extra
want to use it.
episodes. 112 Patreon subscribers. We're going to reach my nemesis in no time.
Can no longer eat it.
Hey, your hair looks like you did you do like an emergency thing with your hair or what? What's going on here? That's good.
Rebellion says,
No, it's just we're about 2-3 weeks out of a haircut. That's kind of prime time.
which
I'm really, this straight on look is really good for me until I show my teeth. Like,
that candle becomes
well, who's this guy? He's really good. He's a movie star good looks, and then like,
let's say the walls.
You ever thought about learning how to talk?
Read the declaration.
it's a stark contrast.
No, I wanted to ask you if you've ever thought about trying to learn how to talk without showing your teeth. Like if you're kind of like just like
unless
somebody made a specific kind of rub your face a little bit every now and then, just kind of do a rub face kind of deal.
What if somebody?
I think most of the time they don't really show until I laugh, which is unfortunate because one of my favorite things is that I do it often.
It's not multiple mitzvah. So according to Raymond,
Real catch-22.
going back to
How was your flight there? That's what I'm kind of mostly
you have
concerned
a
about.
sukkah that's
How were the
standing
flights?
during
How's the going into any lounges? There's just a lot of things that are, you know,
what if the sukkah
potentially
fell
we're
down
talking about hotels, Uber rides,
also not let it
kind of
use
fills
that
in.
wood according to
A lot of moving parts of the travel. And at the airport, no lounge. That's not really how I like to do it. My flight was at 7, and I left my apartment at 5:40. So it's pretty much no mistakes to be made. It was real smooth, got the flight. It was like, we flew there, well, literally flew there, but really fast we flew there. It was like 5 hours and 15 minutes. I'm on the aisle seat. I probably went to the bathroom 6 times. Really, it probably had like a lot of boredom, stretched legs, hit the bait, a couple peas, a couple poos, you know? The lady next to me, 6 hours to this flight, plus an hour and a half we waited on the tarmac. She did not get up once. What a freak of nature.
I'm the same way. Yeah, I feel like she probably dehydrated herself, didn't drink water all morning. She's like probably scared of the bathrooms, maybe a germaphobe. I don't know.
I was fucking jacked.
Yeah, you look jacked.
I definitely would have toned it down if I was window, but there would have been at least one, maybe 2. I thought 6 hours was really impressive. Yeah, so that's kind of been the highlight of my trip. That lady not being higher the ladder. I got that Reuben from the Chelsea market. That's kind of my favorite thing to do in New York.
Have you ever raw dogged a flight? I thought that would be something you would do for you to try to do.
Skin comes off.
No, but I have seen this thing that's going around where people try to name right down in a notepad 1,000 athletes off the top of their head. Maybe they'll do that on the way back.
1,000?
Either
That's too many.
Yeah,
I don't want to. I just don't want to do that. It's not that I can't. It's just I don't want to do it.
If we let Mark continue talking, he's going to talk himself into wanting to do it. This seems right up Mark's alley.
No, I don't want to do it. I definitely don't want to do that. I definitely am not going to do that ever. But I could if I had to.
Was there any discussion these days, like, oh, I miss Nick, he's such a really joyful presence, he really brings us together as a crew? Is there just any
and he's answering his son what Reb Shimon.
Where, you know, I don't even know who would say that. Who I missed that.
In the opinion of,
I do it all the time because I live in a different state. So I was like,
don't you Chachamim
do you
believe that an animal comes
did
back
you mean
with
the
a
guys
ear?
like Chris and Eric, or did you
Consider
mean
a domesticated animal in
Cap
and he said no.
and Mark?
We don't agree.
Chris and Eric would be nice, but if you guys want to pipe up too and just give everybody a reminder, Kevin, a few days a year. Sounds like Mark kind of clutched it close to the vest.
Why do you really say?
But you know, just try to know your best. You know, just business as usual when you're not there.
An egg.
Oh, I'm coming to Austin the beginning of November, Jim.
And therefore,
this egg doesn't like anything else.
Yeah.
Let's all go.
And it's not running for her.
I have plans. My dad's 70th birthday. I'm going to the East Coast. Oh, wow. Let's all go to the East Coast. Let's go to the East Coast. Guys, I saw people on the internet talking, and the big debate was, does a straw have one hole or two holes?
There's an egg there that was
That's a good question. One hole.
holds that it's noilad in Shabbos.
Mark, one
So she
hole.
I'll
say two holes.
That Reb Shimon
I
doesn't
say
hold
two holes.
of a noilad of Shabbos.
They're all there.
In other words,
Because
since
guess how
you anticipate
guess
the
how you
birth
know.
of this
Right.
egg, Reb Shimon doesn't hold that it's noilad according to Rabbi Rothschild. And to say
I'm
that there's
plugging
a dead
one
chick
hole.
there without an egg, there's another
We can
hole.
still
and
get
Reb
in
Shimon,
and now.
that you could use that chick, you could feed it
Now
to
I'm
your animal
plugging the second
on
hole.
Shabbos, as long as you knew about it
And if
before.
I go like this,
I think
One other
if I go like this one, I'm fucking done.
the chick is healthy,
If I go
the
like
guy on
this,
Shabbos,
I'm plugging
Reb
both
Shimon
holes.
also smokes it because I never thought about it. I was missing it that. Another one that says that it's
That's kind of all you want, all motherfuckers. All you want, all motherfuckers can suck it.
the Rabbi Rothschild said that Allah is like Rabbi Yehuda.
You know when you fill two holes, that's called a spit roast.
And when you fill 3 holes, that's called
There's a
airtight.
story that you can learn from.
I wish you guys had.
You know from a story that Rabbi Yochanan held it. Like Rabbi Yehuda, there's no
I know. I'm sorry for taking it here. I want to go back to this regular hole debate. If a straw is 2 holes, then all holes are 2 holes, unless the distance between the holes is infinitesimally approaching 0 small. Yeah. So do you believe all holes are 2 holes?
No, I believe all holes are 2 holes.
It has
Yes.
a very specific spot.
No,
Even like a something really expensive.
no, because here, if there's a hole in this fucking floor,
And therefore,
That's
this
one
candelabra had a
I just
designated
fucking got
area.
it. So
That's what
easy,
it was
good.
No, because the tunnel area,
I didn't call it a tunnel. I never said it was a tunnel, motherfucker. I said if there's a hole in this
but it
floor,
doesn't even matter.
it does matter.
Piece of paper.
No, you're talking about an
Take a piece of
entrance.
paper.
You're talking about an entrance hole and an exit hole. I'm talking about a hole in this floor right now that's 6 feet deep. That's one hole. So eat my ass and suck my balls. Yes.
Put just a piece of paper in, or put a hole in a piece of paper, like just a 8.5 by 11. That hole is just a really short straw.
True.
Yeah, even like a donut, right? A donut, it's still one hole, but then if you,
Shabbos,
like you
that's
said with
the
a straw, you block off one part, you get something
fluid.
fluid.
I understand your guys. I understand your argument. But if there's a hole in the floor, it's a ground argument 3 feet deep. That's one hole. Yeah.
What kind of
Ground argument. If
Try
you
to say
went all the way
perhaps
to the end of the earth, that's 2 holes.
You're saying one part is blocked.
You don't move from
Right, that's what you're saying. One part is blocked.
There's not a second hole. Don't overthink it. I'm talking about a hole. Yeah.
The top is narrower than a pedal, so we don't have a problem with building
Okay.
the oil.
Wow, things are getting shippy here,
Together on
guys.
Shabbos and take it
Well,
apart.
I've had enough of their shit. I got, before we tear each other apart, I just want to give Kevin a round of applause. What a question. What a Kevin's question.
The answer is because if you're another,
Hey, T-Mark.
you can put back together.
Alright, I'm not being friendly. Fucking hell. I got one hole
Which
closer.
is it can come apart. So they made it zero on such a menorah.
They don't have a
menorah
remote.
that can come
Of
apart.
course they don't.
And if it's a really
Guess
small
what?
menorah that can come apart,
I think it's one hole.
Rebbe says, even though
Straw was
it
the word.
doesn't come apart, you have to be good on a small menorah.
Like, you know, you golf,
Come apart, don't become confused with the menorah that comes apart, and you don't make it clear.
because the other part's blocked. So it's
But
whole.
Rebbe holds
Yeah, you're finally wrapping your mind around the concept of the hole.
that there is no
I like that. It's good
The
to see.
issue is the
Your
Rebbe
asshole
always
is just one
like
hole.
it's not mission.
Well, people would say, according to you guys, you would say it's not one hole because my asshole and my mouth is one long contained system. So you just debunked your own one hole argument by saying that my asshole was one hole.
And the money
You
was
fucked
removed.
himself. You fucked yourself.
They wanted on Shabbos.
Ever been
that goes
He's
according to
almost
Jim.
about life.
You know you fucked
So
up.
one and established
Quiz hot
we're
shots.
good in passes like everyone.
What?
It says from zero, we must learn, even though it's a
Go
legend.
ahead. What's the only thing you can put in a barrel?
About
What's the only thing you can put in a barrel to make it lighter?
that's why you can move the
Oh,
wheel
shit
on
again.
Shabbos. But
Oh,
if
You
you
can
pause
hold
the
you.
button,
It's the aforementioned hole.
in fact, the
It's
wheel
the
one
won't
hole.
go like everything
That's
that's
the episode, the aforementioned hole.
Moshe Levi said, the Rebbe said a very cryptic statement.
Go ahead and write that
He
one.
said
Write it down, man.
a menorah
Well, I
is
didn't
like
get
a
there
ner.
because on my ride in, I realized I
Menorah is
brought
Reb Shimon
my
ben Ed.
sins that only had 2
You
left.
mean
And I go through about
either
4 during a
There's one
typical
psak
golden hour day.
halacha or two.
But I learned
Either
that
the psak halacha was that a menorah is
smoke
not
shop
matzah,
right
like
next
Reb
to the
Shimon
studio
says
sells
that a candle
nice, good
that was
scent.
lit and it was extinguished on
Those
Shabbos,
for
the
you.
candle is no longer. So,
You're not getting mad.
or he said
Take them down, man.
a menorah is
Which
also
I already
a
I already
candle
got 3
is
times in the
the
stuff.
more remains in a table.
Oh, you've been to
Or
that?
goes the Reb
No, I'm just
Shimon,
kidding. The
and at a
whole
different time, Reb
This is
Yossi
our
was.
best episode
Oh.
today.
Both
The
acted like Reb
aforementioned
Shimon.
Is it
He was
hard?
almost in front of the
Is it
Rebbe.
hard to find
And both the
sins
Rebbe were
nowadays?
knocking on them.
Yeah.
Like you
On the
sound like
other hand,
that's
Reb
an exciting
Even though
thing.
he himself
It is, yeah.
felt like Reb Shimon,
I didn't know
when
that.
he was in
Yeah,
front of
because
Reb
in
Yochanan,
California you can't
out
have
of respect
flavors,
for Reb Yochanan,
so they'll just send.
he acted
They
like
only
Reb
sell the
Yehuda
like
that
original, which tastes like.
My
I'm
point
a
is, Reb
no
Yehuda says, if you have,
Yeah,
We're aware
I've
of
had a tobacco flavored vape before.
it doesn't get
Be the
disgusting.
like.
And
Yeah, it's
therefore,
not good.
it's not
So you're not spitting anything out. You just swallow whatever comes. I don't get how that works. Yeah, well, like these are little packets. Yeah, so it's not generating a ton of saliva, and you're not
discussing is since
like
there's
with
no
regular
other
dip.
use for this
If
candle.
you were to swallow that, it's like mixed
Therefore,
in
it's
with
like a
actual
stone that has
tobacco,
no
so
other use and it's
it could make you
in other words,
nauseous if you're not like doing going
Rabbi
through
Rav Yosef
10
Bo
of Copenhagen
you're allowed to
an hour.
carry, you're allowed to give a
But
taco,
these, yeah, you don't
a
have to
lamp
spit.
that was used
Also, the
with knives.
spit's gross.
I probably
What
said
is an amazing story?
I probably said this on the podcast before.
Went to visit Rabbi. He
Because I
had a
have
lot
like
of
7
blood on his
stories,
shoe.
but it's 7.
And he sat him down, he
Three,
sit
my
down on his
buddy
bed,
Max
he put a shoe
took
on the bed,
of his
put blood on
brothers,
the bed.
and he
This
like
upset
got
Rabbi.
so
And Rabbi
dizzy
decided
and
he was gonna
nauseous, and he laid on the floor, and I thought he was faking because I didn't know it would fuck you up that bad.
Upset as a
And it
beautiful
absolutely can. It absolutely can.
Have you ever tried?
And he asked
You
him,
know, the natives used
why
to blow
is it that
tobacco
Rabbi
in each other's
Rav Yosef Bo
assholes.
said
We should try that.
that's a lamp?
There's a lot of stuff you can do with the asshole.
It's not
Like, what else? Name everything. Now I'm listening.
cover.
I don't really know where I'm going with this, but I feel guilty and funny, and I just gotta let it fly.
Yeah, absolutely. It's
I'm glad I got the little giggle there.
Yeah, let it fly. Why don't you, when you get back, the first item on the agenda, blow your vape smoke into Kev's ass. Why me?
Is not a walk
I thought
out
you
on
was your
Shabbos
idea.
with beautiful
No.
jewelry. She might show it to her friend.
I don't like
You
it.
have to
Her
finish
own
this.
buzzer.
Whoa,
She's allowed
shit.
to move it.
Guess-
Why?
Guys, guess Kev's
Oh,
guess Kev's waist size.
Oh, like pants
Yeah,
on?
the name
Yeah.
of the place
Oh,
is
I
not
like
Malta.
Yes. I know.
He's a 36.
Says Rav Nachman Yitzchak. Baruch Rahman, Baruch Hashem. That
Okay,
Rabbi
Baruch,
wasn't
or-
successful. in
You be right,
embarrassing
Nick.
Rabbi.
Nick's right.
Hey, I said it first, damn it.
Oh, I didn't hear. Oh, Chin's
The
here.
halacha
Speak up,
is-
Chin.
I'm a
Firstborn
33.
animal, couch.
I'm a
It goes
33.
to Kain, and
Nah,
Kain
Mark.
uses it.
Well, wait, giving it away. I was just gonna go Chin 34, Mark
The Kain
34,
checked it
Casey
out,
30.
something
Yeah.
says to do what he wants. What
Nick,
if he finds
that's
someone?
kind of gay to know everybody. To know what that was. To be
Question.
able to guess everybody's
Why
waist
is this
size,
the
that's
part
gay. You're
different?
gay.
Y'all got really nice figures.
Oil that's left over in the lamp.
Nick, do you
Says
think I was
it's not. Says
Do
what
you
is
think
the
I was? What do you think I was a 34? You thought I was a
when he
34?
lights the lamp,
Yeah.
he knows that he might have
Right.
leftover
Everyone,
oil.
I'm
And
saying
honestly,
that's a
oil,
they're
oil,
33.
or
That's
34.
what's nice.
Same.
I was just gonna say this. Tell me if this you find this to be true. If you're 33, oftentimes it means I'm a 34 because they don't have 33s.
That's right. That's a fact. It just becomes like you're either wearing a belt or you're not.
And even if
And
it's
some of the 34s,
so they'll find a rabbi, they'll
I
tell them it's a
can't.
good
If
woman.
pants have belt loops, I have to put a belt through.
What
I
about
can't
women?
wear like
It's
a
another
belt.
on Shabbos, you may for
Of course.
not through the nether.
Oh, yes.
What if
I can't.
What
It's
if
all
her husband
twisted.
is-
It's all twisted because I did that bit where I was
a
gonna.
woman makes a
Oh,
nether.
right.
Yeah.
I'll
Well, you know,
pass
what
the-
was the thing?
What
You
about
told me I had the
How
shit.
can you
Mark
believe
was
it?
taking a piss, and I'm like,
What
I'll
if he doesn't
poop
find
right
a
here,
rabbi?
and I literally
Oh, he
unbuckled
doesn't
everything.
need a
I was about to pull it down.
Simple
Disgusting.
people
Guys, you
not
gotta
doing
clean this
nether.
show up.
You said do it.
We gotta clean this show up.
Look at Mishnah says, says,
do it.
And then
Order
we're
shit
gonna pull
is
out
the
the Billy
faggot.
Bass.
It's still lit.
Nice.
Order shit says it smokes.
I'll pull out my Billy Bass.
Answer is
Pull out a Billy Bass.
lamps towards the flame which is
Like the
smoked.
regular really fast.
Yeah, why did
Shot is not because we are concerned that perhaps, like Rash explained,
I got a golf simulator.
I have a question.
perhaps he will
What?
Oh, no, I know. Simulator.
The double chain is
I just
scouted.
sent it to the chat.
If you don't
I
think about it,
dropped my
you don't
buddy Ryan off. Oh, I had a
you're
sleep.
not high. In other words, if a person
Wow.
grabs a bench,
I had a fucking
Burying the lead.
I know. I had a motherfucking
creates a
sleepover.
groove in the ground. He's
What?
bumping.
Yeah.
And don't
Me and
say
Ryan played golf. It was Ryan.
the right side
Ryan,
of
my
the
country club guy. Okay.
extinguishing the flame is the right
Country
side.
club guy. We played
Go
golf.
to the bench, like her, making a groove in
And
the ground is
then
not
we
the
went back
character.
to my
So
house
it's
with a
only
couple
the
beers.
Perhaps that's
Just
why it's
had to
called
work
the
late.
right side of Shuman says
We
also.
ended up drinking beers
Because
till
we had- because we had
all hours of the
last
evening.
week or so.
But he crashed
If
to
a
a cabin
person
and I
is
slept in the
handling
living
his
room.
goods,
It was
it's
a bed in
spoken
there
in
and
the
it was so
shadows.
good. It's
Says
fucking
Reb Shimon,
comfy anywhere you
he's
go.
allowed to wear
And
shackles. If he's
so
not mechavid to
I
be
dropped him
able
off
to
in the morning and he's
wear
like,
the
yo, I
coat,
got the golf simulator
if he's
shit
not
that I'm not using
protected
anymore.
by the elements
Take
of
it.
the sun and the
So I
rain,
took it
it's
because I already had the
you see that even the rice and
Garmin.
shotguns, as long as you don't have
All I
kavana,
needed was the mat
it
and the
says
net.
it's wonderful.
And now I got the mat and the net. So I'm just hitting like 1,000 autistic 8 irons in the garage. Why are they autistic? Because I'm just like. So you're gonna be like really good after this. Yeah, I mean I was already really good, but now I'm gonna be really even gooder. Really? Yeah. Even gooder? Yeah. I can't wait to see that. Where's it at?
I have an objection now.
Okay.
What you said, and I don't want to get you mad again.
That seems to be the theme of the day.
It's not a golf simulator.
Oh no, you're right. But what you're seeing there, what you're seeing,
That's a net.
what you're seeing there is not a golf simulator. But what you're not seeing is the Garmin R10 placed 6 feet behind the ball, and then I haven't dialed it in, but I can then sling my phone to a TV in the garage. So you hit the shot, and then you look at where it went on the screen. So it's not like a $6,000 golf simulator, but it's effectively the same thing. But yes, fair call out. Yeah, not at all mad about that. It's a fair call out. That was just right when I first set it up and was excited and had a beer in me and took a pic.
Shabbos
But we will get it dialed in.
we learned
Trust me on
about
that.
Moses the double also
I have a video, like when you're out on the course and you
What about if you were sporting something that's
hit a shot,
together
how
with
hard
something
is it to add those ball trackers? Is that like a program or are people doing that
to carry your son
like manually?
carrying the stuff?
It's a program. It's called
What
Shot
are those?
Tracer.
So that this
Awesome.
becomes
Yeah, because Barstool just put out a thing like who had the best swing or whatever.
if you have
And one day I envisioned a golf outing for the
but also
six of us,
That's what
5 of us, how many are
Rabbi Zera as so why is it
there? And I would like to add the shot tracer.
carry a
Yeah, we should do that. It's a paid ad, I think. Or it's its own program, like a desktop program. You have to, if somebody steps in front of it, that's why, like, if you watch a lot of YouTube golf like we do, they're like, dude, I'm not stepping in front of the tracer. Or step in front of the camera so they can trace it later. But on, like, regular broadcast golf, they have the big squares, like, that are mounted to their cameras behind the golfers. Sometimes you can see it. And those, like, will automatically track it. Because they obviously have better equipment that's live and everything. But if we wanted to do it, it's just a desktop app.
A wealthy person
Which we
doesn't
can do.
consider it
But
a beggar.
did y'all watch the Canelo Crawford fight?
Or any beggar.
Yeah, I fell asleep during it. Yeah, or you're just tired. I was tired, man. I was late. I was a tired guy.
So that's not considered
Fair enough.
non-what's item for everything.
And
Therefore,
it was good.
I'm not even the first to say that we're talking about aggressive
Yeah,
rage.
it was very technical, but
A
I
disgusting vessel
don't really know boxing anymore.
contains
I
excrement
kind of got out
and
of the
waste.
game, but I
And there's a
thought
special
Canelo
halacha
was
that
gonna
says
win.
it's disgusting.
Yeah, I
You gotta
didn't
move
feel
it
it,
and
he
put it out of your
it's
room.
hard bet against him. He's legit.
Robert says it's not, there's no comparison.
I did not watch it. I drank 11 White Claws during the UFC event,
is disgusting.
and then I went to bed at 7
It's not
because I had to get up at
Therefore,
5
Robert learns
to fly, so I didn't
these
see it.
ashes are not
I want to like boxing.
spittle, you can cover.
I try, but it sucks.
So what
Boxing sucks.
Yeah.
And it, like,
these ashes,
one individual match can be great, but like,
unburnt wood.
I think that was a 4-fight card,
This is the lover.
and
Ashes of us.
the main event started 4 hours after the broadcast started.
Bryce says,
I don't know how anybody can enjoy that. They just, from what I heard, they had stupid musical performances that no one gives a shit about. It's like, we want to see fights. Why are there 3,000 people in the ring? Who are you people? Speed this along.
Yeah.
says the more
Couldn't agree more.
If you compare that to which is one of the biggest, it seems like one of the biggest boxing fights in years, to just a semi-random UFC fight night, like the main event was so much more exciting. Obviously, I'm an MMA fan, but I really feel like even if you just took two casual sports fans and you put those together and they didn't know any of the history about the events, people would pick UFC over.
Did you watch Shop Show on Monday? I feel like you're just copy-pasting what Brendan says.
20-year low.
I haven't thought an episode in a while.
No, I'm just messing with you because that was Brendan's take. He was basically saying the same thing. If you showed two random people, they'll obviously choose a UFC event over boxing. But I actually thought it wasn't the main card, not the one before the main card, but the one before that. It was the Billy or whatever. Yeah, Christian and Bill. I'm looking at it right now. Yeah, Billy versus Lester Martinez. They were throwing hands. They were throwing hands the whole time. I thought it was a great fight, regardless of boxing versus UFC or MMA. But Nick, can I ask you a question?
One of those sticks that comes together.
Yeah, but about that, my guy Magic, who I'm going to start the pod with, we ended up not doing it next week since we took the week off and stuff. But before that card, he was like, do not miss
they say
that specific fight.
Yeah, it was great. The only thing that sucks is it ends in a draw. Like, you want to root for boxing and then it ends in a draw. Like, what? There's no fucking payoff? Yeah. Fucking do one more round. Something, I don't know. Some sports end in draws. Soccer's in a draws. I don't like it. I don't want that. You gotta have a winner. It's stupid. Especially soccer. Like, it was. They were.
So it was that close.
Yeah, it was that close.
Yeah,
they were non-stop punching each other. It was great. But Nick, how do you feel about an MMA fight where they're both pretty much boxing all the time against two boxers against each other? Is that like you find entertainment out of that, or not doing takedown?
Yeah, either we're doing any type of other type of MMA other than boxing.
100%. The threat is there.
Yeah.
That's without any liquid.
Also, there's still, I mean, there's sometimes it'll be just people throwing hands, but usually there's also other strikes involved. And
closer to the spark.
Sometimes
distinguishing the spark.
It is like watching like chess and checkers. To me, like there's just more variables in an MMA fight where I'm like, oh, maybe this guy's better than this, better than this. Where it's boxing, like sometimes I can be watching the fight super intently and not have even a great handle on who's winning because they're just like exchanging blows. Whereas like I can score an MMA fight really well, but that's also just my lack of knowledge of the sweet science.
Yeah, I will say my takeaway was
like that.
I haven't watched a boxing match in a while. I was like, damn, they are fucking good at boxing.
Yeah. It was like it used as a UFC where like the stance is different because there's a threat of someone different things like you kind of can't box like a boxer. Yeah. In UFC, get kicked down, get kicked down, whatever. I was like, damn, they're about to
when they're lost,
you can tell they were both on a different level than anybody that I've seen in a long time.
Soft, like a soft cotton, some soft
Chad, did you watch it?
Grass.
I enjoyed it, but I mean,
it's not
Sam's pretty much all you guys. It was way more exciting to watch.
It's also
Lopez or so.
That box on top of
it's just more exciting.
Decomposing,
which is like
I hope.
UFC fight.
Yeah.
That would be like a waffle
I'm hopeful for boxing though because of like Dana is trying to have an organization to it, make Super boxing like more like UFC where you can actually get to know the fighters instead of being all fragmented and they have like 50 belts and you don't understand. That's also been like a big detractor of me getting into it. Like since I've been a kid, I've always wanted to watch boxing, but the big fights for pay-per-views didn't have money for that. They didn't show highlights on ESPN. They would always show stills. They wouldn't give up the footage, which I think was really dumb of that sport. If I could find it, but I lost my Twitter, still working on getting that back. But in like 2008, I tweeted if I ever got rich, I would like buy up boxing and like try to organize it. Now Dana White is living my dream.
In more ways than one.
Guys, let's take a little break, because guess what I'm all about? I'm all about playing on Legends. Have you seen this? Have you heard about this? They got a ton of games, a million different games. 100% match on your first purchase, up to $100. Nick, you've been playing this. You've been playing silly. There's hundreds of games available. I like Cluck It. I like the slots. I like to play big money slots. That's my thing.
Shabbos Dafman Ches, how's everybody doing?
You strike me like
The Gemara tells us
Well, it's just
that
fun.
it's
It's just
permitted
easy
to
to
take two
kind of
words
easy to
and place
play.
them one on top of
Crowds
another
are
when they
easy to
both
get
contain hot water.
to use and learn
The
how to
top
play.
one is not a
stuff like
tamana,
that, so I like
you're not
that.
burying
So
the
I got
top
stuff like
one.
roulette,
You're just trying to
blackjack,
prevent
baccarat,
heat loss from the
stuff
top.
that's like
However,
traditional casino
when
games. I feel
the
like you're at a
servant in
casino
Rish
with
Galusa's house put a whole cup of water on top of an urn,
which basically means best
then
odds,
Rabbi
stuff
yelled
like
at him and
that.
said, don't do so.
And let's
What's the
not forget,
difference?
they also
Because
have
you're trying to
lines on sports
introduce
games.
heat
They have
to the
lines
cold
for
cup.
pretty much any sporting
That
event
looks like hot
you
tamana.
need. So like NFL,
That
they
same
have
servant was
MMA,
having a
they
very
have
bad
Premier
day.
League,
Later on, Rabbi
WNBA,
caught him taking a
esports,
head turban,
whatever you
placing
want,
it
they've
over
got
a
it.
pot,
free to play.
and on top of the turban, he put some sort of ladle.
That's L-E-G-E-N-D-Z.
And he yelled at him and said, don't do so. Return says, what did you do now?
Legends with
He
a
says, Rabbi, wait and
Z.com.
see. Sure enough, the servant went and took the turban and squeezed it, or was trying to squeeze Yushita, which is also its liba.
What I found fascinating is,
Says, observe, what's the
whenever I always
difference?
ask
We
you about
all
if you watch
cover our
UFC
pots
culture,
with some sort of rag or something. Says, Rabbi, that's the big difference. If you cover it with a rag,
okay, yeah, so
you don't care about the rag, you're not going to squeeze it out. But a head turban is important. That's why I call it don't do so.
Florian, but either way, Ray Longo chimed in, and Ray Longo was like,
Muffin, which are
I think he
soft
literally
wool
told him it's not that
cotton.
he's lazy or
People
not
set them
disciplined,
aside
he literally has
to
an
make you
eating
feel better.
disorder where he can't
And that's
fucking,
called muktzah mahmas.
he
He
can't make
set it
weight
aside.
because
I'm not going
like
to
a
do this.
serious
What happens to
mental
the person?
eating disorder.
He doesn't have a choice. He ran out of
I believe that.
straw,
Because,
different
like,
material.
from all
He
other
uses his
counseling,
muchen to
he's
do
like an
atmana
extremely
to
hard
insulate
worker
his
in the
pot.
gym and shit.
Where it
And
says
like,
it doesn't
he's
lose.
super nice.
It's a
Calvin Gas
muktzah.
is
It's
really
still
funny and
muktzah
engaging on Twitter, and he does
of
YouTube
But
videos
we
and stuff.
cannot
I'm a
prove
huge
this
fan.
from the Bryce
So
that
it's something
says
everybody's
if
shitting
you
on him,
did
but I believe
do
that.
atmana with muchen,
I
be
believe
careful
that.
not to touch it.
He's fat because
Perhaps
he eats and
the
he
Bryce
eats
is talking
because,
about don't touch it before you use it as muchen, as atmana. But once you do atmana, perhaps
it's a
the
vicious
issue of muktzah
cycle.
goes away. You show that you don't care about it that much. So what's the chiddush? They can't touch muchen.
Yeah,
Of course,
I'm a
it's
big Calvin Gas
muktzah
fan.
mahmas. So it says Gemara. It's coming to teach us
But
that
that is
it's
like,
so nice and soft. Perhaps you want to sit on it and use it as a seat, and therefore it's not
Yeah,
muktzah. Marshmallow, it is.
He missed by
It
5
was
pounds.
especially when he
You take a
was like
pillow
5 pounds at 185,
and you
and the
stuff
guy
it with
fought at
muchen, stuff it
170
with the
for a
soft
lot of his
stuff.
career.
That's makib b'patish.
It was only 4 weeks notice, I will say that, but
However,
One thing, that's all I care
if you already have a pillow, it's a
4
used
weeks,
pillow,
bro.
there's already stuff.
I
And the
know.
muchen,
Even
the
I
stuff
thought
that
I'd
comes
do
out,
lunch in 4
you
weeks.
gotta put
What
it
would you do
back
to
on
lose 4 pounds?
Shabbos.
but you don't know how
It's
big
not
of a big
considered
fat fucking fatty he was
makib
before that. He's probably like 240
Take
pounds.
clothing
He's not fucking fatty. He can't stop
that's
fucking fatty.
uniform, and you take a
It's
scissors and
too
you
low,
cut out
man.
a hole for the neck. That's makib b'patish. But to take a sword
Just being
and
silly.
chop off the top of a barrel,
Being a goose.
that's not makib.
I wish
Because the lid of the barrel is not one with the barrel. It's never one. You just
Still don't smirk.
put it together, and now you're taking it
I'm gonna
apart.
take his
If a person has an axe,
computer
and he
guy.
doesn't have the handle, and he goes and he finds some sort of stick.
I want to take it and throw it.
It's not a permanent handle, it's
I'm
just a
gonna take it and
stick.
shove it in your butt.
Says the Gemara, as he's using the axe,
podcast.
they're considered
Oh,
one. The handle and the axe.
What is
The
it?
handle and the metal.
You're such a
Someone touches one, the other one becomes tummy. But once he's done with his malacha, he's done chopping
wanted
away,
me to have
then
the show to
they
be
are
clean. Really
considered
reminds me of the
individual
old Cool
items.
King and the
They're
Snake
independent
days.
of each other.
So you
Because
leave
you
that
take
for a
that
minute,
stick
and get girls.
and throw it away. This is different than the halacha that somebody has.
What would he say?
A lot of
You're
clothing
Brendan.
he gets to the laundry. And he
Yeah,
wants to make sure that they don't get lost, so he sews them together.
Wait.
Well, if somebody has a lot of keys, he's a macher,
You
he
should
has a
be
lot of
so. You
keys.
should be honored.
You touch one,
No,
they
you
all
said
become
he's
tummy.
being
You touch
dirty.
one
I don't
cloth,
wanna be
they all
dirty.
become tummy. Or let's say
Clean it up then.
you take two
No, I'm a nice
clothes,
church
garments
boy.
that are made out
I
of
went to
sever,
Catholic school growing up.
and you sew them with pishtam.
Not about
They are
shit stand balls.
shotguns
Oh,
for the time being.
not about the
Once you start
You're the one who
undoing the
nearly
stitching
took your pants off and then talking about
for the
airtight.
laundry or
I
for
mean,
the
what the hell,
shotguns,
man?
Yeah, but
they
he's
stay
doing. He's
longer,
also doing an
the time
accent,
will
so
one to
it's
the other.
free
Yeah,
pass.
man.
But over here it's different than
Oh,
that.
quoting a feature film.
Over here, a person
All
wants
I gotta do is
the
get better.
stitches either
That's
as
the
he has to throw it into the laundry, he wants it to be together with the handle of the axe. He doesn't care about the handle. He'll use it as
Speaking of
fire.
accents, I'm watching this show, Task on
There's a
HBO.
saying,
I started watching.
Olam
And
Mechubar,
it's in
Lo
Baltimore.
Hareru
It's the
K'may.
same
Anything
writer
that's attached to something
as,
has
Larry
halacha just like in itself.
and that was also
This more, for instance, this
and I
goes
like
like
the
Rabbi Meir.
Baltimore accent.
It's talking about
But
a
I can tell
kira
some of the actors
a
aren't
stove
like comfortable
that
with
has
it because they
compartments
like
that you
going
put
in
salt
and
in on
out
the
of
side.
Yeah,
Those
it's a weird
compartments
one.
are
I
they
honestly
considered
think
like the kira itself.
for
I can do accents better
Since
than
the more encryption and Leo, they're independent of each other.
You're really good at accents.
But they are independent of each other. However,
No.
Yeah, you're an
this
actor.
assurance
It means a lot. It's a very
we're talking about
impressive talent you have. I wish we used
so
it more.
Earlier becomes coming. Tuma is
Just do
inside
Baltimore,
of
and
the
it's like
Pizarro,
some of the
not
actors
on the
at the
outside.
beginning, they were like going in and out.
If assurance goes inside,
Sounds like a little bit.
touches the inside of this Kira,
like.
Yeah,
then the
Baltimore's
entire Kira becomes coming, including the compartments where you store the soul and different spices or the candle. In the sherrits, in the ear space of that Kira,
No, I was saying
then the
more.
Kira does
a
not
little bit,
become
but
coming.
I'm glad you guys
The rest of the
did
compartments
that.
do not become coming. The Kira itself becomes coming. Typically, the Ferris becomes tummy.
I know everybody's
Now,
talking
Kira,
about
from
the
the ear
Mary
space over here, we say
Jackson.
why?
I like flat.
Because we want to show that this whole
That's my
Tuma,
Baltimore accent.
that it transfers to the compartments over the Rabbanon.
Hey, back!
You don't want people to burn their Tuma subconscious
Go to something
based
I'm
on
good
this
at.
Tuma. You're not allowed to burn your Tuma subconscious based on the Rabbanon. So therefore, we make a distinction saying it only becomes Tame with manga by touching physically, not through the ear space.
TV shows. I want to hear
If
Kevin
you have
story
scissors that come
but in
apart,
The Wire, there's
or
a
a
couple
carpenter's blade
police
that has a blade on
officers
top
that
that
were
fits right into the wood.
former Boston or Baltimore cops.
During the Malafa, as you're
You can
going
just
back and
hear
forth on
the
a piece of wood,
authentic one compared to
shaking
the
it down.
actors.
As you're cutting with the scissors,
It's awesome.
then
I
they
also
consider
love
one,
Baltimore accent.
and if Tuma touches one part, one blade, the other blade becomes Tuma.
The Baltimore accent, like a
However, when it
Ravens
comes
pump-up
to
video.
Hazah,
It's a good example of
making
a
this device taller,
yeah, Kevin,
you have to make sure to get the sprinkle on both parts of the
Makes on one, bro.
No, I want to
Why
hear
is that?
Casey's.
Mine's just
Because
quick.
they're right, so
when I
they
was in
are
high
considered
school, I had
one,
the
only the
Boston
shots
guys
of
stay
only
over
while you're
for like a
doing
long
the
weekend
work
of
that it's
skating and
intended to
stuff.
do.
And I
When it's sitting on the
did
side,
a
you're not
Boston
considered.
accent the whole
Therefore,
time.
Chacham
They
said,
didn't
let's
even
do a
notice.
Chumrah in both cases.
Yeah.
Tuma, to say that they're both Tame is a
I was like,
Chumrah.
you guys know.
Hazah, to say that they're both not tar, that's also a Chumrah. Therefore, you have to be Mazah both. But Tuma, you only have to touch one in order for both of them to be Tame. Have a wonderful day.
Do a little bit, Case.
It's tough to go from Baltimore and Philly to right to Boston. You think about it.
How far I can come. I believe in you.
No, I don't feel like it. Have you been fucking anybody?
Myself.
Ouch.
Nick likes that one.
Pamela Henderson.
Yeah, I fucked up by the bar.
By the bar. I haven't even gone on any dates recently. What's a good LA date? It's a good thing to do on a
Shop
date.
is not for the test.
Wait, so you have not done any dates since last time
this month.
we spoke?
You had to listen to the Mishnah. But
The last
that
thing I
is also to do at one.
No,
If they
I
are
haven't
moist.
really.
Now, there's two types of moisture.
No. The last day I told you about was I went to employees only. That was like 3
external
weeks
moisture,
ago.
and it's moisture that comes from within.
I haven't really tried
When
to
it
go
comes
on
from
any dates.
within,
though.
produces
The dates just
more
like
heat.
it's just like a waste of money. Like we go on a date, it goes well, we talk a little bit after, and then it just fizzles out. Like one of us either loses interest or whatever. It's
list has moisture
like
that
a waste
comes
of time. I
from
don't know.
exterior source.
Don't
The
force
Brisa
it.
that
Yeah,
says
I'm just like
you
not.
shouldn't use
It's like whatever.
clothing, garments.
What about you,
for
Jan?
everyone.
You said
And garments, obviously.
What about you,
The
Jim?
moisture comes from an
you
exterior
got
source.
anybody in your
That's
crowd
not right.
space?
It's possible that they produce this garment
That dude, I was curious to hear the shit about that
such
person.
as the thighs.
Why?
that produce its
Oh,
own
really?
moisture.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. I'll send you Patreon because it's. I don't want her to watch this.
Oh, saving the tea for the page.
But
Yeah,
it's now it's out there. You
That's what
mentioned
you want,
you're,
cheese.
you already alluded to it.
Irritated. Like super irritated.
She's
gonna sign up to be a lady.
Is it along the lines of Kev's flight story where he got the girl fight and she ghosted?
I would never do that shit. Come on. Case.
You would never do what? Shit's like, what do you think I'm pathetic?
If I was like super lonely and I just wasn't able to pull the shit.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Obviously, he had
When I'm doing Uchin, it's not as me. You can continue it.
Yeah.
No, I'm not trying to be mean. Like,
That's what makes it extremely mean.
I've been at low points in my life before where I did, talk to a girl on Instagram and I'm like, hey, you want, because, we're flirting. And there's a low point in my life. I'm like, Yeah, come down late. I got you. And she was down to go, but I just stopped talking to her. But yeah, so what I'm saying is, if I'm in that zone, if I'm in that moment, then yeah, there's no big deal about it. But in regular instances, no, I'm not doing that shit.
That was the first time I had ever. That's what's crazy about the story. That was the first time I had ever bought a flight for a girl that I was just, for any girl actually. So I don't think it's a low point or a bad thing. I think it's a power move. That's what I thought too. I'm like, you know what? Let me boss up and make this work, and then it just fell.
Yeah.
It's a boss move if you like
and hides are not
really have the means. But I just don't think it's really going to help Kevin accomplish his goals. He was talking about just a date in LA is expensive. Add $600 flight to that. Oh, Kevin, you know what you can do? I just heard about the Frontier Go Wild Pass.
What's that?
$299. You get unlimited flights for a year. The caveat is you only know if you booked the flight the day before, and you could be rerouted and have like 24 hours of travel. But that's where you can bring your horse in.
I knew something like that was coming. I knew it. My horse. Hey, man. I'm like,
guys, you have access to 911 on fire.
I get it.
Yeah. The delay is when I say a joke, there's a delay, and I'm so antsy. I want to hear an eruption of laughter. That one didn't work.
They're awesome.
Get it? I was doing it. Mark's doing a thing over there. What are you doing, Mark? You're trying to find a thing. Oh, Mark, eat your sandwich. Eat your sandwich. You already did. You didn't see him chewing them? Not once. Did you eat both sandwiches? I was chewing a lot. Will you do me a favor? We have a little, I know there's already a lot of pictures on this screen, but if you could have a picture of you eating the sandwiches, I kind of involved. I didn't get it. Well, no, here's what you can do. I'm going home and get 2 more sandwiches. I got 1 more right here. I will eat it. That's too much food, man. What kind of sandwich was the first sandwich? They were buy one, get one free, so I got the sandwich. So what is it?
Let's use it for something.
They were, they're a turkey and ham and a bunch of toppings on it.
These are randoms.
You know what I did today?
They also had a discussion.
I brought a sandwich, like I do from time to time. I made it at home. I brought it in. It's on a nice bread, turkey, cheese, mayo, and sun chips, cheddar sun chips. And Chris made fun of my sandwich. He made fun of your Birkenstocks. Well, that was funny. They were both funny because the sandwich making fun of was on his way out very fast. He goes, "Oh, that's a cartoon sandwich," and then just left. And then as soon as he walked in, my feet were up on the table. As soon as he walked in, like I'm telling you, didn't even get one foot inside the door. He goes, "Oh, I'll do those out for you." And went to take them off my feet. So he burned me on the way out so bad.
What about the
burned me on the way in so bad. So bad. It was funny. We were laughing. It was hilarious. Bro, can you imagine just being that funny? I can't. Like, we're all pretty funny. Like, we're all funny in our own ways, but like to be able to make anybody laugh like that would be crazy.
Yeah, it is. It's a tool.
Use
it my disposal, I guess. You're right. Yeah, it's nice.
Respond to the mission.
If I just come in there and I was the boss and not worry about losing my job, I'd roast the shit out of that. So funny.
Dude, I roast everybody every single day.
I roasted them. I got them back.
You did, yeah. I remember
we talked about something.
You said that.
Yeah, the talent is always a pain in the ass, and then I looked away and played.
And learn the concept
of yourself. I respect you for that.
Yeah. If you're going to give it, you got to be able to take it in any aspect, no matter the dynamic.
From the wagon to the ground.
I agree.
From wagon to wagon.
I agree wholeheartedly.
We're all fired anyway. Are we going to lose our jobs? So Nick alluded to that. Mark just alluded to that. Are we losing our jobs?
I lost my job.
Our pet's heads are falling off. Your pet's head did fall off?
Yeah, my pet's head did fall off.
Oh, damn.
No, you got a brand new pet right over in there. Beautiful pet. We should talk about your beautiful new venture. We should. Yeah, we'll record a pod.
Yeah.
We'll record a pod in there when Nick gets back. Okay. How about that?
I can't wait.
In the meantime, you can go to bearpunch.tv on Instagram. Check out all the hot sizzles Mark's been making. That sizzles hard.
I know. You got it now. Yeah, I respect it.
You want to say hot studio? Oh, Mark, over there.
Mark, pull it up. Mark, pull it up.
Where there's a hot studio.
Let's see it right now.
That studio looks dope. That studio looks freaking. These guys, the Zoom guys, can see my screen, but you guys can't because of the situation I got going on.
It's fine.
But the hot studio, baby.
Wow, it's the hotness. But you're looking for a studio.
Look at all the hot stuff. Yeah, this is my studio.
Mark, just get a dual HDMI.
Hire someone. That's simple. Yeah, this is all me, dude. I don't have money to hire people. It's all me. You know,
I mean, it just looks so professional.
Yeah, you like cameras? We got cameras. You got a monitor to look at stuff? We got a monitor to look at stuff. You wouldn't know that you have microphones. You got microphones with white comfy chairs? We got that. Headphones to listen to yourself? We got that. Cameras, 6K? We got it. Nice. It's an ad. Clip it. It's an ad.
I think I said this on the Patreon when we looked at the studio, but I'll say it again for a wider audience. I've been in a lot of rentable podcast studios, and you talk to owners and stuff. No one has put more thought into their studio than Mark. That's a fact. You slave it away. He's at the studio. You guys are in it right now. It sounds like I'm telling you guys, but tell the audience. He's there like every single day. We only all come in on Tuesdays. Quite a few people come hang out more. But he was been in there every day since we moved in a couple months ago, and it's ready to go.
Yeah, there's a part of me. Thank you, Nick. There was a part of me that was like, just hire someone and like build it up, but I didn't have the money to do that, so I had to fucking do everything myself.
Honestly, that could be your job right there. Just going around and building people's.
I don't know if I want to do that again. It was a lot of work.
Just saying, you did it well. You did it well.
Also, because I was kind of figuring out what my setup was going to be on the fly, so it took a little bit longer than I wanted to. But now that I know what setups I like and all that jazz, it would be a lot faster. But I'm stoked with how it looks. I'm excited to get whoever comes in as the first people. Maybe it's us. But I'm stoked with how it looks. So,
what do you mean first people? Because there's a popular package already, so you obviously had so many people in there.
Well, it is popular. So, it's popular. Have you ever heard of advertising and marketing, dude?
Yes.
Come on now.
I need your help with something.
Okay.
Which piece of art should I purchase between these two that I'm sending to the group chat?
Oh, whoa!
No. This is not like fancy art. This isn't fancy art. This is just like
good art. Good art. What about this art? Good art. What about this?
Oh, you got a nice Lloyd Christmas. Bro, what? Well, or you got a Simpsons.
yeah.
Lloyd Christmas for sure.
Think about it.
Yeah. That sucked. Don't get that one.
Which one?
That was easy.
The that. I was joking.
I like the Dumb and Dumber one. I also just say get both of them. It's just like it's kind of a theme to like even if there's like a third or fourth one, you can keep adding to.
I like that idea, Mark. Honestly,
If you also like pepper them in with
no, I know. That would be the goal. Would be to have like one wall in my apartment with just art all over it and like
that's my living room. We have it's just like a mosaic-y type of just frames everywhere, all different shapes, sizes, or whatever.
Yeah, that would be what I would be going for.
But I also do like the Simpsons one because I love the beach. I love myself a good beach.
That's kind of
got a nice sunset. It's very peaceful. I like that one as well.
Kind of reminds me of.
Yeah, that's like New England, isn't it?
That's what I was gonna say. It reminds me of your area of the world.
Both look like New England. You know what I mean? Isn't it?
Well, the one in Aspen.
That's right.
I'm talking about a little place called California.
You're right. So for that reason, I say go Dumb and Dumber.
Well, no, now I like your idea of getting more.
Well, for that reason, go Simpsons.
Because you can get different sizes, so maybe I'll get the Dumb and Dumber one like the biggest size, and I'll get the Simpsons one like the smaller size. So
40 inch though, don't get 40 inch. That's too big.
Let me. It's just like this big. No, I'm just gonna unbutton and I'll find out what 40 inches is.
Oh, penis size.
Oh yeah.
First of all, clean it up, Kevin. Second of all, that means you have a little penis. That's what you tell me all the time.
No, that doesn't.
Oh, that's so funny. I don't even know how to do that.
They're celebrating. Kevin got a little penis.
Give like a thumbs up or something. See, yeah, that's you. Give like a thumbs up. Hold it. All right, guys. There we go. Whoa.
Did you do that?
No, that's you. Do something else, like thumbs up again. Do thumbs up again. Yeah. Guys, which dick would you rather
They
have?
just have that, and I never turned that on.
I don't know how to turn it off. Which dick would you rather have? Long skinny.
Long skinny?
Yeah. Long skinny.
Because that.
But then you can't know when you enter it. Dude, that's not zero.
Yeah, but that the button one like can't even fit.
You still get a blow.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
That's who.
Let's see, demonstrate.
Nick's trying to do stuff.
Should we go to Patreon? I want to hear Jim's tea.
Oh yeah, let's get to the tea.
Yeah. All right, let's go. Thank you guys for watching.
Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod.
There's a beautiful flower called the Cusco. You used to smell it, use it during the meal. So if you
I was just doing Baltimore, and it's like 7 actors in the beginning, they were like going in and out of it, and it's like you gotta commit to it once you're in.
Sounds like a little bit of, it sounds a little Philly-like.
Yeah, Baltimore's close to Philly.
Why do people have accents, bro?
That's crazy.
It is
Like,
crazy.
Kamara's the game. No, I was saying more got cut off a little bit, but I'm glad you guys didn't hear it. It was bad.
Well, we heard it. It's gonna be the cold open.
Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Welcome to the After Hours Pod.
by removing it, it's gonna be moving dirt. You see that moving dirt?
I came like a wrecking ball.
Question.
Whatever I want.
Oh man.
I'm a computer guy this
Alright,
episode.
get my computer then. We're gonna be computer guys.
Fine, I don't care. Let's all be distracted. Ain't gotta give a shit.
Yeah. Zoom my balls up here.
All I want to do ultimately is zoom, 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 and a boom, boom. Have some fun. I got the feeling Kev's not the only one. All I want to do is have some fun.
Yo, 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 yeah.
Welcome to the after hour.
No, wait.
So it's me and Kev,
Only.
and Mark is going to get his Sando, and Nick is in New York. You Nick in New York. You Nick in New York.
Nice.
And Chin is in Austin. He's always in Austin, so that's, no big change there, right? But big changes here at the desk. It's just us. I feel very far away from you physically, not emotionally. Oh, handshakes are harder this way.
A little bit, but we're gonna make it work.
I took for granted how easy the high fives were when we were neighbors.
But you can still make it work, man.
How are you
I
doing,
believe
Kev?
in us.
What's going on with you?
Same old shit, man.
Wow.
Same old.
Just sucking ass, eating grass?
Pretty much,
Yeah.
yeah. Not much has changed in that department.
Oh, now I have a computer, so I'm going to be a distracted guy.
Okay, so I'll just talk. Where's my camera? Which one's my camera?
That one.
That one's my camera? Oh, shit.
For the folks at home, if you had to guess how many sandwiches Mark got, well, how many would you think? How many would you think, Kevin?
I would say one.
Yeah, it's just a sandwich, right? Wrong. You'd be wrong.
Sheesh.
Go ahead.
Bravo.
Go ahead and double that number.
Whoa.
2.
You know, there's some people on the internet that think 1 + 1 is not 1 × 1 is not 2, like Terrence Howard.
Well, he spearheaded that, right?
Yeah.
So it doesn't count.
No?
If people think it, they're just thinking it because he pitched it, and they're like, oh, yeah, I get that. I get that.
I have friends who are like that.
Yeah?
Yeah. And they're like, the crazy part about it is they're not dumb people. They're really smart, but they're like,
I
they'll
got
believe
something
anything.
that might blow your mind.
What?
They are dumb people. They've just been given the opportunity to expose themselves as dumb.
No, my friend, he's really smart. Like, I'm not joking. He's really smart. And I was talking to him the other day, and we started talking conspiracy theories, and I know that he will believe pretty much any conspiracy theory, so I just started going off on a tangent about like all this crazy shit that wasn't true, and he was like, "Yeah, bro, I can see that totally being."
He bought it all.
Yeah, he bought it all. I'm like, bro, I just told you that there were aliens underneath the pyramids.
Well, there are.
And they're made out of ice. They're ice aliens.
And when it defrosts,
Yeah,
then we're in big trouble.
big trouble. And he's like, bro,
That was the plot of a movie I saw recently.
what?
Where the aliens, they were like, we thought that because there was no sign of them landing or anything like this or anything like that. And then, the guy from Parks and Rec was like, it's because they started here initially. They're in the ice.
Chris Pratt?
Yeah. What movie? Look it up. Good thing
Remember from Paris?
I have my computer.
Something
Chris
Paris.
Pratt. Aliens in the ice movie. Bro, is it Tomorrow War?
That's a real movie?
Yeah.
What are you doing at home?
So here's the deal. Here's my problem. Jen, are you on a call right now? Are you on a call right now, Jen?
Got the TV on.
Jen, turn off your TV. What are you doing?
You can't hear us.
I can't hear us. Jen.
You can see in the glasses that he doesn't have us on the thing.
Oh, he's looking at my screen, I think.
Yeah, he is looking at your screen.
I'm going to put it in the Google search so you can say, hey, Jen, turn the fucking TV off.
He did, but he can't see us? This actually is pretty compelling. Watching Jin without him knowing that we're watching him.
Oh, I want to do something weird.
How about now, Jin? Can you see us now? Can you hear us?
No, you can see in his glasses. He's looking at Mark's screen still.
Yeah, but I can still see you in the very corner, and I can hear you finally.
Okay.
Oh, man, we were saying all type of mean stuff.
Yeah, we've been going. We're going.
I know. You guys always say mean stuff about me. I'm used to it.
We weren't being mean. Did you say that, Kev?
Yes.
No, we're not listening, Kev.
I like your style today, Jen. You're looking very like graham crackery with your colors and stuff.
Graham cracker.
Yeah, you look like a s'mores.
You look like a s'mores.
Oh, thank you. It's just very bland with a little bit of a punch of sugar because the s'mores has chocolate in it.
Yeah.
And mushrooms. Not mushrooms, they're called marshmallows. I put them.
Jen, what's your favorite dessert? Your favorite sweet?
Most recently, I don't eat sweets, but I've been stuck on eating ice cream these days. And pistachio, oh my god, pistachio ice cream.
That's
incredible.
I've had that.
Yeah. What about you?
I love a good donut, a cookie, and apple pie, and a milkshake. Those are the ones.
So every dessert.
Every dessert.
I fuck with cheesecake, to be honest.
Oh, you know what I'm saying? That's some white
Yeah.
shit. That's some white
Is it?
shit.
What do you? It's not white shit.
That's white shit.
It's not white shit. It's good.
Have you ever
It has good flavor.
go into any cheesecake factory? You won't see a black guy in there.
Dude, they don't. It's not. They don't just have cheesecake in there. They have everything.
That's what
black
they
people
sell.
there. If anything, there's more black people there.
That's racist, Mark.
Yeah,
He can say the inverse, and it's not racist. But if you say it, it's racist.
and that's obvious.
That's how it works.
I was kidding. It was opposite day.
Oh, you were kidding.
You're the one who's right.
Ah, shit. I
Got
googled
you.
because for the folks at home, I have a laptop now because I'm Nick today. So I have a laptop. I'm going to be distracted. Are we recording? That's my, And so I googled this cheesecake white shit, and it said cheesecake is dessert made from cheese, not feces.
Well, that's that on that.
Yeah, there you go.
What's my sweets, you ask?
Yeah.
ask.
If we're going ice cream, I like a good Rocky Road.
What is that?
That's a great question. It's only I think it's vanilla and chocolate with like nuts and with marshmallows.
My nuts. Like ice cream with my nuts.
Right. What is Rocky Road ice cream? Rocky Road is a sweet confection that exists primarily between two forms of chocolate ice cream and a no-bake candy bar. This sounds big.
No, it's
not what
candy.
I eat.
It's a candy bar in there. Well, what do you think makes it rocky?
Chocolate, marshmallows and nuts. That's what I said.
Yeah.
The candy bar is what threw me off. Commonly almonds.
Damn, it was invented in 1929. Imagine being at the forefront of the ice cream movement and having an idea for a fucking type of ice cream and being like, yeah, and then now that a type of ice cream exists and it's just like a benchmark in ice cream. I mean, that's crazy.
What about making ice cream and then you're just like realizing you could put stuff in it? Kind of along the lines of what you're saying.
I wonder.
And you're like, nobody's done this before.
Yeah.
We could throw strawberries. We could throw pineapple. And the guy's like, no pineapple.
Yeah. I wonder how long after they invented ice cream did they invent like putting stuff in the ice cream? You think the same week? You think like a month after?
That's an absolutely fucking phenomenal.
You know what I'm saying?
That's an absolutely banger question.
And I got a follow-up question.
What do you think was the first?
No. What do
you think was the first thing that they decided to throw out in there or on there?
I think I'm just following their kind of lineology. I think it was just chocolate chips.
You think so?
Yeah, because they didn't have a ton of shit back then. It's not like Ben and Jerry's back then.
You got a whole
like it's not a froyo.
All right, read my question here.
How long after inventing ice cream did they figure out they could put stuff into the ice cream? And what was the first ingredient mixed in?
I wanted to be like, and
yeah.
Boy, let's get this day. Let's see what chat says. Hey, chat. Searching the web.
Where's Nick, by the way?
Nah, I don't know.
He's ready. He was
first ready.
Yeah, he was.
That's a great question. It turns out we don't know exactly when people started first mixing things into ice cream or its predecessors, but historians have put together quite a lot of. All right, God, give me the fucking short answer. I'll walk you through what's known as what's speculated one might be counted the first mix-in. If you want, I can try to track down the earliest documented case. Oh my God,
bro, so much. Bro, sometimes I say to ChatGPT, explain it like I'm 5.
Give me the fucking short answer here, dude.
Update on Nick. He didn't see the Zoom link because it was sent from him. The link is coming from inside the house.
What's that? It comes from ancient China.
Call it inside.
Alright.
That's a surprise.
Why is that a surprise, Chen?
I didn't think the information.
I didn't either, to be honest.
Wait, by the way, so the first ice is the vanilla then, right? What else could it be? But the actual ice cream, the foundation, base.
I don't know. I don't want to read all of this.
It's too much.
Could you guys jump into what they mixed into it before we even figured out what ice cream really was in the first place?
Well, here we go. But what do we know about early stuff in addition? Ancient China and other early civilizations had frozen desserts that included flavorings like fruits, honey, wine. For example, Bing Lao, a frozen dessert in the Yuan dynasty, was flavored with fruits, honey, wine. Also, snow or ice was mixed with fruit purees. That's what I think. They'll mix stuff, blend it all up, or mush it all together, and have it just figure out how to freeze stuff. That's the question. Ice. Freezing stuff is but
imagine you don't have a freezer and you gotta freeze something right now.
Not even that long ago, they would have ice delivery guys.
If it gets below 32 degrees, then you just put something in a bucket and you got ice.
What if you want it in a moderate temperate climate? You fuck.
Well, I don't know about China's climate, but I'm sure there's areas
clearly.
of China.
Clearly he doesn't.
I'm sure there's areas of China that get cold enough.
Chin. How cold does China get, Chin?
Wait.
32.
There you go. Oh, he knows? No, he knows less than you.
Damn.
Imagine how little you know, and then think about it knowing even less than that, and then you have Chin.
You said crap. You said you were ready to be nice, or you said you weren't mean.
Yeah, at least I waited for you to show up to be mean. Unlike Kev, he was bashing you. You'll see on the episode.
The stuff I was saying, crazy. You probably never talked to me.
Crazy.
Jen, have you found any tattoo artists in Texas that you like?
I haven't even looked yet, but I did. Once I have, right now there's like just a ton of moving parts going on. So once everything's settled down, I'll go ahead and look for a tattoo artist.
Got it. Oh, there he is. Look at the guy. There's the kid. Young man. Where is he? Young Nikolai. I think he's in Nebraska. Here in the Big Apple, huh? Omaha. No.
Omaha. It looks beautiful behind you.
Look at how funny. Yeah, who knew? It's like Chin and Nick. That's what Needle get you. What?
That's what Beetle.
Oh, or steaks. Omaha steaks.
Oh, Omaha steak.
That's what built that.
Yeah. That wasn't
the One World Trade Center is in Omaha.
It is. I heard they moved it.
How do I sound? I just bit the bullet and finally got new AirPods.
It sounds nice and clear and loud.
You got the new AirPods, Nick?
Yeah, 4th generation. Noise canceling is fucking crazy.
No.
I can't even hear myself.
Nick, there's newer ones coming out on Friday.
Oh, whatever. I don't need the newest ones. I just want the ones that were shaped like the original ones. And they got rid of those. And the 4s are the closest thing.
Got it. Copy that. How's New York?
You wouldn't know. Omaha's great. Mark Norman and Theo Vaughn are having a show in Omaha tonight, so I'm going to go see that.
I think I love this Omaha bit almost as much as I like the Billy Bass bit.
Nice. I really thought I was going to be the first person to bring back up Billy Bass.
You thought wrong. Do it.
Yeah, just one of the legendary moments in After Our History.
Yeah, I mean, the fans
I don't know how you guys started the show, but just shout out to we are now up to 4 YouTube members. Give me all the extra episodes. 112 paid Patreon subscribers. We're going to reach my nemesis in no time.
Hey, your hair looks. Did you do like a new thing with your hair or what? What's going on? Your hair looks good.
You guys. For Shabbos purposes, a ring that has a signet to it. The woman who walks out with that on Shabbos is considered right. If it doesn't have the signet to it, then it's considered Rabbi. When it comes to a needle, if it's a whole needle without any rust, it's a cobble. And even if it has rust, as long as it doesn't hurt the sewing process, it's the cobble. Yeah. You never made a hole, you never made the eye to the needle, and you're planning on making that hole. So right now it's not Mikabel, it's not a complete thing. However, it's not hooked up because it still serves a certain purpose to remove the splinter. When it comes to Shabbos and taking it out, if it has a hole, you're chayav. But if it's for a woman to put it in, it doesn't have a hole, then she's allowed to go out with it. I mean, wonderful thing. Shabbos after dinner, I hope everybody's doing great. Mishnah tells us, someone called them a das, a saddle. It's much wider than a saddle. The saddle goes on top of that device for the donkey. So therefore, the donkey is allowed to go out rather with the saddle cloth, provided that it's tied to the donkey. You don't have a shadow to go off and you pick it up. So Shmuel then must tie this to Shabbos. Christ tells us, or das,
Yo, how are you? What up, G? G, can you hear me? G, can you hear me? How's your day going? G, how you living? G, can you hear me? Did you find out about me from Twitter? Gee, how's your day going? What's good, son?
This episode is brought to you by ExpressVPN. More on that later. Let's get into the do.
You're watching The Honeydew with Ryan Sickler at your mom's house.
Welcome back to The Honeydew, y'all. We're over here doing it up at Studio Jeans at your mom's house. I'm your host, Ryan Sickler. I'm on social media at Ryan Sickler, RyanSickler.com. Quick date, Baltimore, September 14th. I'm coming back. One night only. Get your tickets for that show. Any in-town dates, just go to my website. It's all there for you to check out. And as I say every week, thank you. Thank you for the messages, the feedback. Thank you for supporting the show. I mean, it's still new. It's still a new show. You know, I've been podcasting for a while. This is still a new show, and I'm learning a lot about everything. So thank you for the support. Thank you for supporting the sponsors. That's how we keep this free show free. And anything you want to know about the show, thehoneydewpodcast.com. Go there. That's where you follow the social media, the email, all that merch, everything. We got some new merch coming up for you soon, too, as well. And very excited for this episode here today. Somebody I've been wanting to have on for a minute. As he said, we're family. And I say all the time, if you're new to the show, we're highlighting the lowlights over here. If you're a fan of The Underdog, this is your show. These are the stories behind the storytellers. Today's storyteller, ladies and gentlemen, Joey Diaz. All right.
What's up? How are you then?
Listen, I have to say something. You just did a quick jump. I've been watching this video of you when the Star Spangled Banner comes on, and you have your head down. When that shit kicks on, you jump so hard. It makes me, that just out of the game makes me laugh. You know the video I'm talking about?
I love the Star Spangled
Oh, you jumped up so quick.
I love it. I fucking love it. Like, it's, you know, when I came here, like, you know, they let you into school. When you're an immigrant, you know, you come here and you walk around for a few days, and they let you into school, and also you start reciting that.
Pledge of Allegiance.
Yeah, I did it in kindergarten. Like, you got to remember, when I got to this country, it was 1966. When I busted into the school system, it was 68. We were involved in a war. We had just finished the Cold War with the Cubans and Russia. You know, there was underground shelters in every building with Tang. Remember Tang?
I do.
Tang, and like fucking Spam.
That's the astronaut.
Yeah, sardines. Every basement was prepared for a nuclear thing, but
we had the pear jars, mason jars.
Mason jars.
We had all like
everybody had a fallout shelter.
We did have one.
If you're young, a fallout shelter is when you go when fucking Iran sends a missile over here. Back in the 60s, you would go into the fallout shelter. Thank God you never had to go into them. But patriotism was big, and it was bigger for me because I was in another country. I was just trying to fit in. So the Star Spangled Banner, I pledge allegiance. You know, it's so funny how right now there's a thing in the news that I hate to highlight, but let's talk about it. About a guy who said, "Go back to your own country." Let me fucking tell you something. 20 years ago, that was a staple in New York. You couldn't just talk from the language from your country in New York when I was growing up. They would look at you after 3 minutes and go, "Oh, America."
Really? You speaking Spanish?
Yeah, Spanish. Whatever the fuck you were talking that wasn't New Yorkish, they would say, "Oh, cut it out. You're in America." And then you would yell something back, and then they would yell back. If you don't like it, go back to your own fucking country. But on this fucking street, you're speaking English. And that's it. And, you know, it was something that I remember because it was said to me.
So here's what I want to talk to you about, because I want to go back to the beginning. You said you came to the United States in 1966. How old are you at that age?
3.
All right, so you have no memories of...
No, nothing.
So this is your country. You get here at 3 years old. And where do you begin? Where does the...
And
are your parents married? Are they together?
My parents are married. They're somewhere in New York. I remember waking up in a house in Union City a block and a half from my mother's house, across from a school called either Robert Waters or something. Tragedy struck. My father died.
How?
Heart attack at the bar.
How old?
37.
Ooh.
So my mom didn't like the Jersey house. She didn't. Once somebody dies, you move.
But how old were you when he died? So.
3.
Okay, so it happened. All this is happening just
right,
as they get
3.
here.
So then we go to 89th Street and Riverside Drive.
Just you and your mom.
Just me and my mom.
No siblings.
No siblings. I'm with my mom 24 hours a day.
And her family's where?
Cuba.
All back in Cuba.
Except for my uncle who's in LA.
Okay.
I still talk to my
She's
uncle.
still by herself. All right. And how old your mom? Single mom, new country?
38. My mom had been here as a teenager.
Okay, all right.
My mom had been here and knew the language and already was running numbers. Then she went back to Cuba.
Okay.
What happened to my mother was very interesting. My mother was 16 or 15, and she went to a dance with my aunt, like a high school dance. And somewhere along the dance, my mom noticed that her sister Rosita was missing. So she went outside, started yelling for Rosita, and she found a guy raping Rosita.
Whoa.
My mom took a glass, broke it, and stabbed the guy.
Wow.
The guy dies.
What?
They take my mother and ship her out of Cuba that night. Just a young kid. Like remember Vito Corleone was half retarded. He got the Ellis Island. He's singing songs and shit. That was my mother, right?
Wait, so they literally took her,
My family.
your whole
Put
family,
whatever pennies they had, as poor as they were,
and said, "You're out.
You're out."
Where?
New York City.
They were sent to New York City.
Sent to Miami.
This wasn't a.
She had distant cousins in New York City.
Wow.
She went to New York, stayed with them for a while, snuck into the country. You know, but you gotta remember, there was no TSA.
Right.
You know, you could just give them a fucking piece of paper then, and if you could fog the bottom of the glass, they'd let you in. Fog this. Okay, you're in. You know, this was way before anything.
Right.
You know, there was no drug smuggling going on, so it was wide open border. So she came in, moved to like the city or something, went to work for a fucking numbers guy, and she met a girl. And her and that girl became partners. Like they were a team for a couple of years.
And doing what? Running numbers.
Then her and my dad met in New York. But they went back to Cuba because my grandmother was sick. So when we were in Cuba, my mom had my sister, who was about 4 years older than me, and me. Then something went down. Like, I couldn't get all the accurate stories. I could store bits and pieces from my uncle. He's 80 and he lives in Glendale. I just went to a Dodger game with him.
That's your source.
So, but whenever I ask him, somebody tells me a little bit more than I want to know. So I stopped asking. You know what I'm saying? So I had to stop. So then they came back, and my mother used that girl's name to get back into the States. When my mother went back to Cuba, she went back as a lady named Sophia Cecilia. She was a Puerto Rican woman. That was the mother of the girl my mom hung out with.
Okay, all right.
Okay, so then my mom came back. My dad died a few months later, and here we are on 89th Street. Probably 4. So I was probably 4.5. And then that apartment got raided. For what? What were the numbers? There was a shakedown. I still remember the cops sitting me down on the couch and then separating me and my mother. My mother had already trained me, shut your mouth. You don't know nothing. You know, my mom was already training me in a way that I didn't know. And then my mom had a bag with cash and all the numbers receipts. So what happened was my mom had the building wired. The landlord called. And I answered. It was like 8 in the morning, and they're like, the cops are on their way up. So I woke my mother up. My mother got up, went in the closet, and took a bag out, the receipts and the cash. Went to the kitchen. There was a balcony under her, an old lady. She would duke the old lady like 50 a week. And she threw the bag under. The bag landed on the second floor on the balcony. The cops rushed in. There was nothing arrest my mother for it. But I still remember my mom being handcuffed and me sitting on a couch. And then the landlord, and they left. They didn't arrest my mother. They gave her a ticket. It was basically a shakedown in those days. If they find 10 G's, they take 6 of it. And they leave you 4 and you don't go to jail. But my mom was hip to them, whatever, and they kept threatening my mom. 2 days later, we moved around the corner to 205 West 88th Street between Broadway and Amsterdam. And I went to a grammar school named PS 166. Okay. Stayed there until like the 3rd grade, 2nd grade, then 3rd, 4th, and 5th. I went to Sacred Heart School for Boys. That was a private school.
Were you starting to have trouble? Were you?
I just admitted to my wife something that a lot of people don't know about me. I didn't want to tell my wife until my daughter got older. From the age of 4 to 6, I was a very sickly kid. There was a lot of problems with me. There was mental problems with me because of my father. And I was a sickly kid. I was allergic to maple syrup. I had stomach problems with my ears. I had problems with my throat. I couldn't breathe at night. You know, they knew me by first name basis at Medical Center on 165th Street. And they knew me like I went to the hospital between the ages of 4. Without exaggeration, if I average it out, it was every 10 days.
Damn.
Like I wouldn't go for 2 weeks, but then I'd go 3 days in a row.
And it would always be something else. It wouldn't be consistently
asthma or whatever. I was a sickly fucking kid.
Yo.
I was really skinny.
How are you?
My mom didn't know what to do with me.
Can you hear me?
I didn't really like a lot of the foods.
What's good?
Emulsive of cod.
Hello?
Emulsive of cod is like the fish grinded down his eyeballs, his feet.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, you go to CVS now because kids are pussies. They flavored it because these little faggots are young. They're like vanilla flavored and fucking strawberry.
They really
flavored.
have this shit? I'm
Look
gonna
it up.
go look. I have.
It's called emulsive of cod.
All right.
And I'm gonna tell you something. A couple years ago, I went back on it.
You did?
I found a little bottle. First couple days, I fucking puked it up. But after a while, I felt how much better I felt. It's a tough fucking swallow. But your dick will never die. You'll never get sick. You'll never get AIDS. You'll never get dementia. If you drink that fucking stuff, Scott's emulsive of fucking, you'll never get nothing. Nothing. No dementia. Nothing. It's a proven fact.
1 a day?
I don't know how it is now, but when these fucking people had it before, they just threw the fish in the blender. His tongue, his brain, and it was a milky paste.
And you drank that?
I was not allowed to go to school until I drank in the morning. So she would give me a fresh glass of orange juice, and she'd be waiting with the spoon, and I'd have to drink it and fucking down the orange juice, and I'd puke it. She'd go, let's do it again. I mean, it got that bad. Like, I was that sickly of a kid.
Well, why wouldn't you want to tell anybody that? Why didn't you want to admit that?
Because I didn't want, if my daughter would get sick, I didn't want it to be like genetic. Like, I didn't know. My daughter does have asthma, but it has not affected her like it affected me at that age. I was allergic to dogs. Really, I was allergic to cats. I was allergic to just my eyes would swell up. My throat would swell up when I would choke.
And did this fish shit, did it cure you of allergies, or did it just protect you from that?
What happened was, my mom went to see, like in Cuba, what's the big thing in Santeria? So my mom went to see a Santeria lady that she knew for a long time and asked her. And it said that I needed to be inducted because for health reasons. And by the age of 6, by the age of 5, I would go up to 100. I lived on 88th Street with a bunch of little faggy white kids, and they were nice kids and stuff, and we had a good time. You know, we played kick the can and stickball and hot peas and butter. Go get your mother. You ever play hot peas and butter? Go get your mother.
No.
That's when you hide a belt with a metal buckle. You have to hide it. So I hide it, and all of us are playing. And we're in this room. I'm like, you're hot, but the base is 30 yards away. So if you find the belt, you get to whip us all the way till we find it. And it's up to you whether you want to whip us with the belt or the metal side. So if you whip somebody with the metal
Play
side,
that game now. Remember when you complained like that? Like, I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna fuck you up all the way back. So you can say ABCD 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and whistle.
peas and butter don't get you both. The only thing I hate Bill Cosby before the rape, like I always thought he was a sack of shit, but he really always was a sack of shit. Like I thought he was a sack of shit. It was confirmed to me in '93 at the Colorado Festival that Judy Brown put on, and in '93 and '94 he showed up and I saw him. He was talking shit about dirty comics. So I never liked him. I always knew he was a pukey fuck. But the only thing he ever said up is one good album was he spoke about a game named Buck Buck. Yeah, that's another New York City. They have that on Fat Albert. That's Buck Buck. Buck every day. You can't run and jump on somebody's back, right? Yeah, you jump on somebody's back. That's why all these kids got that nucleosis shit with the fucked up back. Scoliosis. Whatever the fucked up. These little fat kids today, they all got scoliosis. Because they don't play Buck Buck. When I played Buck Buck, the dog, one kid in my neighborhood's got scoliosis. He might have had a punctured lung, but scoliosis did not exist in my neighborhood because we played Buck Buck and the girls played too.
So if I remember correctly, so somebody grabs on a wall, whatever, they bend over. You're standing up here, now you're bent in a 90.
So I'm the pillow.
And then you connect like a centipede,
with my neck, and we all connect like centipedes.
And then somebody sprints from back
30 yards, sprints and leaps.
And legs out, like dropping their ass on your spine.
On your spine.
And you're supposed to try to hold.
You're holding on. So what you do is.
But then does that person stay and another one comes, or do they get off?
We have strategies
going, right?
Some assholes would just jump over, they play to be frauds.
Yeah.
Me, I play to fucking win. So I would jump. I tell you, so Ryan Sickler, who's the weak link in that Bert Kreischer? Everybody jump on Bert. Everybody jump on. Everybody jump on Bert.
Right.
So we would all just get.
But I'm saying you go first, but you get to stay on the Bert's back, and then the next part until he breaks.
I can crawl all the way up.
Oh, okay.
Let's say you put the skinny guy up front.
Okay.
Because there's different rules. There's English rules.
Yeah.
There's white rules. Right. Black people didn't give a fuck. Where they landed, they landed. They had afros. They had the helmets, you know what I'm saying, in the 70s. So when let's say you would land, like the English rules, you could pull yourself up. But in the black and white rules of the city kids, where you landed was where you landed and you stayed. So I went for the weakest link. Okay. So let's say there was something like, let's say Bird, me, Tom, Brogan, Ari, and Duncan were playing Esther Coop. I'm just throwing Esther Coop up because she's a tiny girl. Let's say Esther Coop was, I want to play. Our plan is to break Esther Coop.
Yeah, I'm running up there and drop on Esther.
And then, this was the
30 yards. I get to sprint 30 yards.
20 yards, 10 yards.
And then I just get to leap and try to break Esther.
But here's the beauty of it. Once we all get on top of Esther Coop, then there's a countdown. 10, 9, 8. That's when you have to try to break them.
Oh, right. So what happens if they don't break?
So right now, you're on top of Esther Coop, and everybody starts grabbing Esther Coop's tits and her pussy, right? They just, everybody. Like, so, it could be Esther Cool, it could be Whitney Cummings. They all go down. Like, the girls would be, stop grabbing my tit. We'd be fucking choking them, pulling their fucking hair. So girls weren't allowed to play. After a while, girls were like, that's too rough.
Yeah, no shit.
So then it was just guys.
Would the girls go dirty too? Would you?
Oh yeah, girls would scratch with them.
Oh yeah.
And it was legal. Some girls were fucking dirty bitches. They'd scratch. But let's say you landed on a guy, it was the same thing. And it was punching up the ball, grabbing his ball, and he'd be yelling, "Stop grabbing my balls! One of you is a faggot! Why are you doing this to me?" And all of us would just be punching his fucking nuts until the line breaks, and then we kept doing it over.
But what if the line doesn't break? What is
that? Now it's their turn.
Oh, they get the. All right,
they're walking away from you with their hair messed
bleeding.
Now it's our turn, motherfucker. Fucking tremendous game.
Dude, I remember that, yeah.
So I graduated from playing all those street games on 88th Street to 148th Street. That was a different type of individual. Like,
what were they doing up there?
They were killers.
All right, they had Buck was
like nothing for them. They didn't even play
Buck up there.
They played Buck with garbage cans. And they just threw it at each other. The kids on 148th Street were Puerto Rican, Irish, Italian, a couple Jews, and all of them were tough.
But we're talking same age range and everything.
Same age range.
World
before I got into Santeria, my mom would send me up to my godmother's house on 148th Street in Broadway, 20 blocks from the epicenter of the world. Harlem. You're 20 blocks from home. Yeah, I was the heartbeat of New York City. I'm 20 blocks from the heartbeat of New York City. 6'5". Wow. So I'm hanging out down there on 88th Street playing Buck Club, killing rats. 148th Street.
6 years old, you're killing rats.
Complete different game. First day on 148th Street, they came up to me, how you doing? Ricky, whatever. Awesome. They're like, what do you want to do? I don't want to play stickball. They're like, nah, you want to see a body? I'm like, what are you talking about? They're like, let's go see a dead body. I'm like, I like these kids. They took me down on West Side Avenue, and they had some guy who had been hit by a car. This is the 70s. This is like 65. There was no CSI. If you got hit by a car, you were there for like 2 or 3 days.
You saw that your first dead body?
The first dead body I saw, he was already had the flies on him, and they just threw plywood over him. And he was starting to stink, like from 10 feet away. Like he had just been there maybe like these kids were, he was right by the Hudson River. And we would walk down to the Hudson River. And then finally 2 days later we went down there, it was a crime scene, obviously some fucking, in those days people didn't jog. It's not like today that there's jogging.
Yeah.
I could kill you and drop you on a 170. They'd never find you. Today these fucking joggers are out there looking around. And they always find bodies, joggers. It's not like they find like a $20 bill. You don't know the jogger go, I found an envelope full of money. They always find some lady beat up and raped. What the fuck kind of morning is that?
Oh my God. Oh shit. We're only at 6. All this, we're only at 6. Holy shit.
It was a shame. I was ashamed of going up there because.
Why?
Because my mother had money and these kids didn't.
All right, so what was the reason you first went up there? Just
because my godmother lived up there, and my mother wanted to see if we could mix.
So your mom would go up with you, and then you'd go outside
and play with one play. And then she had a dog named Lassie for Collie. And even though I was allergic to dogs and my eyes would swell up, I really liked going up there and playing with the fucking dog. So over time, my mom let me do sleepovers up there. She had an older daughter. My godmother name was Bella. Rest in peace. And her husband's name was Raul. And they had a spare bedroom, and I would just go up there, and she would talk to me about Santeria, little by little. Every day she'd tell me a story. She would just tell me things, like little things, like a story about I always liked Catholic stories, like Frank's. I don't know what saint it was. He got accused of murder when he went to court. A note came from the heavens and said he was innocent or something. When you get into those Catholic type stories, I really enjoyed that shit as a kid. But in Santeria, they're entities, but they're supposed to be because they hid them from the slaves in Cuba, by the slave owners in Cuba, by tying them in with these same Catholic saints. So nobody would really know. So she would just tell me little things, little stories. And then she would let me sit in when she did readings.
Yeah, what up, Jose?
Like in the living room. No, she had like her own little room with a safe.
Yeah, go fuck yourself, dog.
At this time, I had never seen chickens' heads getting cut. And
so I don't want to talk about it.
Like at that time, I wasn't hip to that. That's not what I wanted to do or nothing like that. And it was just about love. It was just, she would just tell me about different things.
You say sit in when people from the neighborhood come over.
Yeah, they pay like $40 and you read them. Not their future, but you know, who's working against them. What they can eat, what they can't do.
More of a guide, sort of.
Yeah,
So spiritual guide.
Yeah, so with me, like this, it's just like Catholicism. You have to receive, like, first you have to get baptized, then you have to get some different things you receive. This thing named like water.
Is baptism the same as the same style as Catholic?
No, they don't throw no water at you. They kill a chicken.
Yeah.
And they fucking give you this thing called guano boom. You put them by your door. And they guard your house. Then you graduate to other things. And then let's say you want to commit to the religion. And that's a completely different thing. Like this, people who go to Cuba today and do the whole week work ceremony. It's a week. No phone calls, no TV, it's a week. And for me to get healthy, that was the only way I was going to get healthy. So I agreed to do it, and my mother did it. We both did it together. It wasn't like my mom. I can't stand when parents put their kids into cults. If you want to be an asshole and follow the cult leader, leave your kid with the grandmother. I dated a girl for years who I loved dearly. In fact, today we're still very close. And the only reason why we didn't pass a certain point was because the parents involved those kids in the cult. And I always used to tell them, you got to press charges because they were victims of, I don't know, the mother or father went to Mexico to go to school. They joined the cult in Indiana. And, you know, they have 9 kids and 4 of them belong to the cult. For real. And they live as a family today like nothing happened. And I'm like, I want to smack your mother and father. If you want to be an asshole and go to Jonestown, that's fine, Brian. I wish you all luck in the world. But leave the kid with me. I'll leave your kid with me. I'll take care of the best as I can. Don't take him down the guy hand because you want to be an asshole. You know, no, in that case, in my case, I wanted to do it. My mother gave me $1,000. I'm like, no, I want to be healthy. I want to do it. And it's a week-long process. It starts on a Friday, and then I'll let you out on Friday, then you got to dress white for a year.
All right, so yeah, what are you doing that week? How old are you when you go?
6.
All right, do you remember what you had to go through, some of what you did that week, what rituals, what did you do?
Rituals. I can't tell you all of them. It's like being born again. You start from scratch, you shave your head.
Okay.
Then you go into the next level.
Is there any water dumping or any of that?
Yeah, no, they take you, you gotta go to an ocean.
You do?
Yeah, and jump in. And I'll never forget that they were all dark-skinned Cubans. And I did my Saint in November. It was so cold that they had to break. It was a river. They had to break the river to get the water poured over my head. So while they're doing it to my mom, I'm like, fuck you fucking Negroes. And I started running. And they're chasing me in the front. Come back, come back. So they brought me back. They hit me with the, whatever your saint is, that's how many scoops you get. I got 8 free water, and then you go somewhere and you have to close your eyes and they share you and the whole thing. And then Sunday is your big day. Sunday is when they tell you about your future and what things you have to avoid in life. And I sit here before you at the age of 56. I'm going to have my 50th year of anniversary of being I have my stuff. I practice to myself, but I only practice it with other people. Like, I don't go out. I don't go to Santeria parties, even though I've been invited to thousands of them, because the guy who played Edie on me was that big black guy that was the black guy in the movie with Sean Penn.
Oh, Forrest Whitaker.
Yes, Forrest Whitaker's a big Santeria guy.
Oh, yeah.
The model that got 5 feet, pussy, Playboy. She won that for Vanessa Williams.
I love how your descriptions and I'm getting them. That was Fast Times original.
So all those guys, there's a big black community that has involvement in Santeria. I went to one party, and there was no offense against them. I didn't like it because I was raised in Cuban Santeria environment.
And is that where it started? Is it a Cuban religion?
It came from the slaves in Africa. Okay, when in Cuba, they practiced in Cuba. It's in Cuban culture. Cuban culture, like the Filipino. You know, there's so much. A lot of people don't know this. The biggest Chinatown in the world outside of China from 1959 was Cuba.
I didn't know that.
Cuba had the biggest Chinatown.
I was from San Francisco. Maybe that's
Cuba would eat it up from 1959 till Fidel took over. They had the biggest Chinatown that influenced Cuba. That's why when you go to a Chinese or Cuban restaurant, you go to a Cuban restaurant, the last thing on the menu is Cuban style Chinese fried rice. You know, I pay attention. I do acupuncture because my mother did acupuncture. We were kids every Thursday. My mother drove me down to Chinatown to buy minerals and herbs. What good did it do? She snorted coke.
I was just about to ask about the minerals.
When it goes to the minerals, the Colombians always win. You know what I'm saying? I used to go to acupuncture to stop snorting coke.
Yeah.
And she put like a needle in my ear. And I'd still snort coke that night. The needle would fly out of my ear.
Alright, so do you start to see changes in health and everything now that you practice?
Confidence, health,
allergies, getting
settling. I was more settled. As a young kid, I wasn't settled after my father's death. His death really fucking hurt me. Like, it really. And then my confidence, my self-confidence, not having a father, but my mother was a tough motherfucker. She doubled as much as she can, but you still need a father's love.
But all the time they're talking to you about your dad.
Oh, yeah, my father. Yeah,
asking
there was two specific guys that, my God, I was baptized Catholic. And again, I am old school Catholic. If Ryan Sickler comes to me and says, I'm having a child, and I want you to be the godfather, I have to sit Ryan down and explain to him what my rules are as a godfather, because these white people today, they just baptize your kid and have no respect.
I love these. A friend of mine did.
No respect.
Here's the deal with me.
No respect.
He was like, I'm not the godfather.
Yeah, no respect. If Ryan Sickler comes to me and says, I want you to be Nicholas's godfather, Nicholas knows one thing for sure. If I'm not on the road on Saturday, I have to break away from my daughter for 2 hours every Saturday for my date with Nicholas. And when I get to the house, you're supposed to say to me, do me a favor, he didn't eat breakfast on Tuesday, and he's getting B's on his report card. Talk to him. Because I'm through with him. Like, it's a two-hand game. It's a psychological game. So now your godfather, he's the good guy. He takes you to the movies. He takes you to the toy store. But he tells you to listen to your fucking mother and eat all your fucking steak. Well, I can't come over or your mother won't let me take you out. I had a really good godfather. His name was Gabilan. And he grew up with my father in Cuba. And he had a hot wife. The wife came baptized me. Him and his wife broke up. And I had to pick a side. So my mother picked Gabby because they had grown up together. But every time I would go to Miami, that godmother would come visit me, give me $1,000. Wow. Spend the day with me, hug me, kiss me. And she said, you can't go back and tell your mother because I'm not allowed to do this. They'll kill me. But you're my godson. So she risked her life to come see me. So I had a Santeria godmother and I had a real godmother. But my godfather was Ace. Ace. First motherfucker there. When I was about 8, I was going to see the chicks eat that pussy. That type of dude. Like that type of godfather. And if you tell your mother, I'll fuck it, I can't come by. But he had me. He was the baddest motherfucker.
Where did he take you? Where did you go to see that?
Somewhere
a party,
a
movie.
He was a pop smoker. He was a heavy-duty pop smoker. So as soon as I got in his car, he would roll a joint in front of me when I was 5 and go, don't say nothing to your mother. Even though I knew my mother smoked. Okay. So he'd roll a joint. He was one of those guys that smoked it. And then he got giggly with me. So then we'd go to 42nd Street, park, we'd get a hot dog, and he'd let me pick a movie. Like, so the first 2 thirds, he did basically like the world's greatest athlete and the love bug. And then he sat me down there, he's like, listen, I ain't taking you to those faggot movies no more. So he started taking me. The first movie he took me to was the Valachi Papers. Yeah, Charles Bronson is Joe Valachi when he were at it. And that was it. I was hooked. So every Saturday, every other Saturday, he took me to all those famous movies. The Killer Elite. I mean, across 110th Street. Like he was taking me to see adult movies, even though I was telling my mother I wanted to see Disneyland. And then, but the movie that he took me that was just traumatizing. And he did this, guys. He did this till I was about 12, guys. He did this till I was about 12. That was his dedication. That's why I'm the way I am, because I was raised around people who were very consistent like that. It was a big piece of their life. But I still remember going to see Dirty Harry. Oh, yeah. Okay? Going to the movie, leaving Dirty Harry, we went to Tad's Steakhouse in New York. It's still there. If you eat at Tad's, you're gonna die. It's like a fucking steak. It's like a steak that's just 2 days older than a steak they didn't freeze it. It's like a black guy's leg, and they throw it. They give you a baked potato, a salad, garlic bread, and Jello.
Jello.
Yeah, that's the whole thing. Jello or whipped cream, I'd lose my mind. And I'll never forget, after, like by this time, he was already smoking dope in front of me. He was already giggling in front of me. And he would always ask me, "You like girls?" I don't know. What do you mean you don't know? So he would take me to his girlfriend's house and make out with them. And then on the way out, he'd grab that tit. You gotta grab that tit. You get older. He'd say shit like that to me, and I'm like, "What are you talking about?" And then about a year later, I'm 8, man. And then about a year later, he goes, "I'm gonna take you somewhere where you can't tell your mom." And he took me to this girlfriend at his house with another young chick there, and they just started eating each other out, using dildos. And I was about 8. All I could think about was going to sleep. Like, it was so overwhelming.
They knew you were watching, or they didn't know?
No, they knew. He was giggling, smoking a joint. Oh, what do you think? What do you think of a pussy? All this shit. Do you like it? Is that something that you would be attracted to? Because my mother was...
Is that something you would be attracted to?
My mother was very concerned.
He knows you're not. Yeah, wait. He's up there showing you this to go back to tell your mom that.
No, he didn't want to tell my mom. But the problem was, he did not want my mom. When I was young, my mom had a bar. She hadn't remarried yet. So I was always surrounded by women. So my mom was scared that I would be gay. So she would make sure Gabby would talk to me about pussy and getting my dick sucked and all this shit.
I got this, don't worry.
Gabby talked me into asking my babysitter for a blowjob. The night that Muhammad Ali fought Joe Frazier, see if they can pull up the date. Whatever night Muhammad Ali fought Joe Frazier the first time, Gabby gave me money. Gabby asked me, "You got money? Just give her money." Like, all these kids in school were talking about a blowjob. So I was 8 years old.
71.
I was 8.
It's on my birthday, March 10th. You got
There you go.
I forgot their birthday. March 10th.
Joe Frazier fought Muhammad Ali at the Garden. My mother went to the fight, and she looked at the Puerto Rican babysitter.
And 2 years later to the day I was born.
2 years fucking later.
How about that?
No, on that day, I had a bunch of quarters, and I had a bunch of singles, because I used to hustle at my mother's bar. So I had a babysitter named Tina. And Tina came over.
Now, how old are you at this point? You're 9? 8. 8, okay. 8. And Tina's how old?
She's about 31. My mother died when she was 48.
Oh my God. Okay.
So my mother was about 40. Yeah, she was about 40, 41. Tina was about 32, 33. And she was babysitting me, and I had it all planned up. I waited for my mother to leave. And I had like a bag of change, a couple dollars in there, and I went right out there.
Change?
Like, Tina, let me ask you a question because my godfather told me to ask him. Yeah. Because he kept telling me, what do you think, son? It's going to be great. You're going to love it. I'm like, what are you talking?
You asked Tina?
I go, where do I Tita? I go, where do I get my dick son? And he goes, ask your babysitter. Don't say anything about it. So I went to Tita on that night about 7:30.
Mark date night.
And I go, Tita, if I give you $20, will you suck my dick? And she's like, yeah, but you gotta take a shower. At that time I was dirty. I was a dirty little fucker that like showers every day. And that night I took a shower, I put underwear on, I put like a gold chain on, cologne on, and I went to bed. And I waited for her to come to suck my dick. I'm like, Tina, I'm ready. And I had my little tidy whities on, no skid marks, the whole fucking thing. And this dirty bitch comes in and blows on my stomach. And she goes, that's a blowjob. And she walks out. I go, that's not a blowjob. So I started arguing with her, right? This argument went on for about an hour. I want my money back.
8 years old.
I'm like, I want my fucking money back. People are going to get hurt. No, they
People are going to get hurt.
She calls my mother. She's like, I don't know what's going on with him. You know, you better talk to him. He's threatening me and all this shit. Now I'm crazy. When I was a young kid, I used to play like bingo with my mom. I would go to the bar and clean toilets. My mom would make me stick my hand in the tampon box and take the tampons out. Ouch. When I got $10, it was my $10 I was going to kill you for it. Like, there was no charity in my world. I remember, like, my mother going, they want $1 for the Heart Association. They're not going to get it from me. And my mom was like, you have to learn to donate. I'm not donating shit. I got to go clean latrines for this money. So I gave Tina like my hard-earned $20. And she didn't suck my dick. I barely went to sleep. Like I was crying all night. And then my mother came home at 3. And when I got up that morning, my mother went to give me Tina was asleep on the couch. And my mother was in the room like making eggs, getting the emulsive of cotton ready. And here I am sharpening a knife. Like I was that crazy at that age. Like I was sharpening a knife. And my mom was like, what's going on with you? Well, let me tell you. My poor mother, God rest her soul. My poor mother, she's hungover. She probably did a gram of blow the night before, dirty cocktail. And she's smoking a cigarette. She's like, what's going on with you this morning? I go, listen, let me tell you what happened last night. And I'm telling her this in Spanish. I go, mira, le di 20 pesos a Tita para que me mamara la pinga. And she wouldn't suck it. She didn't suck it. I want my $20 back. And then, like, took my mother for, like, a fucking loop. And she was like, come again?
Yeah, I can't even imagine.
I gave Tina $20 to suck my dick last night, and she didn't do it. I want my $20 back. And I'll never forget my mother just smoking that cigarette, looking at me going, like, she was just starting to worry. And she goes, can I ask you a question? I go, what? She goes, there's women that hang out at my bar, and they get $100, maybe $50 for a blowjob. Why would Tina suck your little dick for $20? And I'm like, listen, I don't know what the fucking stock market or the stock value is. All I know is all my $20, I'm gonna stab this bitch. And that's how I went. Like, I was sharpening it. I'm dead serious. Like, I remember I was ready to kill her for my $20.
This is March 9th,
March 9th. I was gonna wake her up like Henry Hill's wife with a knife to her throat. Yeah. And say, you better give my $20, I'm gonna stab you right now. It got so bad in the living room, and my mother had to hold me back, that my mother gave me $20.
Tina just wouldn't give it up?
Tina would not give it up. I didn't talk to Tina for months after that. I hit her in the head with a shoehorn about a year later, and she wouldn't let me watch Hawaii 5-0. Hawaii 5-0 was on, and she told me how to go to bed. And I had one of those shoehorns on a string. I just blasted her on the fucking head with it. Oh, and that was the end of the Tina fucking babysitting thing. But it's crazy how my godfather took me to see Dirty Harry. We were sitting at Tad's Steakhouse. And at the end, he goes, open your hands. I'm like, what are you talking about? He goes, open your hands under the table. And he put a 44 Magnum in my hand.
A 44 and an 8-year-old hand?
He goes, this is the same gun. This is the same gun that police would have. They'll blow your fucking head off. I just want you to feel what a gun felt like. And after that, I got a different look after that, I was like, he was my God. He was like my God, you know. Yeah. After that, my mom remarried. My mom remarried before all this shit happened. Like I got good after my mom remarried. My mom got married 50 years ago, 3 days ago, on the moon landing. Jerk off land on the moon. Whatever the fuck. That wasn't even the moon. You could tell it was fucking Santa Barbara dirt. That wasn't even the moon. And I'm not even a conspiracy theory. There's no way that was the moon. That looked like Yankee Stadium. Dirt on the floor.
Let's take a quick break to tell you about our sponsor, ExpressVPN. If you believe that you're not being snooped on or that nobody cares about your online data, well then I'm sorry to disappoint you, but you are wrong. Because you listen to my show, you're clearly smart enough to understand that your privacy is under attack, all right? Hackers, governments, ad companies, and ISPs are all gobbling up your data, like all of it. That's why I recommend getting the software I trust to protect my online activity, ExpressVPN. Their apps use powerful encryption to secure your data. ExpressVPN runs in the background of your computer or your phone, and then you just use the internet like you normally would. You download the app, you click to connect, and voila, you're protected. I'd never go online without ExpressVPN, and you shouldn't do it either. ExpressVPN is the fastest VPN I've tried. It costs less than $7 a month, and it comes with a 30-day money-back guarantee. ExpressVPN uses new cutting-edge technology called Trusted Server to make sure there's no logs of what you do online. It's time to stop hackers, Big Brother, and internet companies from grabbing all your data. Take back your online privacy like I did with ExpressVPN. Protect your online activity today and find out how you can get 3 months free at expressvpn.com/honeydew. That's expressvpn.com/honeydew for 3 months. 3 months free with a 1-year package. Visit expressvpn.com/honeydew to learn more. Now let's get back into the show. So wait, real quick. Your mom remarries. Do you get close with her new husband? Is he a stepfather or is he her second husband? No, how do you look at that? That's got to be.
He was a big time bookmaker. And I met him while he was doing time in Sing Sing. He would send me Sing Sing is in upstate New York. He would send me pictures every week of Disney and Hercules and shit like that. He would draw. He was phenomenal. And one day my mom said, "Do you want to go visit him? He wants to visit you." And I go, "Yeah, I don't know." And she goes, "We gotta get up early in the morning. It's like a 3-hour drive." I would go up there and visit him, talk to him. And my mom was like, "What do you think?" I'm like, "I guess he's okay. I'm gonna accept the fucking black and white suit. He seems like a nice guy." You know what I'm saying? So when he got out, he was dating my mother, but he was in the halfway house. So he would only come over for dinner.
He had to go back there at night or whatever.
Yeah, he had to go back at night. So it was pretty nice to have him around. He filled up. He was a good team. At that age, yes, he was. He taught me how to comb my hair. He taught me how to take showers, how to be a man, how to iron, how to color coordinate your suits. He was just a great all-around guy. So my mom wasn't going to marry him. And they got married on July 11th, 1969. He was always 6. And he moved in with us. He was a great dad. He never laid a hand on me. He would make me kneel on beans. Like if I did something wrong, I would have to kneel on beans and stare at the wall. That was an old Cuban punishment. Or he would make me write in Spanish. I will not yell at my mother. I will not talk back to the teacher.
Respectful to your mom?
Yes.
To your mom?
At that time, yes. At that time, everything was great. And he filled that void, you know. I got into karate. I used to get beat up. I used to get into a fight like 3 times a week with Rudy the Haitian. There was a kid on my block who was a Haitian kid. He used to blah, all that shit. He was Rudy. So we just called him Rudy the Haitian. When I was in the 1st grade at kindergarten, I played hooky. It was in the 1st grade. I was telling Steve Simone this yesterday. In the 1st grade, my mom, the 1st grade didn't monitor me in kindergarten. So I would leave the 1st grade and go buy hot dogs.
Where? You just outside horrible?
Yeah. St. Nicholas or something else. Correct me if anybody's from New York City. And there was a hot dog and I had a corner. So I would eat hot dogs. And I felt that the more hot dogs I ate, the more American I became. So I would eat hot dogs. One day they called me to say, no, I have to go leave the building. And I didn't give a fuck. So now I knew that they had that route protected. This is a true story. So they had Blimpie. They had a Blimpie base. And I loved their roast beef with lettuce and tomato and fucking vinegar and oil with mayo. And one day I'm walking and guess who picks me up? The children's office. And he goes, you're supposed to be in school. I go, no. He goes, let's go back to your house. But I knew that my mother was sleeping with me. My mother would get home at 3 in the morning at the bar. So I didn't knock on her door. I knocked on the neighbor's door. Because I knew the neighbor was at work. So I said, I told you, my mother's not home. And he goes, well, we could go either go back to school. This is a true story, guys. Can you believe it? And I go, I'm hungry. And he goes, I could eat. So let's go over with the Blimpie face. You know, I bought this motherfucker up Blimpie and he let me go. In 1969, I bought this guy at Blimpie and he goes, all right, we can't walk out of here together. Walk out to make a left and I'll make a right. That was it. I never saw the truant officer no more. So I kept playing hooky. Because they would call the house when my son wouldn't answer the phone. I like school, but I didn't like that 12 to 3 sessions. Suck my dick. We only need 9 to 12 when I'm done. That 12 to 3, it don't work for me. You know what I'm saying? It's nice out. You want to sit me in a classroom like a fucking prisoner of war. You know what I'm saying? So one day I go to Central Park. I had a lunchbox. My mother gave me a lunchbox. They made me bring a lunchbox. Like a beetle. I fucking hated a lunchbox. You ever have them? Like white kids, motherfuckers get like a sandwich, and an apple, and like a napkin, like a pudding. That's Spanish people. We get like Cuban soup in a thermos, cologne, a sandwich, rosary beads, a candle, while we eat a napkin. Spanish music, they put the radio in there. They do everything. Like it weighs 80 pounds. Like if I flew United with that thing, they charge me the yardstick with a little beetle lunchbox. So I figured if I told my mother I lost it, she wouldn't get me another lunchbox. So I went to Central Park to throw it in the lake. As I went to get to the lake, these 3 little Irish kids came up to me like, what's the lunchbox? And I would have gave it, but I was like, you're not taking it. And I didn't want the lunchbox. So I hit one of the kids with the lunchbox and opened it up. And I'm fighting 3 kids. I'm getting my ass kicked like 6, 5. I don't know what I'm doing. And the kid hits me in the head with a thermos. Those metal thermos, the glass inside. That might have hit me in the head. I touched my head and I had blood all over it. And I fucking ran home. And they couldn't take me to the hospital because my mother was in the New Jersey. So what they did was they sent me to the hospital and they had to wait for my mom to get the consent form, and they stitched me up. You know, when my mom found out I played hooky, after they stitched me up, she beat me at the hospital. Like she was just beating me at the hospital. Then another time, you're in the right spot for us. Let me see how retarded I was as a kid. But that beating I got changed my life. That beating opened me up to society. And then she put me in karate with black people. I was on 90th Street in West End, Mr. Orange. In fact, his student, his son, is one Eddie Bravo's black members. Oh, wow. That's how small of a world. Yeah. Rashad is Mr. Orange's son. So that's where I learned to toughen up a little bit more. It is a funny one because I had to tell my wife the other day. There used to be a game play, but they used to all spill the beans. Yeah, I played off my daughter. It was a pot. You gotta put beans in it and it goes back and forth. So one Christmas, I get it for Christmas. I'm sitting there watching The Wonderful World of Disney, whatever the fuck it is. And I take one of the beans and I pop it in my ear and I pop it out. So I pop it in my ear and I pop it out. And I'm doing this for about a half hour. I pop it in my ear, but it won't come out. But you know me, I'm in the mafia at 6. I don't say nothing to nobody. I don't say nothing. Christmas Eve, I put it in, fuck it, it's good. Something will happen. By fucking February, I'm walking around with like my ear got big. They figure out what it was. There's my brother coming home every night at 3, exhausted because my mother fucking worked. Let's get one thing straight. My mother was a functioning alcoholic. What most people do sober, my mother could eat your ass alive and would watch it. She was business savvy, happy hour before happy hour was invented. Just a fucking handful of a woman. What we talking about? Oh, you're here. So my mom would come home at 3:30, and I'd be crying like a little pussy. You're in my ear. Not once did I mention the fucking bean in my ear. So here's my mother doing witchcraft. She's putting hot oil in my ear, and they're telling her to hang me upside down. And, you know, she's staying awake with me every night. She's suffering. And finally, they take me to New York. They take me to 165th and Broadway, the medical center there. I don't know what it's called, Cedars-Sinai, whatever. We go in there, and at that time, like I said, guys, they knew me on first name basis. Jose, hey, you're back. How you doing? And that's how much I used to go to the hospital. And they're like, what is it? You haven't been here for a year. Straight. What's going on? Like, I got a year thing. They went in there, and I'll never forget, my mother was like 4 feet from me. They stuck in those tongues, and he fucking goes, voila. You know, like the guy put like a tube in first, and they sucked after that. And then they stuck the thing in, they pulled the bean out. When that bean came out of my hand, my mother goes, what's that? I go, oh my God, how did that get in there? And it was a wooden bean.
Yeah, I know exactly what it is.
And a bunch of earwax came out.
Oh my God.
But the bean, she had put so much hot oil in there, the bean had cooked. Like it was a bean, and it was ready to eat now. Like it was ready to eat. Do you know my mother started throwing rights and lefts? Like 3 fucking surgeons had to hold my mom back. She was beating me with the purse. Oh, she fucked me up that time.
How'd that get in there?
6 months. I've been fucking staying up 24 hours a day.
Oh, God, thinking you have cancer or brain tumor or anything.
I pray to God that she forgives me. You know, it's so weird. Like, you don't really think about your parents till you become a parent. That's when your parents really, you really think about them on a daily basis. Situations that you haven't thought of in 20 years come back because you did the same thing.
Don't you wish you could ask them, like, how did you handle it? And what would you do here? What would you do now? What would you do differently?
I would fucking hug them and go, thank you for not shooting me. You know what I'm saying? Like, most kids, most people that are adults today forget Mother's Day and forget Father's Day because I don't have them both. My parents have been gone over 30 years. But every year I would go over there and give them a big hug and go, fuck Mother's Day and fuck Father's Day. It's March 9th. I just wanted to give you a hug and tell you thank you for not shooting me. Thank you for not drowning me like Casey Anthony. You know, thank you for not selling me in the black market. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, there's a lot of fucked up.
We did a lot of things to our parents. I mean, we really tested. We really do test our parents' patience. And that's without their lives, what they're going on in their lives. You know, they're getting unemployed. Their boss is on their ass because they're not selling enough encyclopedias. Or, you know, it's so weird that if your parents are alive today, if you take anything from this podcast, once a year, man, go over there, give them a hug, at least, bring them a Blimpie sandwich, and go, thank you for not killing me. Thank you very much for not killing me because I see it. I have a daughter, and she's a great kid, but it's a lot of stress being a parent. It really is. Whatever your financial status is, whatever. A tough thing when you have a child, you know.
So, what age now do things really start to shift? Like, when you start getting to be, what age would you say you're running the street?
7 or 8. Once I did the same. Once I got
for a lot of kids, it's teens. I feel like you were younger than that.
For me, it was from 7. Like 7.
You're running the street.
Second grade. I'm living at home on 88th Street. I'm allowed to play in front of the house. I was an arsonist. I used to light things on fire and then piss on them to turn them off. And then one day I didn't have enough piss.
Turn it off.
And one day I didn't have enough piss. The building next to me went on fire. the stairs to the bottom.
Yeah.
And I would take newspapers and I would light them on fire and then pee. And then one day I showed my friends, come here, I got a drink. And I threw a bunch of newspapers down there and lit it on fire. And I started peeing. The fire got bigger and bigger. Now I lived on 205 West 88, ACO 3, apartment 3A. And I didn't have, my living room had a view of 88th Street, Broadway. But my bedroom did not have that. I had a view to a parking garage lot that was empty. So people would play stickball, they would play tag in that yard. So I would take pennies and throw them out the window, and people go, who's throwing pennies? You know what I'm saying? I was terror. Some days I would throw eggs. Some days I would throw pennies. But the best thing I started doing ever was, you know what a 45 single is?
Yeah, back in the day.
Back in the day, they had these 45 singles. You have to put a little clip in the middle, put them in your, they had the fat hole. My mother had a record player at the bar. So every week, the record guy would come and rotate the singles that were popular. And I would go take them. So we lived on the third floor. And I would open my window and I would hear kids playing back there. And you really couldn't see who was playing because there was a ledge. And I would take those singles and just whip them out the window. Like a fucking, what do you call those things? That spin around, not tomahawks. But the other things Indians use. Boomerang.
Yeah.
They were like a boomerang. I did it about 19 times.
Just throwing them out there at their heads.
And people would say, man, somebody keeps throwing singles out the window. And one day I clocked one of those kids with one of those singles. I saw a kid, he was like one of those guys from Walking Dead. Yeah. Like if I hit him with a machete across the head, he had like 3 stitches. Like, I go, what happened? He goes, I don't know. I was playing stickball and all of a sudden a disc hit me in the head. You have no idea how guilty I felt, but not really. I loved it. It was my fucking. Of course you got one. I went to a hotel Oh my God.
Oh my God.
During the week, I would go to PS 166, and once Friday came, my mom would drop me off at Bedless on 148. And there I would just run wild. Like Halloween, for example.
I want to ask you real quick. You're 7'8". Are you the only one of your age hanging in this group, or are there other 7'8"?
Everybody is 7 and 8. Okay. Everybody in this group, we all knew each other. So we're about 5 and a half. And then next age is, let's say, from 5 to 10 and a half. Well,
so there's a couple older brothers in the crew.
Yeah, I hung out with Ricky Cedeno. But he had an older brother called Nelson Cedeno. He had an older sister called Nancy Cedeno, who sang for a band called the New Riders of Purple Sage. And they were on Saturday, they were on the Midnight Special when I was a kid. And they lived on 148th and Broadway, 9 Puerto Ricans for an apartment. You know, I would go up there to sleep over and I would feel embarrassed. Like I never took them to my house. Because I had my own air conditioning, I had my own TV. These people I felt ill. Yeah, there were 7 people in a 1-bedroom, no air conditioning, fans, kids sleeping all over the floor. So I never played the card angle with them. I'd always bring them money and say, because I worked for them, I would always buy them sodas. I always took care of all those kids, but those kids wanted to take care of themselves. Like Halloween, for example, that was the best Halloweens I ever had. Because they have a rule. We don't fucking walk. Like where I live on 88th Street, the fags, you know, when all the faggots, you walk up the stairs and you knock on people's door, they refuse to do that. They shut down business owners. They go, 6 of us would walk into a business and go trick or treat. If that motherfucker didn't put a quarter in each of our baskets, like we didn't accept candy. Like those kids,
that's shit that everybody gets on. They're not ready for you.
We're not ready for candy. We don't take candy in. That's how tough these kids were. They didn't want candy. They wanted quarters, pennies, nickels, and dimes. If you didn't give us each a quarter, be ready to get to the party the next day with eggs on your business. And every other week after that, you would just break your window out of spite. So everybody knew 145th Street.
These are 7 and 8-year-olds.
These kids were tough. They shoveled the front of your business. These kids never waited for a hand. These kids didn't want to hit that. Nicky, Ricky, and Nelson Danielle, and a couple other kids, when it snowed, they were out there at 6 shoveling businesses. They would pull the garbage cans out for me, charge them a rate $2 a week. These kids taught me what it was, and they were tough, like they were firm. Like I said, Halloween, we don't want kids. We don't knock on doors, we don't go upstairs, like that fucking little faggy kids that do that. We shake down business owners at that age. And what happened was, my mother didn't like that. My mother didn't like that I was running with those kids, so my mom would do surprise attacks on me. My mom would just come out of a cab and go, "Oh, Santonio, get that fucking," and she would yell at my godmother, "Why do you let him out there all day looking at me dirty?" My mother didn't like that because my mom grew up poor. And she's like, "I don't fucking work 15 hours a day for him to have a ripped shirt or to be dirty on his neck or take a fucking shower." And she'd take me away for 3 days, and she knew that was my life. On 48th Street, that was my thing. And then the final, I told my wife this about a year ago. I used to get, at that time, something was found on me that I would get shaken down before I left the house and when I came back.
By your mom?
By my mom. What? She found, so like one day I went out and I came home and she had like $100 on me. We went to the bar because at the bar I had a scam at my mother's bar. When bookies came in with mistresses, I would go over and talk to them and like throw hints that I was going to talk about the wife. And I would talk, break y'all below. Yeah, so they were like, "How much you going to take for you to leave?" Give me $5. What's it going to take for you to leave? Like I would go up to them and talk to them about their kids. And then I go, "Man, I can't wait to go back to the house and eat that chicken again." And they would just look at me. And they like pull me aside, like, "Why don't you take $10? Go to the corner and get a hot dog." So I would rake in like 50 a night just by shaking down guys. Can you imagine? You got 3 lines of coke and get a couple cocktails. The woman of your dreams is sitting next to you. And I go up to you and table episodes. Yeah, and I would give you like an EMP about Scooby-Doo. Like just for 20 minutes. Let me tell you what Scooby-Doo did today. They'd be sitting there like, "Why do I need this? What's it going to take to get rid of you?" Maybe $4. So my mother made a rule that nobody was allowed to give me money at the bar. But it didn't matter. She didn't know what I was doing to them. She didn't know that I was shaking them down mentally. Like, go up to them and start, "Hey, how's your wife?" I said, "I'm not married no more." And then they would throw me a 20 ticket. Like, and this went on. So my mother found me one day with like $80. Here I am, 7 years old, and I got like an equivalent of $200 in my pocket. She goes, "That's it." So she would make me put money in the bank every week. And I was only allowed to leave the house for $10. But I swear to God, I should be embarrassed about telling this story, but I'm not because it happened. Before I would leave, she'd go, "All right, hands up." And she'd pat you down. Pat me down, and empty my pockets. She'd go take my sneakers off. And there were times I tried to put the 20 in my sneakers. That was take it off, a smack to the face, and go to your room and punish. So I got to the point where I couldn't get away with nothing around her. So I would go, she'd shake me down, I'd leave. And then when I came back, she'd shake me down and leave. But then one Sunday, she pulled a surprise attack on me during the summer up on 140th Street and 8th Street. And I had bought a James Bond knife. A type of a James Bond knife from the 70s. There you go. Look at the size of this knife. When I was 7, I bought a James Bond knife. And she surprise attacked me and went in my pocket and found that knife. And that was it. That was the end of fucking Joe Diaz. She put me in captivity. She threatened me with Loyola Military Academy in Miami and Sacred Heart School for Boys. And she went with Sacred Heart School for Boys from the 3rd grade to the 5th grade. She didn't want to deal with the boys. And there was other factors that happened.
But was that, did you go away to that? Or do you
know it was in New Jersey.
You stay home and go in the morning?
Okay. They dropped me off on Thursday. and they drop you off on Thursday, and you get picked up. They drop you off on Sunday, and you get picked up Thursday. But let me tell you what else was going on in my life. When my stepfather moved in, my stepfather was a good man. My stepfather was always a good man. In fact, there's things that I do today that I ended up hating him. I got my peace with him. He died, and we made our peace in a way. But there's things I do today that I learned from him that have gotten me to where I am. He was that smart, straightforward. He was that intelligent. He played you like a fiddle. If he had to meet you to talk to you, he wasn't sure about you. If he had to meet you at 9, he'd come here at 6 and plant 2 guns and a knife. I mean, this guy was a genius. He was a fucking genius. You know, and I told one of the stories on Ari's thing that, you know, when he got off parole and probation, he could go back to bookmaking, but he couldn't do it in New Jersey. Because in New Jersey, bookmaking is a felony, but in New York City, it's a misdemeanor. So his bank was up in the Bronx. The tracks closed at 2, and you know the number for the day by 2. So after you add up and pay everybody, you're pretty much on the way home by 3:15. And one day I was coming home with him. And this is my first view of him. We were at a light, and he saw a guy hitting the dog. And he beat the guy. He goes, "Don't hit that dog. The guy goes, fuck you, mind your business." He didn't pull the car over. He just put it in the car and got out in the street, dead in the street in the Bronx, and just proceeded to throw a beat on this guy. Like, I mean, broke his fucking face, kicked him again, because when you're Cuban, in that part, you dedicate your life to St. Lazarus. So you can't mess with dogs. People who dedicate their lives to St. Lazarus in Cuba, like when Michael Vick got sentenced, there was a lot of prisons he couldn't go to because there was Alacua Cubans there. They'll kill you. They'll kill you. Really? You don't know. What is it about the dog? It's St. Lazarus. It's the patron saint of Cuba. St. Lazarus, the patron saint of Cuba. His birthday is December 17th. Any Cuban on December 17th is losing his mind. December 16th, you stay up till midnight, you light candles, and you pray to him for the following year that everything works out. So he's big in Cuba. So you have to, like, my mother hated dogs. But if my mother saw dogs, she would have to give them food. And like, you know, I got puppies when I was a kid once, and my mother would go, "Get these fucking dogs away from me." And I'd wake up in the middle of the night, the dogs would be licking them. And she would go get bones, butcher them, oil them to get the gravy out of the bones, and she would pour it over their food. So no matter how much my mom hated dogs, her DNA told her genes. It's deep in your Cuban genes. But to make a long story short, they threw a beat on that guy, and I was
You're just in the car watching.
Yeah.
UFO abduction cases. Going back to the hypnotherapy, bring out some of these repressed memories, sometimes going back years and decades. But very fascinating. I want to make sure we have as much time as we can to keep on. So if you have any questions you'd like to get out, since we'll give the time to call, and do me a favor, try to get to your question as fast as possible. We want to be able to get to as many as we can, get to your point as quick as possible. I think that will help. On top of it, you'll want to email me a question. I'll try to get to those two. Ryan Record at coasttocoastam.com. And if you have been a paranormal thing, you tried some of these other dating websites, and it's just, I'm not the issue, but it's maybe one for you. Maybe you'll find that there's just someone that has something in common, maybe the same interests, and right away, you know, they're going to be into the same things I'm doing. So that's the Coast to Coast hanging out. We're not like there's just a paranormal page. We've got lots of members that have been fun, and telling them would make for a great story too. Hey, how did you guys meet? What's this? Not just wait until paranormal.com. We put the recordings around. It's also Elon Smith will continue with more questions for her next. And this is how there is no it's awesome. We're If you need $5,000, go to WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com is the name you can trust. It's free to use, available 24/7, and you're never required to accept any loan offer. Some lenders offer same-day funding. If you need up to $5,000, type WeFixMoney.com directly into your browser. WeFixMoney.com has been helping customers for 15 years and has a B rating from the Better Business Bureau. So if you need cash for credit card bills, car repairs, child care, or anything else, go to WeFixMoney.com. Make sure you type WeFixMoney.com directly in your browser and go to the company you trust. WeFixMoney.com. Just fill in the information and get an answer in minutes at WeFixMoney.com for up to $5,000. Go to WeFixMoney.com. That's WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com.
This is just a game. It's a once-in-a-generation event. Celebrate 100 years of high-flying dogs. 100 years of show-stopping. 100 years of changing the needle. Bring out the and be part of a legacy that never stops. The Hard Rock Tickets today at HardRockTickets.com.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, overpay the mortgage and other bills with Ethos, you can get covered in 10 minutes and with a family protector. Ethos. Fast and easy all-long-term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/today. Ethos.com/today.
A powerless man of gold, which is a caption. Nobody will pick that off because they pick up a belt. Clothing might fall off one moment. Another luxury, and it's a solid. And the reason why you're not aware is because you're like,
Yvonne Smith is our guest, and she has worked with hypnotherapy for decades. Right now, abduction
that's
and
America's burden, and it's awesome.
they have repressed one way or another. Maybe the brain just doesn't think. Maybe it's something more serious. Yvonne, thank you so much for joining us. Happy race. Let's run all of it. Let's go. Wild card line. David Tad. These examples from Tedron with Yvonne Smith. Go ahead. We got you now. Go ahead.
I don't see the on the book. I don't have the radio. It's going to go on anyhow. You're right to towards that. The temporary patriarch, Jim Washington. A big player in the game.
Shabbos got like you learn now we're just another woman. How to use around.
I saw you read on his Facebook page, but I have not stepped back with
the guy from the mission that does have a signal, and that's also very, very good. The problem is that the mission knows what's considered a ring that has a signal or it doesn't have a signal. So you see, even though it has a signal,
Yeah, that's the whole idea. Here's the problem idea. You just see those things up. Is that you don't really get a chance to observe it or study it yourself. And it's these different items that currently brought you your attention. So I'm always skeptical when I see those like that.
If it doesn't have a signal,
All right, King Ted, thank you very much. Let's go to the Rockies and Joe.
and if it has a signal,
Joe, you're on. Yvonne Smith, go ahead.
and therefore, when it comes to shopping, we're looking for time. Is this thing considered a matter of black, or is it considered a it has a signal that's considered a matter, therefore, it's supposed to go out with it. She tells us what should I go out. But if she takes the needle and wraps her hair around it, and then takes the needle and puts it underneath the spot, the covering of her head, we're not interested in that analogy. Because she's showing her hair, that's what it's saying. If it's a needle that she's using to part of her hair, then it is also according to Rafa, this little needle has on the other side of the core, and therefore during the week she puts it into her head. Therefore, it's also children friendly. Says the Mishnah. There's a very interesting saying not allowed to walk with sandals that have sandals because of the ice of the there's a story that Jews were fighting with the enemy. And they made a rule. If you come into the house, you cannot leave. If you leave the house, you cannot go. And they noticed these things away from them. In fact, what happened was the Surah was walking with the table. The sound of the Surah back put it on both ways. Made it zero. Now walking out of the Surah. And since the story happened on Shabbos, Xer is walking in Shabbos. And Yom Tov, which is very similar to Shabbos.
I will say anyone that's
there's another Xer.
recommend President
I gave my the ashes of the bread
one show.
They went to ship the ashes over the Jordan River. And they realized they were not going to precise.
You can tell they've done their research.
By ashes, it's very good. Committing Xer.
For a lot of times we found ashes with maybe
over any body of water. In any form of shadow,
comic illustrators,
and it's exact storylines all over the Jordan River, and only in the ships that you swim across the Jordan River, and use ships on any other river. It's also our case,
that were given by the government during that era. Take another fall here in west of the Rockies. This is in Alaska.
Xer is not exactly what happened with ships that happened mostly in everything was sandals that had nails to strengthen the sandal, not for the core. So we use nails as the core. It's looking, and any other shoe is not exactly Xer. Another has been described in the the government says like the right is you're allowed to have up to 5 nails in your shoe. On each side of one of the nails. Sometimes when they're you have 7 in a case where you use these nails to lift up the shoe. According to Rabbi Rothschild, you have 7 shoes. And each side of that. And the book Rabbi is 15 in a shoe they try to raise. 7 and you could be 11 and you sold it into the sample. That's what it's not like Xer. Xer had the price says it's so much. You're one of these selling shops. You can't even go from one bed to your house to the other. These foul pieces are like let it go to San Super and cover another vessel. You like to San Super and look at your bed with it. Rabbi Rothschild says it's also you might hear it. But though it makes a lot of sense, but since it's one against many, you don't pass it. If you take a piece of leather and you cover the whole bottom of your shoe, one thing that's not what Xer was. If you use staples, it's not Xer. If you use a pass or just narrow nails, wide nails, or you cover the entire bottom of nails, it's not what Xer was. If most of the nails are worn out, but you can tell that there's nails. So that's not how it was created, it's like how you made it. Look at it, they have 4 nails on a very tight shape, that's tight. Well, the case says, not for the fact that people pull right first, let's take them. I don't see a lot of people apply nails. But the case says, you meant 24 nails, it's really safe. You meant, you want to remember, he went from Bubble so he has no Surah by that time. He must have lost at 24 nails, therefore, Surah said 22 nails.
Back in the 90s when we had those stores, Circuit City, you know, we used to joke around and say that the group, like the workers, going to walk through the aisles of Circuit City and see what happened. And they will, when they tried to go through the security in the airport, it'll set something off and they're always supposed to fly. So yeah, absolutely affecting electronics happens all the time.
Okay, great. Thank you. you very much. Let's go to the first time caller line, and James is calling in from California. James, you're on with Yvonne Smith. Go ahead.
Hi, Ron. My brother were out fishing, and we seen the UFO coming.
Shabbos, not Sabbath. We went to the Mishnah.
Totally terrified that your mind can't deal with
One shoe with one foot. It's also for him to go out of churches. Rather, if he doesn't have no will, the concern is according to Rashi. What possibility? Either the concern that people might think that he's carrying a second shoe, or perhaps people might not find that he has one shoe, and then people that one shoe that he it's magic for the Mishnah. If a person does have a will, he's permitted to go out with that shoe. Like they say, well, what foot is he wearing that one shoe? What around he's wearing that shoe on the foot that has the injury. And we don't have the two reasons. Since he has an injury, and since we're moving forward, he has a more serious shoe. He's not working on the plan. You won't remove the shoe when he's been for like they want to. And people are not going to think that he's hiding his second shoe because they see that he's injured. According to Rabbi Rothschild, here's the one shoe on the foot that does not have it. And again, since they see him, they realize, yes, the reason why a person wears a shoe is to be around this.
I've heard many cases
See, look big, therefore, he doesn't have a shoe on the neutral foot.
where
Or the reason is because
landed
they think that he's carrying second shoe. They won't think that because they see that he's looking. There's no one to ask for the shoe. He was given the right shoe.
You know, some of them were taking
Commented and he said, "Oh, so you ate it as if I had a picture." The simple meaning would be, since they gave him the right foot,
or the last
and
3 decades
we have
of
on holes
doing
that
that.
have put the foot on first. Therefore, he would not put on
Many years
his
ago,
left foot because he already put on his right
maybe
foot.
if you try to
You're going to think that he has
research
an injury on his right foot.
you might
Like the woman that says he's supposed to put the shoe on the foot that has the injury. Perhaps you could say, no, Sisi Magba is never free the foot that he just put the shoe on. Perhaps the word is left foot. Made my left foot with the injury. We also have holes that a shoe. Just like right, he puts his foot on the left.
Interesting story. Thank you for sharing it.
Let's go to the wildcard line. Taylor is calling from Burlington, Iowa. Go ahead, Taylor. You're on with Yvonne Smith.
The right shoe first, and you want to put on the left shoe. The left shoe, in fact, the Gemara says, "Rashi so in the hand of Dirmani." Put on either one first. The Gemara says, however, that the ratio value can be made equal. What do? First put on your right shoe, then you put on the left shoe. Tie the left shoe, then tie the right shoe. Of course, you have a slip shoe, says Tysus, with the right arm. The Raisa says, put on the right shoe first, the left shoe. Take your left shoe off first. When you bathe yourself, bathe the right side of the right arm before your left arm, and your right foot before your left foot. Essentially, bathe your entire body. You start from the head, the head is the key. All your limbs you start. It says the Mishnah, do not go out on Shabbos. Which Sasha said, either he said, this is going even according to the method Omer that says that Shabbos, here it's on Shabbos. Nevertheless, do not go outside because perhaps if you go to the bathroom, you will be carrying valid absolution. Another way to learn our stuff is, it says in the Mishnah, if you did go out with Tefillah and all other things in the Mishnah, you're not high the fact. Sasha says, even if you hold like my woman that says, Shabbos is not a time, you still don't have the fact. Tefillah is like a devotion, it's like a bed. It's clothing. You wear it during the week as clothing. It says in the Mishnah, the person should not go out and use rabbit with a kameah that's not a with an amulet that wasn't written by a professional. If it's written by a professional, you go out with your Rosh Hashanah, it's their Tefillah. Even if it's a professional kameah, that the person that wrote it is a professional, certainly the kameah itself, the amulet itself already heal people. You go out with a peace route, it doesn't make a difference if the amulet is words written or it's grasses and herbs. Even if the person doesn't have a disease that's dangerous, shit myself even if he's not even sick, he's just concerned that perhaps because of his genetic makeup, he will have this particular disease. His family has epilepsy, for instance. The weird of the male, he can tie it and untie it in his route. As long as it's not on a bracelet or on a ring, because then it's a virus. He's carrying it as jewelry. What exactly is the There seems to be some friction in the circuit. Even like Rashi itself, there seems to be confliction. Even though, according to Rashi, based on something shown. If a person wrote the ambulance for 3 different diseases and they all work, this particular person is either right kind of chance for any disease that you're like carrying on chance. If you wrote one message which worked 8 times for the same disease, even on one person, the same disease, 3 times on one person, that particular surveyor is a month. In other words, anybody in the world should write to that exact layout and will be considered a command. We walk out the way on chance. What remains of the thing? What happens if you wrote 3 commands, 3 different diseases, but for the same person, and they all work? You say, look, those are students, professionals, we're actually saying the person that was healed, he has a special nozzle that is healed by these commands. What remains of the suffering? The love is that a command, the brothers of Shoshana, you know, they have the name of Hashem and Psukim. You don't say them from a fire on Shabbos. However, obviously, you have to bury them. So, just like you bury even a foot, a leg of a table that has Hashem Hashem on it. If the Kameya is covered with blood, and you if it's made out of herbs, if it's a toilet that has sakana, his life is in danger, you can go to the bathroom. If it's not covered with blood, somebody that's not a failure is another question. If it's covered with leather, you may go into the bathroom. And it's been inserted. Even a failure is in many of the life and dear friend Dr. Roger Blair dedicated his practice to being, I believe, about 17, and the shit is part of Shem Hashem because we have a valid on the back of the Rizuz. We have a yud on the signature and the disfellowship state. Therefore, it's also to go into the bathroom with
in my book, Coronado, which is about the massive section of Coronado Island, about a dozen people, one person came away with an object in her ship. Many clients that have had implants, some of them that were removed. I do not recommend at this point in time.
Shabbos Dasham base. The Mishnah brings a list of things that is also for one to go outside with on Shabbos. The Isser Deiraisa, starting with a needle that has an eye that has a hole in it that's a burden. A ring that has a signet for a woman, since she typically doesn't go out with a signet. That's Isser Deiraisa. Ula says for men it's the exact reverse when it comes to a ring. If it has a signet, it's normal for him to run around with a ring with a signet. But a ring without a signet, it's not the derech for a man in those days, and therefore that would be what Isser Deiraisa. Ula holds that women are a nation to themselves, and therefore what's considered a beged, clothing for a man, is not clothing for a woman. For instance, if some men wear sacks, such as shepherds, then all men are permitted to go out with sacks, but not women. When it comes to saving tefillin from danger of being destroyed on Shabbos, the way to save them is you put on a pair of tefillin, you go out to safety, you remove them, and you come back and try to save them. Women should also save them in the same fashion. But what about the fact that women are not the same nation as men? We must say that this man hold that tefillin is not a mitzvah sensation as man grows, and therefore women are mechuyev. He'll hold that Shabbos is a time for wearing tefillin, and night is a time for wearing tefillin. Therefore, women are in the same nation, so to speak, when it comes to children. Rabbi Yirmiyah holds that a typical woman, when she takes out on Shabbos, when she carries a ring that has a signal, that's considered collateral. That's not the derech, that's a weird way of carrying a ring. You don't carry something that has a signet on your finger. Rav argues, he says, since there are situations where a woman will carry her husband's signet, for instance, when he tells her, please put this away in a box, she doesn't want to lose it, she puts it on her finger. Or when a woman asks her husband to bring the ring for her hair shop, he doesn't want to lose it, so he puts her ring on his finger, then it becomes the derech for a man and a woman to wear all rings. The Mishnah continues, one is not permitted to go out with a kulah. It's a pin that closes a blouse. If you were to wear it to close a blouse, that would be one. But we're discussing a case where a woman wears inner clothing, and that's considered equal. A woman should not walk out with spice bags or spice bottles attached to her neck. And the Gemara says that if a woman didn't walk out with these things, or with a key on her finger, the mayor holds she's chayav unconscious. The right. The Chum say the whole issue is the Rabbanan issue that she might take it to her friend, with those spices, with the nice beautiful bottles. Therefore, this is the Rabbanan, and she's not having it. According to Eliezer, what the person going with Hashila, because older women that don't have very good smell wear these bottles. And such a woman won't dare take off the spice that masks the smell. And now we go to the base. According to everybody, it's almost like this, that a bottle is empty. It's considered carried. Even though the bottle might have some remnants of the perfume and it smells good, it's still considered carried. In other words, the bottle is not buckled to the smell that's not there. So the Gemara wants to say, perhaps, according to Rabbi Rothschild, that the same would apply if you have a vessel that contains food that's less than a gregaris, less than the sheep. In that case also, we won't say that he's carrying food. Rather, he's carrying a vessel and he's fighting with their rights. Rashi argues, he says, no, when it comes to perfume, there's physically nothing there. It might smell good, but there's nothing there. When it comes to food, although it's less than the shear, but there's something there, and therefore, perhaps the flea is buckled, because whatever's left over of the food. La halacha, a common made zeros, to remember the Korban about it. And they said, if you have a combination of joy and pleasure, Tainug and simcha, those two things combined, you shouldn't do them after they're over. Therefore, to anoint yourself with oil that's pleasurable but doesn't bring sin. To drink wine, two people out of one cup with straws, or to juggle wine and drink it, that brings pleasure but not sin. And therefore, it's the Gemara, we're going to what got to that. The Gemara brings psukim. Ashotrim Amidei Shed, referring to Klal Yisrael, Shalayim, that they put their beds together, and they were over on Tzilus Hanishas Ish, they were switching couples, and they left the Shifra Zera there. And the Gemara tells us that three things cause a person to lose his money. A person who urinates in front of his bed, undressed. It doesn't mean he's dafka on his bed and undressed. It just means he does it in a disgusting way, in a place where he typically doesn't do it, would be in front of his table. If he doesn't bother to go to the bathroom, there's a malach Rashi explains that loves disgust, and he goes there, and that malach, which is in charge of poor people, will create a situation where you do this. If a person has zilzul with he doesn't care about the kids' time, he doesn't wash his hands at all. That's a shot that he washes because he doesn't wash his hands. Carefully. But Rav Chizah says he became wealthy because he used extra water. And finally, the person's wife curses him because he has the means to buy her a jewelry and he doesn't buy her, and she's upset about that. That will bring him to lose his money. In Ishaya, the Navi tells them because the women who are married women would try to entice the men, they would go with kind of with their heads up in the sky. Rashi says their heads were up in the sky, it was hard for them to see where they're walking, so they would walk small steps, their toe to their ankle, They'll put a lot of makeup on and immunity to the boys. And they would, the tall ones would walk the shorter ones so that they look better. They would also put perfume in a bottle by their feet. And when they would walk by the boys, they would bang it on the floor so that it sprays. And it would be like a mad snake. The era snake the boys, they think they ate some heart. What was their punishment? Everything they did, they got punished back. In the place that they put perfume, their flesh decayed. In a place where they put a nice belt, they got wounded. They did their hair up, nice the boys, they became bald. Their hair belt, they have to put a sack. As Rabbi says, instead of beauty, they had wounds. Or says, some say they even got sirach. The Lord tells us that they said, we don't care, let the guy take us. We're beautiful. And the guy took them, and immediately the Lord made them disgusting to the point where they threw them off the carriages and the wagons and killed them. Why? Because they saw a lot of davida or a lot of hair. They were disgusted by them. The Lord says the people of Yerushalayim were disgusting. They said in the remnants, they were talking for him. Notice what he said. He said, ask each other what you have for breakfast. Meaning for slows. You have a well-kneaded dough, in other words, a non-basula. You have white wine or dark wine. You have a wide bed, a narrow bed, skinny, fat. You have a good friend, meaning good-looking. And finally, Rabbi says that in Yerushalayim they had cinnamon trees that made such a beautiful smell throughout the entire city. But after the Korban over, we were left with this one barley smell, which is like the king of Tzimtzimai, have a wonderful day.
Your car's dashboard with a seamless way to play your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Developed with driver safety in mind, the Apple CarPlay interface was built for simple navigation and limited driver distraction. Radio Show you can still access all your favorite content from iHeartRadio. Need to download another app? Just plug or pair your iPhone with your dash, and if CarPlay is available in your vehicle, iHeartRadio will sync automatically. iHeartRadio.
Shabbos Daf Samach Gimel. The mission tells us that
CarPlay. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to
war
listen.
gear, such as armor, sword, an arrow, a spear, even a club that has a nice ball like that with spikes. It's not considered jewelry. Nobody shows up with it. It's disgusting, actually. One of your lesson of people have to show off with it, and therefore it's considered jewelry. It's only the Rabbanim go after. According to one lesson of Rabbi Eliezer, when Mashiach comes, we're no longer going to need these tools, and therefore nobody's going to use them as food. He argues with the Shita on Shmuel and Paul that when Mashiach comes, nothing's going to change. The only thing that's going to change is that by Yisrael, it's not going to be in Golas anymore. It's all going to be in Yisrael, it's going to be Samikdash. But the argument is more between the guy and these tools will be necessary. According to another Lashon, though, according to Eliezer, these tools, in fact, won't be buckled for flying Yisrael. And he holds like
we want to share all
in other words, he argues on
stories that you will see in
why is Rabbi Eliezer hold that these tools are considered formed as actual jewelry? Because it says in the Pasuk, take your sword and put it into its holster on your head. It should be your splendor and your glory. The Lord says, wait a minute.
necessarily consider themselves as listeners.
It's reversed the retire means. Now, look away from the simple meaning of it. Simple meaning of it says, take your sword. Refer to a real sword.
But it's going to be about something.
Says Rav Kahana, I was 18 years old when I finished shots and all shots. I didn't know what was concept that things could be placed in the
Tuesdays and
until I learned
Thursdays.
that. In other words, Rav Kahana, you have to learn all of the
Listen, it's unbelievable. We can always unclick it. That was a bad decision. So I get it.
First, you have to know
If you click it now, you'll never miss an episode.
before it goes into a series of courses that learning together and they're on different levels. Two come to the Chachamim that sharpen each other with halacha or with Torah. So the Shmuel gives them tzlacha, and they rise to greatness. But they have to be learning the Shema and they can't be learning from Gaiva, the other side of Erie. And then there'll be Zaycha, the Torah that was given to come. It says in the Pasuk of famous Pasuk, Torah of Yamin, the Smoila of Shemachah. It says tomorrow, it doesn't necessarily mean that the Torah will be right, in other words, everything at hand. you'll only get a longevity.
Someone that has been abducted.
You'll get longevity.
They're no
And
longer they've had this experience.
like the lefty, in other words,
it's real.
not you don't go down to the depth. Then you'll suck the show. Such the wealth, but not to receive Whitman.
Two-time New York Times best-selling
If you come to the home sit together and they're calm with each other,
Tuesday,
they listen to each other. So we're going to be the boys and sit down and listen to them.
Learn about that. And
if they teach each other, in other words, they accept from each other. Then they're going to get stuff. So listen to them and answer. Just like you accepted me.
Receive some great emails over the last couple of days. I'll tell you, it is under
you don't listen.
Able to really get and spending your coast to coast. Great airwaves.
If you get together, please then
you want to reach me, Ryan Rack, coast to coast.
Then I can walk with them. And says, Robo, that's the helping about a situation where they really had to see heard some of this story. Now they want to hear less and they don't really teach them. So there's more
and as described,
say they personally thought about doing a mitzvah, but they had a mitzvah. There's more mitzvah. If you do a mitzvah as you're supposed to, by all the halachas and everything around it, then you won't hear of that surah row. They don't have a board for something zero, not the zero. Lord tells us what's better. Give sometimes you these things. Alone, the advanced technology that's out there. The advanced technology if they are developing into. We'll be happy. He thinks he can pay back. Says the Lord is something better than believers. That is, and you wonder to yourself, okay, where's that somebody money, I'll invest, and you share the best. That person feels good, feels like he's doing something he's accomplished, and the says, maybe he'll get even more money because of that. Therefore, he's as well. He has bad Chinese robotics. He thinks revenge. He's not even like a snake. It's better to be his friend. If you learn something from him, rather than to be I'm a artist. And it's Ramus could steer you wrongly in Kairos, even though his beautiful holiness is a pious person with a muscle and emotion. Also it says, but both of you have several. If you want to see you might like what you want, follow your heart. And that's his question. Looks around and says, with that, you should know questions about the daily what's going on. One side of the first talking about the hatred of heart, and then what's supposed to be someone, or vice versa. First person needs heart, and then moves on to the fight. Lord the Torah is telling us, learn as much as prayer as you can, but when you learn, you do the dafiyot, you do the minute part, apply it to yourself. Don't just learn it, you have to apply it. You should know it. The person knows that you know the stuff now, you better apply it to your life. It's beautiful. Moshe the Duke of Magi says that there's a poor person who didn't have to get his name. He went to show good for a meal. And I said, you know what? Why do you need a learn a meal? Come with me to a hotel. There's a special hotel here that gives you free room and board. Stay as long as you go to the hotel. The guy checks in the Ritz Carlton, and he stays there for a week. He's about to check out. The person at the front that says $7,700, $1,100 a night. He says, but the guy told me it's free. The guy lied to me. You know what to do. This guy in the lobby, the guy tells him, listen, you told me to check out. Stay there. Stay for a month. Stay for a year. Who cares? You don't have money. Stay for as long as you want. He says it. A person wakes up in his life. He says, what do they do? Look at all these others. Listen to the truth. He says the AIDS are against the truth. It's not a good idea. Stay in. Go check out. Keep on doing your event. Every day.
You're a landlord.
Versus
you're a day trader. You're a full-time researcher. You've got a life to live. Your investment should help you live it.
Says the Gemara, there's a woman
choosing gold. Noble Gold is on thousands
of discussing gold.
Real physical gold. Visit NobleGoldInvestments.com to get your free gold protection kit. That's Noble Gold Investments.com. That's where he's having a big friend.
And he had a dog. She was barking and scared her. She lost her pregnancy. Why is he scared of dogs? I took out his teeth. He doesn't have claws. He says it's too late. When pregnancy is over, in other words, be careful with a bad one. He had in the Mishnah, there is a belt that goes around the side, which was stop off according to Rabbi. Here's one belt and a couple. It's two belts. And when you're it's two belts with a chain between them. Why do this chain? So that there are certain families that have very large steps that are prevent them from having large steps and losing their pursuit. When Rabbi agreed to that shot, and he said, he woke up from his sleep, he heard it, he says, you haven't do it. Dad, have a wonderful day.
Hey, welcome back to Coast to Coast AM. I'm Ryan Racker, joining us now, a two-time New York Times best-selling author, Christy Whitman. You have a book coming out on Tuesday, The Flow Factor. Thanks for joining us.
Hi, Ryan. So happy to be with you.
That's exciting. It's just at this point, hours away, down. The Flow Factor. What is this one about?
Well, it's how to really master your energy and get into a state of flow. So flow feels good, right? We're out of flow, that's when we're in survival mode, that's when we're stuck in lack, limitation. Flow just feels good. And that's what all of us want to be this moment. It's
So it's important. It's for our own well-being. We want to get into a flow because it makes us feel better, or is it something deeper than that?
It's much deeper than that. I mean, there's a flow that all like an extremely intelligent, highly responsive current of energy that brings forward to every energy. It's staying alive. Every manifestation from the planetary to the individual. So the flow of energy that connects us with the darkness of the distance between us is the same intelligence that orchestrates the growth of a single microscopic cell into a highly complex human being. So flow is really that place of flow and innovation of all things with the inspiration of love. And it can be seen as the right time for suddenly conceive of a awesome genius solution or idea. It can be felt as a comforting sense of blessedness or so blessed, so grateful that you find yourself in the right place at the right time. It's kind of like driving along, right? We all know every red light, right? But when it's exactly the green light, right? Even technology or something, it feels really good.
They say fire in all cylinders.
Yes. Or in your zone, right?
So you sort of put yourself into the zone, which is fire in all cylinders, or is it something that just happens organically?
No, the proprietorship of flow factors is that flow always exists. Energy, everything in this universe is energy. We know this from quantum physics, modern science. We know this. Everything is energy, and including us, our thoughts, our energy, our words, our energy, our beliefs, our emotions, the actions that we take. So we are the factor, we're the free will individual that needs to tune ourselves into that flow. And most of us get knocked off by contrast. Contrast meaning what we don't want, right? It can be past traumas, big or small. It can be, you're driving to work meeting and you get a flat tire, or someone posts something rude on a comment of yours. There's a wide variety of unwanted things that we experience. Either that's the loved one or a pet, there's so many things that create a survival instinct in us. And being that fight, flight, freeze, where I'm stuck, or I felt bad here, or I'm going to push back, resist. So contrast happens, but our resistance to the contrast is our choice. And when we get that we have a choice in how we respond to something, and that we can be back in the flow, that's when life becomes really fun, and we become more empowered, knowing that we have that choice. So that's really what the flow factor is about. Flow exists. We're the factor in our own lives of are we in or are we out?
Is it making the right decisions? Is that what keeps you in the flow? Or is it just being motivated and the right decisions going wherever it goes, like a state of the flow? So what puts you in that right mindset?
It's being in that place of focusing on pleasures, what the solutions are, right? Connecting with faith is a really big thing. There's a difference, obviously, if someone's focusing on doubt and worry versus being in faith. And so being in faith, you can't see or don't see something yet. You focus on what does it feel like, knowing that there's something greater out there or something higher for yourself. That is working for that Rothschild, as the council says, that really is in your favor, then you back in that flow. the minute you're in our minds of, this isn't going to work out, I don't know how to do this, I'm too old to do this, or why to do this, that's where those thoughts are out of flow. Just really think about it. We create from our consciousness, and what is consciousness? It's the words that we say, the thoughts that we think, the perspectives that we hold, the emotions that we feel or don't feel, and the actions that we take. That's all. And so when we are focusing on words that are negative or that are in lack, we're not going to feel good. When we have a perspective that, it's going wrong, or we're judging something too bad or wrong, we're out of flow. And so the way back into flow is really coming into that neutrality, neutrality from the lack. Meaning, the best way I can describe it is that soothing energy of compassion. Some things maybe not go your way, and instead of judging it, going, oh, this is really bad, or oh, God, this doesn't work out for me. Bringing that energy of compassion in, and compassionate thoughts of, it's going to be okay. I don't like this doesn't feel good, but I'm here, right? Things always work out, it's going to be fine. Coming back into that place of neutrality, that's what that's what we, create the factor of flow, is coming into that space. Because I like to say there's two different states of being. There's lack, which never feels good. On the other side is abundance, which always feels good. But most people can't go from lack to abundance in one fell swoop. It's too big vibrational jump. So coming into neutrality, into that middle ground, into that second spectrum of emotions and vibrations, that's what we can start to feel. I'm okay, I don't feel bad, I don't feel really excited, like I'm in abundance, but I'm okay. And once we can find that place, now that flow, because one of the laws I talk about is the universal law of sufficiency and abundance. So when we can find that sufficiency, I'm okay, this is all right, then we go back to abundance, but not within the state of lack.
I understand that sometimes your mind will deceive you. It'll give you a thought that may, on the surface, seem like a good idea, but deep down inside, your gut feeling says it's a bad idea. So how does your gut feeling play into your flow? Because in some ways it's counterintuitive. It seems like you're not following your gut, you're making some bad decisions.
Yes. So when you feel your gut saying go this way, your mind might say to you, don't do that, because it's coming from the past experience or what the limited part of the mind knows. But if you're getting this intuition, your wisdom, there's a wisdom going around the side, wisdom is the guiding force. That's a longing of your soul. And I try to now understand this gut feeling is a counsel guiding me forward. And when I don't follow it, it doesn't turn out well. But when I do, it turns out really well.
Isn't that something that I think everyone understands, that sensation, that feeling of trying to make a decision over something that just feels right or just feels wrong? So how can you learn to trust your gut when there's such a conflict at times, when sometimes you think, man, but what if I just...
Shabbos Av Samachet. How's everybody doing today? The Mishnah tells us you're permitted to go out with a wad of cotton in your ear, provided that it's tied around the ear, wrapped around the ear. You go with a wad of cotton on your foot if you have a foot, provided that it's tied to your foot. So it's not satisfying for yourself because it's disgusting, it's exposed, you're not going to pick it up, even if it has a handle. It's not that close.
Then about 6 months later, me and my mom
you got older, you got a lot of earwax. So you went to the special Rabbi on Shabbos with a wad of cotton in his ear, with half trying it.
The guy goes, no, this rod, my mom goes, take the fucking rod, I'm telling you. The guy goes, this rod's quicker. Something happened, there was traffic. My mother said, I told you there was going to be traffic. Because my mother didn't like this batting practice for the national anthem. So she was big on the national anthem. So she was going to get late, so she got to go out with the guy. She goes, pull over. I've got a different cab. And the guy's like, I'm not pulling over. So at a light, my mother went, took the keys out of the ignition, and said, I'm going to call Juan. I'm going to call the police. The guy said, call the police lady. But when they were wrestling, my mother cut her hand on the keys. So my mother called Juan. Juan was like maybe 2 miles away at a bookie joint. And my mother put the blood on her face. So Juan,
You already knew what Juan did to that motherfucker that had the doll.
Juan showed up.
Yeah.
And at that time, his partner our family partner in the bookmaking operation was Nelson. He was a Puerto Rican guy, Nelson Rivera. I loved him dearly. Him and his daughter Evie and his wife Delilah, I loved him dearly. He showed up with Nelson and Nelson's Mustang. And my stepdad's like, what happened? I'm like, and I was like a little fag. I'm like, mommy got in and all this shit. He's like, come with me. I'll never forget the guy had glasses. And I was part of the BAL. The BAL's the police athletically. And the first thing they tell you is not to hit somebody with glasses. So I just think Juan's going to talk. You know? And Juan goes up to the guy, and the guy's a big burly white guy. The guy's like, fuck you, she took my keys. I'm about to call the cops. And Juan, I remember, like, he took his left hand, he just moved me an inch. And he fucking just leveled this guy. Glasses went flying. There was blood everywhere. And he got on top of this guy. And it's 4, you know, it's 1 in the afternoon, and he's punching this guy like a UFC fight. And in those days, that was New York City, dog. When people didn't say nothing, nobody even stopped. Juan punched this guy like 50 fucking times. There was blood everywhere. Juan stopped punching him. The cops pulled up, but they pulled up behind the Mustang. They couldn't really see the guy. This is the funniest story ever. Juan was slick. You know, Juan was here 80 years. And if you spoke English to him, he'd look at you with all, you know what I'm saying? You know what big ego is. 2 cops pulled out. I'll never forget this. 2 cops pulled out as they came towards me. One turned, went in his pocket, and shook the guy's hand. It's like, isn't it a beautiful day? The guy had like 200 in his pocket. Juan and Nelson were talking. I'll never forget that. And I'm like, shit, the brick Juan's got blood on his hand. The cops were saying nothing to him. And all of a sudden, he's like, oh. And the cop looked over. He's like, what's going on with him? Like, he was like, what? And Juan's like, nothing. He fell. He's gonna be fell. Yeah, guys, have a good day. They just left the guy there.
Oh, they did.
They just left the guy there. Like, they didn't call an ambulance. Nothing. They're like, everything's cool. Nobody said nothing.
They didn't even call.
We all went home. And then, so now I'm like, fuck, this guy's on me something. And then about 6 months later, we're at a Santeria party on a Saturday night.
And he's in it as well, right?
He's not a Santeria guy. He's an Abacoa guy at the time.
What is that?
Abacoa, the longshoremen of Cuba. They're the male supremacy. What's that? They're like they don't eat pussy. They don't go into a room if there's a gay man in the room. They don't have communication with gay men.
Really?
Yeah, it's a society.
Is it a religion or a society?
It's a society.
Longshoremen.
But now you can be gay. Like Yoel Romero was on Rogan with me talking about Abacoa. He goes, this was a religion of men. You had to talk to them in a certain way, you had to approach them a certain way. Like, let's say your name is Ryan Sickler, but I grew up with you and I call you Beansy. I'm allowed to call you Beansy. But if some white kid comes up and goes Beansy, you pull him aside and go, excuse me? My name is Ryan Sickler. You ever call me Beansy out of line again, I'll stab you. And what they did was,
these are fishermen.
You know what they did to you, right? You know what they were? Let me tell you what the
It's so peaceful to fish.
Let me tell you what the masculinity level was in this. Just so you know. When you had beef with them, they would beat you or whatever. After they got finished with you, they flip you over. They pull your pants down and they slice your ass cheek. And that's a warning. Like the next time they put a mark on it, they put a mark on your ass cheek. That's like, I could have fucked you here, but I gave you a breather. and I sliced your ass. The next time, I will fuck you in the ass. Don't ever disrespect me again. That was the level of masculinity, machismo that this guy had. Like, he was up there. Nor did he drink alcohol. He detested marijuana and any type of drug. It's so weird. He was by the book. And that's where the conflict with my mother came in. He didn't like the drinking. He didn't like the bars. He didn't like drunk people. So we're at a Santeria party. About 6 months later at my godmother's house. Let me tell you how fucking crazy he was. He would read ladies' novellas, the Spanish novellas about love and shit. And he would wear glasses. He would make believe he was half deaf. So he didn't have to. If you went up there, like, dude, I'm talking about some man, and you go, what about him? And I go, don't worry, he can't hear. He would say that to people to let you think he was deaf. He wasn't deaf. Towards the end, when this guy was worth millions, you know that he still had the same car he had when he was married to my mother. Really? In 1971. An Eldorado, like the size of a ship. 2 miles to the gallon. He didn't believe in flash. He knew that the feds did math. Let me tell you how. Never did drugs. This is not paranoia. This is intelligence. He was such a good bookmaker that he would not speak in a room where there was a phone hung up. He said on the receiver. He said they stole it. He would talk to the outside. Very cautious. Very smart. Took that pitch in 1966. Never took a pitch again. Took a pitch for shooting a guy and he got away with it. After my mother died, somebody tried to jump him. He took the guy's gun and shot him at like 55. He shot both kids. And then he got to another beef later on, but he always stayed out of prison. How long was he in when he did his bid? When I was a kid, whatever, I don't know. A few years. That was for bookmaking. That was for bookmaking. And then, so it's a summer night. Like it's like a July. There's a party at my godmother's one on 48th Street. And there's a guy there named Eagle. Picadillo. His name is Eagle. I don't know what his last name was, but his street name was Picadillo. Picadillo is a Cuban dish. It's chopped meat with raisins, olives, and little fried potatoes. Just not a lot of raisins, just enough raisins to throw off the beef. It's delicious. He ate it so much that he just called him Picadillo. But the guy was a real jerk off. He was married to this woman named Rosanta, who was a real sweetheart of a lady. He had a bar on 143rd in Broadway, or Nico's. So for some reason, my stepdad had a reputation in Cuba. He had 4 brothers. They were called Four Winds. Again, you couldn't call him Four Winds to his face. Right, yeah. They called his name was Blanco Margarita. That's 4 guys. That was his street name. You did not call him that. You either called him Bonito, but if you called him Juan Morriento and you weren't friends with him, were you going to get an ear beating or a smack or a gun put in the head? You never knew what situation it was. So at this time, I had seen guns from my godfather. I had seen guns at my mother's bar, whatever, but I had never seen Juan with a weapon. I knew he carried a knife, a straight razor. He didn't even carry a knife. Those Cubans carry straight razors. Just that little flip over one, the ones that you shave with. That shit does a lot of damage. So we're at the Santeria party, and Nico Picadillo has a couple cocktails, and the party was in the living room where they were playing the conga drums and killing the chickens. And there's a hallway. There's a long hallway. There's a kitchen. And then in the back, there's 2 bedrooms. In the middle there, my godmother was the superintendent of the 3 buildings. So she had a path behind the kitchen to go to all 3 buildings. It's about 3, let's say 1 in the morning. It's me, my mother, and my godmother are talking in the kitchen. Juan is standing by the doorway with little faggy glasses on, reading a novella. Pretending he's deaf. And Nico walks back there with like half a bag. He goes, look who it is. My proyecto. Right away, I'm like, oh no. My mother ignores it. My godmother ignores it. The poor guy's wife ignores it. And the guy's drunk. Now he comes into the kitchen. And he's telling these women, he goes, I knew this fucking bum in Cuba and his 4 brothers weren't shit. So I go over and I immediately hold my stepdad's hand. And he's not saying a word, but I know he's hearing everything. I'm like, oh, this is going to be good. And this guy's in the kitchen fucking saying shit, Cuban style, you know, like real big machismo. And this guy would have sucked my dick in Cuba if I would have met him in Cuba and all this shit. And finally, I see my stepdad take his glasses off. He goes, what's this fucking guy saying? I'm like, nothing. I was like a little faggy kid. I'm like, nothing. He's just talking about the weather or some shit. And he looks over at Nico and he goes, you got a fucking problem. And Nico goes, yeah, I got a fucking problem. He pops up. And sure enough, my godfather doesn't run out, look to the basement. He runs to the back bedroom where the saints are. Like, oh, it was her Santeria room. And I guess he hit a 45 in there. And we're all like, what the fuck are they going there for?
You'd already set it up.
This motherfucker comes out with a 405, with a 405, a 45 over his head. Like, just walking like nothing. He goes already, like his wife grabbed him and said, you better get outside. He's like, I'm not running for nobody, that whole thing. And I'll never forget that I went to hold my stepfather, and he didn't push me off. But my godmother went to hold him, she just fell off. It was like one of those tackles where you grab the guy.
They just fall right off.
Just fall off you. She just fell off him. And this idiot, it was on 48th Street in between Riverside Drive and Broadway, maybe 20 yards away from the top of the corner. We run out, I come out there, I'm like, Nico's gotta be fucking running by now. Nico's in front of the place drunk, and he's like, fuck you. What are you gonna do with that thing? There was like 30 people outside. He goes, what are you gonna do with that thing? Shoot me, you don't have the balls. He goes, as a matter of fact, if you had the balls, if you're a man, shoot me right in the dick. That was the level of machismo. One hesitate. He pointed the gun and shot this motherfucker. It hit him in the leg. The guy went down. One took me by the hand. We walked up to Broadway. Walk. We fucking started the car. We went, because 148 goes up. We hit 147, went right down. He went about 2 blocks, he pulled over. We hit him, walked like 30 yards. We threw the gun into the Hudson. We walked back to his car. We went home. Let me tell you something, we left my mother there. That's how crazy it was. Like, fuck your mother. She should know the deal.
Your mom knows what's up.
I go to bed like, Jesus, he just shot somebody last night. Like, I go to bed like nothing happened. I wake up and I just want to eat breakfast. There's my mom walking, and she's like, what, you got no way to cook? Do you know that it was never discussed again?
You never were like, you shot somebody. There was no conversation about it.
Never again. I just knew that our family relations were ruined. We weren't going to be getting invited to a lot of parties anymore. Our party days were over with.
Oh my
So
God.
one dies in 2006. This happens 1971, 1970. Yeah, this happened about 1970, 71. And I think by my mom seeing that, my reaction and everything, I think my mom knew it was time. Once the knife incident and the Juan incident, my mom knew that it was time for me to. I think that my mom had it with this one and me. The next level was like a bat, and she wasn't going to do that. So she gave me to the nuns. But here's the interesting thing about Juan. We never discussed it. Like, it was discussed around it, but it was never discussed with Juan. My mother dies.
You other people will be like, Juan shot me.
Juan
never saw them.
My mother dies. I go to prison. You know, 1,000 fucking things happen in our lives, you know. And him and I reconnect. And like, I don't know when the Sopranos got on the air. Him and I reconnect like in 90. Oh, when I went to do Analyze That, he gave me the ring. He gave me a good luck ring, and I booked Analyze That. And I wear that ring in every movie I do now. Out of respect for him. Even though he robbed me.
Juan gave you that? I can't even say anything before some more shit.
Even though, Juan took, because when my mother died, they were married. So I didn't get the house. I didn't get the jewelry. I didn't get a lot of things. And I'm happy that I didn't get it because I always said that if I deserved to get it, I would get it somewhere in my life.
I believe that too.
And so I didn't make a big deal about it, but I put all my anger aside years later because I realized all the shit I'd done with Juan growing up also. And we always were friends. And whenever I would go to Jersey to perform, I would always go to my buddy Chrissy Fish and I would get a box of shrimp from him and bring it over to Juan's, and Juan would make this great dish called camarone enchilado. It's like a Cajun style shrimp with this red sauce with peas in it, and you put it on white rice and you cook those fried hard bananas. So I would go over there around 5. He had remarried. They were very nice. She was very nice. They would, he would cook this for me. I would eat. We would talk, and I'd give him a hug. He'd ask me if I needed money, and he'd throw me like $15. He'd go through a whole wallet. He'd go in his wallet. He wouldn't carry a wallet. He'd go to a thing. He had 3 inches of money. He was so cheap. He'd just go through hundreds, 50s. They give me like a 10. I'm fucking 40 years old. But he meant well. So one night, him and I, this has to be 2005. The Longest Yard just came out. I brought him a poster. I brought him a copy of the movie. He was really happy. He kept telling me how I gotta lose weight. You're getting too fat. And then I'll never forget that. We're sitting there. They go, oh, really gotta go. I turned to him. I go, hey, can I ask you a question? And he goes, what? Remember the time you shot Nico Picadillo on 148th Street? He goes, I don't know what you're talking about. That's how old he was. And when he died, I couldn't go to the wing that week. I was shooting something, but I had to go to Jersey the following week. And I went to see her just in case she was going to give me money, She didn't give me shit, no jewelry, no nothing. But the funny story is when I used to come home from Catholic school, I would always, I would sleep in the house Friday and Saturdays. And one Saturday night, something was being done to my room, the air conditioner. So I didn't sleep in the attic. And I went to him. And I go, I gotta tell you something, I'm scared. I'm sleeping in the attic. He goes, no worries. I'm back to the attic, and he had a small gun with a silencer on. And he goes, here, you can see it, don't shoot. He took the bullets out, obviously. Because I'm up all night shooting at the air. So after he dies, I finish eating. His wife says, come over, and, I give her a hug. Condolences. She apologizes. And, I thought she was going to say, hey, he left you jewelry, he left you some money. She goes, before you go, you're more than free to go in the room and see what he had in there. He was a hoarder. He just had everything. He was the type of guy, if he was driving down the street, you saw TV, even though he's a millionaire.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he became a millionaire from loan sharking. He was very, very good at loan sharking. And he got into it with a bookie bank. So if he fell behind, he was the loan shark. He made great money over the years. But he was such a stoic that he lived in a fucking building with had no elevator. And he walked 4 flights every day at 70, whatever he was. He was in great shape. Towards the end, I saw him without a shirt. You could see half his shoulder was missing. The shotgun blast. I mean, the guy he had a scar. They tied him up in Cuba one time with wire, and they squeezed it. And he had a scar all the way under, and it was cheap stitches. You could still see the holes. Like, as I was a kid, I would look at the guy and go, Jesus Christ, what type of life did he have? But I went in that room, and I was just going through boxes. That was just garbage. At the bottom of the box was the gun with the silence that he had offered me years ago. So I unscrewed the silence, I took the gun, and I still got it. It's buried in Hollywood just in case anybody gives me a hard time.
Well, listen, brother. I know we got to get you out of here. This is what I plan to do. We did childhood today. Next time you come back, we're going to do preteen. We're going to get you all the way through your years, brother. Thank you for being here. Will you please, whatever you want to promote, your dates,
I got
see all that stuff.
August 9th at Lincoln Theater in DC. I got September 13th and 14th, the 13th in Dallas, and the 14th in San Antonio. And that's it. I got nothing else to promote. Just Ryan Stickler, my brother from a different brother.
Thank you. Thank you for being here.
I got to give credit to Ryan. He's been calling me since he started the podcast, and I've just been busy. But I haven't done a podcast. This was the first one. I kept my word. You did keep your word. So thank you very much. I love you too.
I am Ryan Stickler, all social media, RyanStickler.com. We'll talk to y'all next week. This episode is brought to you by ExpressVPN. More on that later. Let's get into the news.
You're watching The Honeydew with Ryan Stickler at your mom's house.
Welcome back to The Honeydew, y'all. We're over here doing it up at Studio G's at your mom's house. I'm your host, Ryan Stickler. I'm on social media at Ryan Stickler, RyanStickler.com. Quick date, Baltimore, September 14th. I'm coming back. One night only. Get your tickets for that show. Any in-town dates, just go to my website. It's all there for you to check out. And as I say every week, thank you. Thank you for the messages, the feedback. Thank you for supporting the show. I mean, it's still new. It's still a new show. You know, I've been podcasting for a while. This is still a new show, and I'm learning a lot about everything. So thank you for the support. Thank you for supporting the sponsors. That's how we keep this free show free. And anything you want to know about the show, thehoneydewpodcast.com. Go there. That's where you follow the social media, the email, all that merch, everything. We got some new merch coming up for you soon, too, as well. And very excited for this episode here today. Somebody I've been wanting to have on for a minute. As he said, we're family. And I say all the time, if you're new to the show, we're highlighting the lowlights over here. If you're a fan of The Underdog, this is your show. These are the stories behind the storytellers. Today's storyteller, ladies and gentlemen, Joey Diaz. All right.
What's up? How are you there?
Listen, I have to say something. You just did a quick jump. I've been watching this video of you. When the Star Spangled Banner comes on and you have your head down, when that shit kicks on, you jump so hard. It makes me, that just out of the game makes me laugh. You know the video I'm talking about?
I love the Star Spangled Banner.
You jumped up so quick.
I love it. I fucking love it. Like, it's, you know, when I came here, like, you know, they let you into school. When you're an immigrant, you know, you come here, you walk around for a few days, then they let you into school. And also, you start reciting that. Pledge of Allegiance. Yeah, I did it in kindergarten. Like, you gotta remember when I got this country was 1966. When I busted into the school system, it was 68. We were involved in the war. We had just finished the Cold War with the Cubans and Russia. You know, there was underground shelters in every building. Tang. Remember Tang? I do. My grandma like fucking Spam. Astronaut. Yeah, sardines. Every basement was prepared for a nuclear thing, but
we had the pear jars, mason jars. That all like
everybody had a fallout shelter. If you have a fallout shelter, is when you go when fucking Iran sends a missile over here. Back in the 60s, you would go into the fallout shelter. Thank God you never had to go into it. But patriotism was big, and it was bigger for me because I was from another country. I was just trying to fit in. So the Star Spangled Banner, I pledge allegiance. You know, it's so funny how right now there's a thing in the news that I hate to highlight. So let's talk about it. About a guy who said, "Go back to your own country." Let me fucking tell you something. 20 years ago, that was a staple in New York. You couldn't just talk fucking the language from your country in New York when I was growing up. They would look at you after 3 minutes and go, "Oh, American."
Really? You speaking Spanish?
Yeah, Spanish, whatever the fuck you were talking that wasn't New Yorkish, they would say, oh, cut it out. You're in America. And then you would yell something back, and then they would yell back. If you don't like it, go back to your own fucking country. But on this fucking street, you're speaking English. And that's it. And, you know, it was something that was, I remember because it was said to me.
So here's what I want to talk to you about, because I want to go back to the beginning. You said you came to the United States in 1966. How old are you at that age?
3.
All right, so do you have no memories of nothing? So this is your country. You get here at 3 years old. And where do you begin? Where does the and are your parents married? Are they together?
My parents are married. They're in somewhere in New York. I remember waking up in a house in Union City, a block and a half from my mother's house, across from a school called either Robin Waters or something. Tragedy struck. My father died. How? Heart attack at the bar. How? 37. So my mom didn't like the Jersey house. She didn't want somebody dies, you move.
But how old were you when he died?
3.
Okay, so it happened. All this is happening just
right,
as they get
3.
here.
So then we go to 89th Street, Riverside Drive.
Just you and your mom.
Me and my mom. No siblings. I'm with my mom 24 hours a day.
And her family's where?
Cuba.
All back in Cuba.
Except for my uncle who's in LA. I still talk to my
still talks to her. All right. And how old your mom? Single mom, new country.
38. My mom had been here as a teenager.
Okay, all right.
My mom had been here and knew the language and already was running numbers. Then she went back to Cuba. Okay. What happened to my mother was very interesting. My mother was 16 or 15, and she went to a dance with my aunt, like a high school dance. And somewhere along the dance, my mom noticed that her sister Rosita was missing. So she went outside and started yelling for Rosita, and she found a guy raping Rosita.
Wow.
My mom took a glass, broke it, and stabbed the guy.
Wow.
The guy dies.
What?
They take my mother and ship her out of Cuba that night. Just a young kid. Like, remember Vito Corleone? He was half retarded. He got the Ellis Island. He's singing songs and shit. That was my mother, right?
Wait, so they literally took her,
my family,
your whole family,
whatever pennies they had, as poor as they were,
and said, "You're out."
You're out.
Where?
New York City.
They were sent to New York City.
Sent to Miami.
This wasn't a
She had distant cousins in New York City.
Wow.
She went to New York and stayed with them for a while. Snuck into the country. You gotta remember, there was no TSA. You know, you could just give them a fucking piece of paper then, and if you could fog the bottom of the glass, they'd let you in. Fog this. Okay, you're in. You know, this was way before anything. You know, there was no drug smuggling going on, so it was wide open border. So she came in, moved to like the city or something, went to work for a fucking numbers guy, and she met a girl. And her and that girl became partners. Like they were a team for a couple of years. And doing what? Running number. Then her and my dad met in New York. But they went back to Cuba because my grandmother was sick. So when we were in Cuba, my mom had my sister, who was about 4 years older than me, and me. Then something went down. Like, I couldn't get all the accurate stories. I could store bits and pieces from my uncle. He's 80 and he lives in Glendale. I just went to a Dodger game, but that's your source. So, but whenever I ask him, somebody tells me more than I want to know. So I stopped asking. You know what I'm saying? So I had to stop. So then they came back, and my mother used that girl's name to get back into the States. When my mother went back to Cuba, she went back as a lady named Sophia Cecilia. She was a Puerto Rican woman. That was the mother of the girl my mom hung out with. Okay, so then my mom came back. My dad died a few months later, and here we are on 89th Street. I was probably 4.5, and then that apartment got raided. For what? What were the numbers? It was a shakedown. I still remember the cops sitting me down the couch and then separating me and my mother. My mother had already trained me, shut your mouth. You don't know nothing. You know, my mom was already training me in a way that I didn't know. And then my mom had a bag with cash and all the numbers receipts. So what happened was my mom had the building wired. The landlord called. And I answered. It was like 8 in the morning. And they're like, the cops are on their way up. So I woke my mother up. My mother got out, went in the closet, and took a bag out, the receipts and the cash. Went to the kitchen. There was a balcony under her, an old lady. She would do the old lady like 50 a week. And she threw the bag under. The bag landed on the second floor on the balcony. The cops rushed in. There was nothing to arrest my mother for. But I still remember being not handcuffed. My mom being handcuffed and me sitting on a couch. And then the landlord, and they left. They didn't arrest my mother. They gave her a ticket. It was basically a shakedown in those days. If they find 10 G's, they take 6 of it. And they leave you 4 and you don't go to jail. But my mom was hip to them, whatever. They kept threatening my mom. 2 days later, we moved around the corner to 205 West 88th Street between Broadway and Amsterdam. And I went to a grammar school named PS 166. Stayed there until like the 3rd grade, 2nd grade, then 3rd, 4th, and 5th. I went to Sacred Heart School for Boys. That was a private school.
Were you starting to have trouble? Were you?
I just admitted to my wife something that a lot of people don't know about. I didn't want to tell my wife until my daughter got older. From the age of 4 to 6, I was a very sickly kid. There was a lot of problems. There was mental problems with me because of my father. And I was a sickly kid. I was allergic to maple syrup. I had stuff problems with my ears. I had problems with my throat. I couldn't breathe at night. You know, they knew me by first name basis at Medical Center on 165th Street. And they knew me like I went to the hospital between the ages of 4. Without exaggeration, if I average it out, it was every 10 days.
Damn.
Like I wouldn't go for 2 weeks, but I'd go 3 days in a row.
And it would always be something else. It wouldn't be consistently.
It was just I was a sickly fucking kid. I was really skinny. You know, my mom didn't know what to do with me. I didn't really like a lot of the foods. They made me drink emulsive of God. What is that? Emulsive of God is like the fish grinded down his eyeballs, his feet.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, you go to CVS now because kids are pussies. They flavored it because these little faggots are young. They're like vanilla flavored and fucking strawberry.
They really have this shit? I'm
Look
gonna
it
go
up.
look. I have.
It's called emulsive of God.
All right.
And I'm gonna tell you something. A couple years ago, I went back on it.
You did?
I found a little bottle. First couple of days, I fucking puked it up. But after a while, I felt how much better I felt. It's a tough fucking swallow. But your dick will never die. You'll never get sick. You'll never get AIDS. You'll never get dementia. If you drink that fucking stuff, Scott's emulsive of fucking, you'll never get nothing. Nothing. No dementia. Nothing. It's a proven fact.
1 a day?
I don't know how it is now, but when these fucking people had it before, they just threw the fish in the blender. His tongue, his brain, and it was a milky paste.
Did you drank that?
I was not allowed to go to school until I drank in the morning. So she would give me a fresh glass of orange juice, and she'd be waiting with the spoon, and I'd have to drink it and fucking down the orange juice, and I'd puke it, she'd go, let's do it again. I mean, it got that bad. Like, I was that sickly of a kid.
Why would you want to tell anybody that? Why didn't you want to admit that?
Because I didn't want, if my daughter would get sick, I didn't want it to be like hereditary genetics. Like, I didn't know. My daughter does have asthma, but it has not affected her like it affected me at that age. I was allergic to dogs. Really, I was allergic to cats. I was allergic to just everything. My eyes would swell up. My throat would swell up when I would choke.
And did this fish shit, did it cure you of allergies, or did it just protect you?
No. What happened was, My mom went to see, like in Cuba, what's the big thing in Santeria? So my mom went to see a Santeria lady that she knew for a long time and asked her. And it said that I needed to be inducted because for health reasons. And by the age of 6, by the age of 5, I would go up to 100. I lived on 88th Street with a bunch of little faggy white kids, and they were nice kids and stuff, and we had a good time. You know, we played kick the can, stick ball, and hot peas and butter. Go get your mother. You ever play hot peas and butter? Go get your mother? No. That's when you hide a belt with a metal buckle. You have to hide it. So I hide it, and all of us are playing. And we're in this room, and I'm like, you're hot, but the base is 30 yards away. So if you find the belt, you have to whip us all the way till we find it. And it's up to you whether you want to whip us with the belt or the metal side. So if you whip somebody with the metal side,
remember when you come home like I'll tell you what we're gonna do. We're gonna fuck you up all the way back. So you can say A, B, C, D, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
hot peas and butter, go get your mother. The only thing I hate Bill Cosby before the rape, like I always thought he was a sack of shit, but he really always was a sack of shit. Like I thought he was a sack of shit. It was confirmed to me in '93 at the Colorado Festival that Judy Brown put on in '93 and '94. He showed up and I saw him. He was talking shit about dirty comics, so I never liked him. I always knew he was a pukey fuck. But the only thing he ever said on his one good album was he spoke about a game named Buck Fuck. Yeah, that's another New York City game. Have that on Fat Albert's. That's Buck every day. You can't run and jump on somebody's back, right? You jump on somebody's back. That's why all these kids got that nucleosis shit on the fucked up back. Scoliosis. Whatever the fucked up. These little fat kids today, they all got scoliosis. Because they don't play fuck. When I play one kid in my neighborhood's got scoliosis. He might have had a punctured lung, but scoliosis did not exist in my neighborhood because we played fuck, and the girls played too.
So if I remember correctly, so somebody grabs on a wall, whatever, they bend over. You're standing up. You're bent in a 90.
I'm the pillow.
And then you connect like a centipede, right?
And we all connect like centipedes.
And then somebody sprints from back
30 yards, sprints and leaps,
and legs out, like dropping their ass on your spine. And you're supposed to try to hold.
You're holding on. So what you do is.
But then does that person stay and another one comes, or do they get off?
We have strategies going, right? Some assholes would just jump over, they play to be frogs.
Yeah.
Me, I play to fucking win. So I would jump, I tell you, some Ryan Sickler, who's the weak link in that? Bert Price, everybody jump on. Everybody jump on. Everybody jump on Bert. Right. So we would all just get
But I'm saying you go first, but you get to stay on the Bert's back and then the next part until he breaks,
I can crawl all the way up.
Oh, okay.
Let's say you put the skinny guy up front.
Okay.
There's different rules. There's English rules.
Yeah.
There's white rules. Right. Black people didn't give a fuck. Where they landed. They had afros. They had the helmet, you know what I'm saying, in the 70s. So when let's say you would land, like the English rules, you could pull yourself up. But in the black and white rules of the city kids, where you landed was where you landed and you stayed. So I went for the weakest link. So let's say there was something like, let's say Bird beat Tom, Rogan, Ari, and Dunkel. I'm just throwing Esther Koo up because she's a tiny girl. Let's say Esther Koo was, I want to play. Our plan is to break Esther Koo. Yeah, I'm running whatever Esther plan. We're just going to keep. And then this was the
30 yards. I get to sprint 30 yards.
30 yards, 10 yards.
And then I just get to leap and try to break Esther.
But here's the beauty of it. Once we all get on top of Esther Koo, then there's a count-off. 10, 9, 8, and that's when you have to try to break them.
Oh, right. So what happens if they don't break?
So right now you're on top of Esther Koo, and everybody starts grabbing Esther Koo's tits and her pussy, right? It's just everybody. Like so, it could be Esther Koo, it could be Whitney Cummings. They all go down. Like the girls would be stop grabbing my tit. We'd be fucking choking them, pulling their fucking hair. So girls weren't allowed to play. After a while, girls were like, that's too rough.
Yeah, no shit.
So then it was just guys.
Would the girls go dirty too? Would you
Oh yeah,
balls
girls
and
would
everything?
scratch with
Oh
their
yeah.
fucking, and it was legal. Some girls were fucking dirty bitches. They'd scratch them. But let's say you landed on a guy, it was the same thing. And it was punching up the ball, grabbing his ball, and he would be yelling, "Stop grabbing my balls! One of you is a faggot! Why are you doing this to me?" And all of us would just be punching his fucking nuts until the line breaks, and then we kept doing it over.
Oh, what if the line doesn't break? What is
then now it's their turn.
Oh, they get all
and
right.
they're walking away from me with their hair messy.
Bleeding.
Now it's our turn, motherfucker. Fucking tremendous game.
I remember that, yeah.
So I graduated from playing all those street games on 88th Street to 148th Street. That was a different type of individual.
Like, what were they doing up there?
They were killers.
All right. Buck was
like nothing for them. They didn't even play Buck there. They played Buck with garbage cans. And they just threw it at each other. The kids on 148th Street were Puerto Rican, Irish, Italian, a couple Jews, and all of them were tough.
But we're talking same age range and everything.
Same age range. Before I got into Santeria, my mom would send me up to my godmother's house on 148th Street and Broadway. 20 blocks from the epicenter of the world. Oh, you're 20 blocks from home. I was the heartbeat of New York City. I'm 20 blocks from the heartbeat of New York City. 6'5". Oh, wow. So I'm hanging out down there on 88th Street playing buck, killing rats. 148th Street.
6 years old, you're killing rats.
Complete different game. First day on 148th Street, they came up to me, how you doing? Ricky, whatever else. And they're like, what do you want to do? I was like, play stickball. They're like, nah, you want to see a body? I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, let's go see a dead body. I'm like, I like these kids. They took me down to West Side Avenue, and they had some guy who had been hit by a car. This is the 70s. This is like 65. There was no CSI. If you got hit by a car, you were there for like 2 or 3 days.
You saw that your first dead body?
First dead body I saw, he was already had the flies on him, and they just threw plywood over him. And he was starting to stink, like from 10 feet away. Like he had just been there maybe like these kids would, he was right by the Hudson River. And we would walk down to the Hudson River. And then finally 2 days later, we went down there, it was a crime scene. Obviously some fucking, in those days people didn't jog. It's not like today that there's jogging. I can kill you dropping on a 170. They never find you. Today these fucking joggers are out there looking around. And they always find bodies, joggers. It's not like they find like a $20 bill. You don't see a jogger go, I found an envelope full of money. They always find some lady beat up and raped. What the fuck kind of morning is that?
Oh my God. Oh, shit. We're only at 6. All this, we're only at 6. Holy.
It's a shame. I was ashamed of going up there.
Why?
Because my mother had money and these kids didn't.
All right, so what was the reason you first went up there? Just
because my godmother lived up there, and my mother wanted to see if we could mix.
So your mom would